Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 5351, Voyage. Success will carry its own abundant rewards for you. HUUM. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the terrifying woman in front of him, entirely serious now, repeating words that had clearly come down to her as instruction rather than suggestion. An observable existence holding both infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms. A place of tremendous peril, built on a resource that made both sides stronger and had cost both sides hundreds of thousands of lives. A domain beginning to show the same terminal collapse he had reached into and rebuilt once already, and a directive from some cold authority above the swords of existence that had specifically, immediately, redirected a Mesozoic scale being to send him there. The order had come from above, and had pointed Noah precisely toward the convergence of the two authorities he was, at this very moment, trying to fuse within his own existence. Okay. Noah had no problem heading into a place like that. I'm curious about this, he said. I accept. The moment the words left him, the source armament he wore began to shine, and an influx of information bloomed in front of him. Mission designated, the Archithes Inquiry. Assigned sword, Noah Osmont, newly cleared. Party leader, Dame Seraphine, the Knighting Sword. Objective primary, investigate the unfolding instabilities within the Archithes observable existence, concentrated within the source lifeform regions. Determine the cause of the deterioration and the disproportionate effect on the source side. Objective secondary, if feasible, resolve the instability. Operational constraints, the Treaty of Archithes is in effect and must not be broken by the party. Caution, the cause of the instability is unknown. Treat all parties present, infinite lifeform and source lifeform alike, as potential sources of the problem until cleared. Information is the objective. Conflict is the failure state. Reward on success, designated by the order from above. Undisclosed until completion. Noah read through it with the attention he gave anything that smelled like loot, and what it told him was clear enough. There should be boundless opportunities there as he could feel his in his pillar of infinity. Woo! Moments later, 3 blazing auras teleported to the farm. The first to resolve was a small figure, shorter than the rest, with a wild mane of pale hair swept back from a sharp, restless face, the bright darting eyes of a being who took in everything at once. The second was enormous, a broad and scarred mountain of a source lifeform whose stillness carried more menace than most beings managed with movement, his expression set into the permanent grim patience of someone who had done a great deal of violence and had stopped enjoying it a long time ago. The third was a woman of composed, graceful poise, dark-haired and unhurried, her face giving away nothing. All 3 were adorned in their unique source armaments, cut as suits and ties, obsidian and tailored, the formal uniform of beings who did serious work. Noah gazed at them, and the brief status panels resolved above each. Richard, Sword of Existence. Akashic Civilizational Intent, the Lucid Aegis. Third Rarity, Titan. An intent of insight and warding, overriding deception with clarity within its reach. Botswana, Sword of Existence. Akashic Civilizational Intent, the Wrathbound Bulwark. Third Rarity, Titan. An intent of endured violence turned to protection, imposing the record of a being who has survived everything and refuses to fall. Liana, Sword of Existence. Akashic Civilizational Intent, the Veiled Current. Third Rarity, Titan. An intent of concealment and undercurrent, reorganizing what is seen and unseen around the wielder's intention. 3/4 scale beings, all of them carrying third rarity Titan intents. A heavy party, by any measure. The swords had not sent him with weaklings for this mission, which told him something about how seriously the one who had given this mission from above took the Archithes Inquiry. The three of them looked Noah up and down with frank interest, the small one's bright eyes flicking across him with open curiosity, the large one assessing him the way a soldier assessed an unfamiliar weapon, the woman studying him with a stillness that gave away nothing about her conclusions. Dame Seraphine gestured between them. "These three will form the party with us," she said. "Get to know each other. Get comfortable with one another quickly, because for the next while, your lives will be in each other's hands, and Archithes is not a place that forgives source lifeforms that do not trust each other. You will learn their names and their power on the way. For now, know that they are among the best I could have asked for within the confines of this mission." She waved her hand. Above them, a radiant obsidian gold leaf appeared, vast and luminous, burning with vibrant obsidian primordial source along every vein. Vessel identified, a source leaf vessel. Crafted from a single leaf of the primordial source tree, an existence so foundational that very few lifeforms across the vastness have ever glimpsed it and lived to describe it. The leaf was engineered into a traversal vessel by an unknown craftsman of an unknown scale. It carries the primordial source natively in its structure, allowing it to traverse the undefined gaps and approach observable existences that ordinary vessels cannot safely reach. Noah looked at the burning leaf with shining eyes. A vessel cut from a leaf of a tree so rare its existence was nearly a rumor, engineered by hands no one could name, carrying the primordial source through its veins. Dame Seraphine gazed at Noah as she and the three others began to rise toward the leaf. "Let us go," she said. "Existence is waiting." Archithes. They say two things about Archithes, and both are true. The first is that it will make you. There is no faster road to the fourth scale, no purer draft of progress, than the ore that grows in its ancient strata, where infinity and the primordial source lie bound together in defiance of every law that should forbid it. Beings who would have climbed for ages climb in years. This is the opportunity, and it is real. The second is that it will kill you. It killed hundreds of thousands when they fought for it, and it has gone on killing quietly ever since, because the same ore that makes you will unmake you the instant it is disturbed wrongly, and the domain itself murders the careless through nothing but its heir. Make or unmake. Archithes offers both, always, at once. The wise do not ask which they will receive. They ask only whether they were careful enough. Chapter 53-52, Destroyer I. The moment Noah landed on the source leaf vessel, he felt its brilliance. Waves of the primordial source flowed from him into the leaf, and from the leaf back into him, a quiet exchange between two things that carried the same authority, the vessel recognizing what he had recently grasped and answering it. You are standing on a rare and pristine object cut from the primordial source tree. While aboard, your primordial source refinement and generation are increased by 100%. All environmental pressures and hostile weavings encountered during transit have no effect on this object or those it carries. Simple effects. Good ones. He smiled faintly, holding Sioyun's hand as she settled beside him, taking in the obsidian gold leaf beneath her feet with wide, curious eyes. He looked at Dame Seraphine ahead of him, and at the swords arranged around them, and asked the thing he had been turning over since the farm. You changed rather quickly the moment you received that order from above, he said casually. Who did it come from? He had never been one to beat around the bush. Dame Seraphine turned back to gaze at him, her eyes profound. Around her, even Sir William and the other three swords showed curiosity, the question apparently one they had been wondering about themselves without asking. Richard stepped in. He was the small one, pale-haired and sharp-faced, his bright eyes already moving across the group as he spoke, the manner of a being who thought out loud and enjoyed it. Yes, Dame Seraphine, it is hardly out of protocol for us to know where a mission came from, he said, light and quick. We have been playing a guessing game the whole way here. Who could have reached down and redirected you and us so fast? I had 3 candidates. Botswana had one, and his was wrong. Liana would not say hers, which means hers was interesting. So please, put us out of our misery, who could have dash? It came from the domicile of the Queen Regnant. Boom! The silence after was heavy. Around them, the leaf vessel broke out of the source lands and entered a sea of obsidian undefinition, everything beyond the leaf turning to black, the unstable rivers of the gaps streaming past without touching them. Inside that blackness, the party absorbed what Dame Seraphine had just said. Sir William went somber, his composed features settling into something careful. The muscular Botswana, the scarred mountain of a being, swirled with a sudden roil of violence and power, and then laughed, low and rough. Ha ha! Anything out of the domicile means one of two things, he said. Either someone very close to the Queen handed down this mission, or the Queen herself did. His grim eyes fixed on Noah, assessing. So is this one here really that big a deal? What exactly is his anomaly, to warrant attention from that high up? Dame Seraphine sneered. Do not step out of line, she said. His weavings are need to know, and you do not currently need to know. That is the end of that conversation. Then she paused, and something shifted, a transaction offered. If you wish to be useful instead of nosy, here is a task. Whoever among you manages to teach our new friend the Destroyer a letter of the primordial tongue, I will request a large volume of Aradark ore on your behalf. You all know the essence of Destroyer. So explain it to him, each of you, in your own way. After that, I am permitted to show him the intricacies of the letter directly. If he grasps it, he will tell us himself which of your definitions helped him most. The eyes of every sword present lit up at the mention of Aradark ore. Noah watched them shift instantly from cautious to interested. The ore was clearly worth a great deal even to beings of their tier, which told him plenty about where they were going. He set the Queen Regnant aside for later, a legend he had only heard fragments of, a question worth answering but not now. Richard came over first, smiling. Friend, he said, are you any good at picking up new things? Destroyer is the first letter that gives people real trouble, so do not feel bad if it takes a few tries. Here is what it means, the way I see it. He folded his small hands behind his back and started pacing, clearly enjoying the stage. Destroyer is not destruction the way a brute thinks of destruction. A brute breaks a thing and is satisfied with the pieces. Destroyer is the recognition that everything which exists was assembled out of something simpler, and that the assembly is not permanent. It is the act of reading how a thing was put together, and then politely informing it that the arrangement is over. I think of it as editing, honestly. Every existence is a draft. Destroyer is the red pen. You do not hate the sentence. You simply decide it should not be there, and then it is not. Elegant. Surgical. Ha, I find crude applications of it distasteful, but a clean one is a genuine pleasure to witness. He stepped back with a flourish, satisfied. Botswana grunted and looked over, and his take could not have been more different. He overcomplicates it, the big sword said, his voice a low rumble. Destroyer is not editing. It is actually honesty. Everything that stands because it has not yet met a force great enough to put it down. That is the only truth at the bottom of existence. Strength endures and weakness ends, and Destroyer is simply the act of being that greater force, of meeting a thing and proving that it was never as permanent as it believed. I have broken a great many things. Fortresses. Beings. And every single one of them broke the same way, the moment something stronger decided they would. Destroyer is not a technique to me. It is a reminder. Nothing standing in front of you is owed its standing. You take it back to nothing, and you do not apologize, because existence never apologized to any of the things it ended first. He laughed, and the violence swirled around him again. Chapter 53-53, Destroyer 2. Liana had been quiet, composed and unhurried, and when she finally spoke, her voice was even and gave away nothing. Both of them are describing the hammer, she said. Neither is describing the nail. To illustrate this, let me tell you about some infinite lifeforms I came across, a long time ago, in a domain that no longer exists. She paused, the dark-haired sword choosing her words. They had built themselves into something they believed was eternal. Layers of infinity, civilizations stacked on civilizations, a structure so deep they had forgotten it had ever been assembled at all. They thought of themselves as permanent, as foundational, as the kind of thing existence is built on rather than the kind of thing existence builds. And when Destruora reached them, it reminded them. It traced their entire structure back down through every layer to the simple source they had been assembled from, and it returned them to it, and in the returning, they finally understood that they had only ever been arranged, never necessary. That is what Destruora is. It is the return. Everything that was made can be unmade back to where it came from, because being made was never the same as being permanent. The most powerful thing I ever watched it do was teach a being that thought itself eternal that it had a source, and that its source could be reached, and that the distance between standing and gone was always shorter than it believed. She fell silent, having said exactly as much as she intended and not a word more. Lastly, Noah looked at Sir William, who had said nothing through all of it. The gentleman knight met his gaze and gave the shortest answer of any of them, his voice carrying its usual dignity. Destruora is the cut that should be made cleanly, by one who has the right to make it. Nothing more. Nothing less. A sword does not break things because it can. It returns what must be returned, and it does so with the manners befitting an ending. That is all the letter has ever meant to me. Wah! All of it passed as they crossed the undefined gaps, and when the four had finished, Dame Seraphine nodded and looked ahead into the obsidian black. All of existence is information passed down, she said. The first tongue, one of the pillars of observable existences, holds letters within it that the observable existences themselves passed down at the genesis of time. And then those who learned the letters, the phonemes, the logos, the philologies, passed them down again, hand to hand, age to age. The primordial tongue is more unique than the first tongue, more foundational, harder to hold. But it is still information, and information can be passed down. Only a select few hold the authority to pass it, and I am one of them. She turned to face him. This is the access to Destruora. If you can comprehend it at first glimpse, then you are what you say you are. And you can tell us whose definition helped you most. HUUM. A singularity of obsidian light bloomed from Dame Seraphine and shot into Noah's head, and his eyes shone brightly. Receiving access to the third letter of the primordial tongue, the letter of Destruora. The first letters of the primordial tongue concern standing firm and evolution. Persevere is the refusal to fall. Excelissimi is the transformation forced by pressure. They are letters of endurance and becoming, of remaining and changing. The third letter turns in the opposite direction. Destruora is the letter of destruction. Destruora allows the wielder to read the structural makeup of any existence, technique, weaving, cause, or being, identify the arrangement that holds it together, and return it to its source by unmaking that arrangement. It dismantles a thing back down to the foundation it was assembled from, severing what was made from the fact of its making. Applied with sufficient authority, there are few structures in existence it cannot trace, unbind, and return to nothing. It is among the most dangerous letters a being can hold, because almost everything that exists by virtue of an arrangement, and Destruora is the unmaking of arrangement itself. Noah closed his eyes and processed the new letter. He felt a flicker of disappointment that Dame Seraphine did not hold the prime version of Destruora, only the standard access. But it passed quickly. He carried Apocalypse among his 9 prime causes. He carried a dozen other cataclysmic concepts woven through his existence. He understood destruction in his bones. His eyes opened, shining, and he spoke loudly enough for all of them to hear, even using their names he already uncovered. You all described pieces of Destruora, he said. Richard sees an editor. Botswana sees an honest force. Liana sees a return. Sir William sees a duty. And none of you are wrong, which is exactly why none of you are right. He held up one hand, obsidian light gathering faintly across his fingers. Here is what Destruora is. Everything that stands does so because it has agreed, somewhere in its structure, to a particular arrangement of itself. A being. A fortress. A cause. A civilization that thinks it is eternal. They are all the same thing. They are all a yes that existence said once and never bothered to take back. Destruora is the authority to say no on existence's behalf. He turned his hand over, watching the light. And that is why those who think it is about strength have it backwards. Strength breaks the surface of a thing. Destruora reaches past the surface to the agreement underneath, the original yes, and revokes it, and then there is nothing to break because there is nothing left standing. You do not fight the thing. You fight the reason it was ever allowed to exist, and you win that fight before the thing even knows a fight has begun. His eyes were cold and bright. I have infinity. Infinity is the authority that says yes to everything, endlessly, without limit. So a letter that says no, cleanly, to anything I choose, sits very comfortably in my hand. I do not see destruction when I look at Destruora. I see editing privileges. The whole of existence is a draft someone left lying around, and most beings spend their lives too afraid to touch it. I am not most beings. I will revise whatever I please. Boom! When his words finished, every sword present looked at him with shining eyes. Chapter 53-54, Destruora 3. Dame Seraphine clapped her hands, her eyes blazing with appreciation. Well said, she declared. But words and sophistry are worth dog's hit without action behind them. If you grasped it, why don't you show us? Let us see it. Her gaze slid sideways. William. How about you two give us a show? Your Destruora against his. H-U-U-M. Noah looked at Sir William and smiled. He patted Sioyun's head, and she smiled and moved off to the side, settling at a safe distance with the bright anticipation of a child who had already learned that watching Mr. Noah fight was the most interesting thing in any room. A path cleared between Noah and Sir William across the surface of the leaf vessel, and his sponsor, the being who had introduced him to the path of the Sword of Existence, looked at him seriously and nodded, one hand resting at his blade. Noah did not reach for the blade Sir William had given him. It felt wrong to draw his sponsor's own gift against the sponsor, and besides, this was a test of the letter, not the weapon. He raised his hand instead, holding it up as though he meant to swing it down like a blade. Sir William stood poised and dignified across from him. My destruction is honor, the gentleman knight said. My destruction is dignity. Everything I unmake because it should be unmade, and I do it cleanly, and I do it with the respect an ending deserves. That is the shape my Destruora takes, because it is the shape I take. So be ready. I will not insult you by holding back what I am. Noah's smile stayed easy. My destruction is quintessential, he said. And tyrannical. Everything reduced to its truest essence, and then denied. So. He drew a slow breath. Persevere. H-U-U-M. His eyes closed, and he envisioned destruction in the truest sense he could reach. All the weavings he carried, every layer of what he was, told no. His infinite cause, denied. The Infiniverse, denied. Chernobyl, denied. Everything he was connected to, every yes that existence had ever said on his behalf, revoked at once. Infinity said yes to everything, endlessly, without ceiling. Destruora said no. And he asked himself the question the letter was built around: if his entire existence, with all its boundless yes, were met by an equal and total no, what would that destruction feel like? How vast would it have to be, to unmake something that had refused to be unmade across many apocalypses and two observable existences? That was his understanding of the brand new letter swimming through his mind, and as he grasped it more fully, second by second, the unbroken 1-second rhythm of his Persevere in Excelissimi began to build on Destruora as well. The letters compounded into it, and what he envisioned grew unfathomably grand, the no swelling to match the yes, the destruction scaling to the size of everything he was. He attained a profound state. HUUM. Opposite him, he felt Sir William's intent building, a record of profound dignity and honor gathering in the air, patient and immense. And he felt that it would not release itself until he released his attack first. Sir William would let the new sword strike before answering, a courtesy and a test in one. Noah smiled at that. Sir William was a good guy, in whatever way beings like them could be called men. After all of this was settled, after Archithes and the rest, he thought he might genuinely help the gentleman knight out somewhere down the line. And then, in the next instant, he swung his hand down. The moment he began to squeeze his hand closed, a ringing cry echoed out of the undefined gaps they were crossing. The unstable states of existence all around the leaf vessel cried out with fervor, the raw undefined potential of the gaps responding to the letter as though something in them recognized what was being spoken. Destruora. He said the word simply, and the weight of it boomed out. The potential destruction of everything he knew. The weight of his infinity's endless yes, met by an endless no. The potential unmaking of the infiniverse in Chernobyl and all of it, channeled through his understanding of the letter, wrapping around the aura of the source barbarian, and Destruora. Across from him, Sir William shouted the word, his eyes wide with shock, because what he and Dame Seraphine and every other sword present could see was something none of them had expected. Something unfathomably magnificent had appeared behind Noah. It was a manifestation that bloomed only on extremely old and experienced source lifeforms, beings who understood the letters of the primordial tongue with a depth measured in ages, and who had used those letters many, many times across their existence. The letters of the primordial tongue were singular things. Their effects were so profound, and worked so directly on the wielder's own existence and source, that they carried an effect of closeness, and when a being used them again and again across a long enough span, a manifestation of their unique understanding could bloom into being around them. This was especially true of the letters that exerted their effect outward upon surrounding existence, like Destruora. Phenomenon observed, the echo of the tongue. The archaic manifestation that blooms around a wielder who has used a letter of the primordial tongue so frequently, and understood it so deeply, that their comprehension takes on a visible form behind them. It appears only on the most seasoned source lifeforms across ages of practice. Its presence on a newly cleared sword, on first grasp of a letter, has no precedent. And at this moment, Noah was exhibiting exactly such a manifestation. Behind him, they saw a circular manifestation of an obsidian terminal observable existence, filled with terrifying multicolored brilliance within, a dying domain rendered as the shape of his understanding. And the moment it bloomed, countless mirror parallel versions of it stretched out behind him, an endless row of identical terminal observable existences receding into the distance, like a column of endless destructive possibilities. All of them converged at once on his swinging hand, channeling their force forward toward Sir William, the swinging hand carrying it through, wrapped in something that looked like an intent and was not. From him, they felt a pressure none of them had expected from a being like him. A pressure that stemmed only from source lifeforms whose existence and blood had been steeped in the primordial source at such density and concentration that they were deemed noble or royal source lifeforms. His entire figure became surrounded by regal, immense obsidian rivers of scintillating brilliance, and he seemed otherworldly, ancient, the destruction descending from his hand feeling more terrifying than any third rarity intent any of them carried. They were astonished, every one of them. It was not until a moment later that Dame Seraphine's expression changed, and she moved. She took a single step and stood in front of Sir William, her Olympian intent erupting from her to clash against the terrifying force Noah had unleashed, because what was coming down had grown past what a test between two new acquaintances was meant to contain. Boom! For a moment, everything froze. The leaf vessel. The undefined gaps. The obsidian sea of undefinition stretching in every direction. The mirror parallel terminal observable existences hanging behind Noah. All of it, frozen, caught in the instant where a Mesozoic scale intent met the destroyer of a being who should not have been able to manifest the echo of the tongue on his first attempt, and existence itself seemed to hold its breath waiting to see what happened next. Chapter 53-55, Guided Evolution. Dame Seraphine answered Noah's strike with something that was not an intent at all. Her existence went hazy. The clean lines of her blurred and softened until she stopped reading as a single fixed being and became something the eye could not quite hold, something that existed in more places than the one she stood in, and into that softness Noah's destroyer poured. The endless converging weight of the mirror parallel terminal observable existences, the whole of his understanding of the letter, the no he had spoken against everything that said yes, all of it entered her skin and simply stopped being. She did not block it and nor did she turn it aside. She drank it, drew it through herself the way the void drew light, and gave back nothing at all. His entire attack vanished into her and was gone, and the chamber of existence held still around the absence of it. Whap! Then the moment broke, and everything came loose at once. The leaf vessel steadied beneath their feet. The undefined gaps resumed their black streaming past the obsidian gold edges of the leaf. The row of mirror existences behind Noah thinned and faded back into the dark they had come from. His eyes shone. You have glimpsed the power of a Mesozoic scale being, briefly. The mechanism appeared to draw your attack into her existence and dissolve it entirely rather than block or deflect it. No true details could be discerned. The gap between your perception and her actual capability remains too large to read. He read it and let it settle, and what stayed with him was not the failure to discern her power. It was the casual completeness of how she had handled his. He had put a great deal into that swing. She had absorbed it the way a person absorbs a thrown crumb, without breaking stride, without changing expression, and then she had wiped the slate clean and let the vessel sail on. That was the gap between the fourth scale and the fifth, drawn for him in a single unhurried gesture. He looked over and found sweat standing on Sir William's forehead. Noah gave a light cough. "Apologies," he said. "I was in a bit of a trance. I may have taken the demonstration somewhat further than the demonstration required." Dame Seraphine shook her head slowly, her eyes shining, and said nothing yet. Whatever she was thinking, she was keeping it with her. Botswana broke the quiet with a laugh of open incredulity. The scarred titan crossed the deck of the leaf toward him, and the permanent grim patience that hung on him faded. "Brother," he said, "I had no idea you were carrying that around." An echo of the tongue. He shook his great head. An echo does not bloom on a first grasp. It does not bloom on a thousandth grasp. It comes from a being who has spoken a letter of the primordial tongue so many times, across so many ages, that their understanding of it grows a body and stands behind them. So how many years, exactly? How long have you been speaking, paired with whatever strange thing you are that you won't tell us about, to manage that on your first attempt? How many years? Noah's eyes shone, and he kept the truth where it belonged. It had been a bit over a day? A day, against the ages Botswana was imagining. "Long enough," he said, and shook his head. "Bah ha ha. Fine, fine, keep your secrets. Come. You scared poor William half to death back there, the man hasn't sweated in an age. So settle the wager for the lot of us. Whose explanation of Destrora did the most for you?" The Titan was friendly beneath all the violence he carried. Noah traded words with the swords of existence, answered their questions, asked a few of his own, and somewhere in the middle of it he called Seo Yun over. She came at once and jumped up onto his shoulder, settling there with her legs swinging, watching the strange powerful beings her Mr. Noah had fallen in with as she took in everything. Dame Seraphine kept her eyes on him through all of it, turning something over behind that shining composure, before she finally looked away and gazed out into the gaps. The source leaf vessel answered her attention, shooting forward ever faster, carrying the whole party deeper toward the Archithy's observable existence. It was a strange thing for Noah. He spent the bulk of his existence as a tyrant and a planner, a being who moved a dozen bodies across a dozen fronts and trusted almost no one with the seams between them. The simple act of standing on a leaf cut from an impossible tree, bantering with a party of swords of existence who treated him as one of their own, was a change of pace he had not expected to enjoy. And even as he stood there listening at something Botswana said, part of him turned away, toward another of his bodies, far from the leaf and the gaps and the easy company. In the Infiniverse. One body stood in the undefined gaps with the weight of two observable existences crushing down on it, skin splitting and bones fracturing in an endless rhythm before the radiant flames of Persevere and Excelissimi surged up from his heart and made each ruined thing grander than it had been a breath before. That body suffered. It was supposed to suffer. This body was petting a dog. Skull leaned his whole massive frame into Noah's hand, tail sweeping the empty space behind him with tremendous and uncomplicated joy, and Noah obliged the goodest boy ever. They stood together in a realm that belonged to the prime cause of harvest, deep within the Infiniverse. The herbs grew straight out of space here. Crimson and gold infinite sacred herbs rose from nothing, their roots reaching down not into soil but into the invisible strings and standing waves of the surrounding void, threading themselves into the prime cause of harvest that saturated the region and drinking from it the way roots elsewhere drank water. They blazed faintly, the crimson and the gold of them burning against the dark, and they stretched across dozens of plots that ran on and on without any horizon to stop them, an entire farm of cultivated power hanging suspended in the body of an observable existence. Ruination stood beside him as her illusory self, a churning weave of infinity lines. The Infiniverse stood at his other side in her bejeweled multicolored dress, her form now threaded faintly with obsidian where the primordial source had taken root in her since she had drawn it into herself. This body lived here, more or less. It was the one that stayed and talked, the one that sat with the two beings closest to the heart of everything he was building and worked through the ever-shifting weavings of existence around them, where to move, what to grow, how to plan. And right now, the plan on Noah's mind was Archithes. This supposedly anomalous observable existence, he said, looking out across the endless plots, with infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms killing each other over it for 1,000,000 years, over a resource that produces fourth-scale entities, elevates the rarity of an intent, and can even help promote beings toward the fifth scale. It has started me thinking about all the different kinds of observable existences out there. The ones built for war, the ones built for knowledge, and now one that, by some accident of its malformed birth, grows the single best progression material either side has ever found. He turned to the two of them. And it made me ask a question. What prevents us from steering your evolution towards something similar to Archithes? HUUM, Chapter 53-56, Guided Evolution. 2. The words came out casual and tyrannical in the same breath, the way most of his best ideas did, and Ruination and the Infiniverse looked at each other with shining eyes before the Infiniverse answered him. The large concentrations of pure primordial essence, and now the primordial source you have given me, all of it is pulling and tugging at the boundless infinity that runs through the infinite cause, she said. Paired with Persevere and Excelissimi echoing through me every single second, refining me without pause, I have a great deal of room in what I choose to become. I can steer my growth. I can finish my evolution with a clear aim in mind, a resource close to the one they killed each other for in Archithes. Perhaps, in time, one even grander. She paused, and there was something almost wry in it. There is no template for us, Master. We are not walking anyone's road. We could become anything we are able to envision, so long as it sits within the bounds of the authority we hold. So the envisioning is the whole of the work. She looked out at the endless plots of infinite sacred herbs, and for a moment she seemed to be seeing past them, to what the fields could become. I will begin now, she said. Giving my evolution a direction should let me finish it faster than blooming aimlessly would. As she spoke, the realm began to tremble. The Infiniverse rose. Multicolored infinity glimmered off her in slow waves, braided through with the obsidian brilliance of the primordial source, the two great authorities turning together through her manifestation as she bent the whole of her boundless potential toward a single deliberate aim. an entire observable existence, guiding the grandest stage of its own becoming, steering itself towards something immaculate, a domain that might one day grow the kind of resource that civilizations had slaughtered each other over for 1,000,000 years. The rivers came to her then. Through the realm flowed infinity and observable force and unobservable force in slow deep currents, and here and there, scattered through the crimson and gold light like dark stars fallen into water, drifted slivers of the primordial source. All of it passed through the manifestation of the infiniverse where she stood at the center of the field, gathering the streams into herself, drawing the raw material of the work into one place. She turned her head and nodded to her sister. Ruination nodded back, and her churning infinity lines bent toward the open space between them and Noah. An object began to rise there. It was illusory still, a proposal rather than a thing, a model assembled from the gathered authorities so that Noah could see what they meant to grow before they grew it. Rigid silver-white roots formed first, anchoring themselves straight into the spatial fabric of existence, gripping the void the way the infinite sacred herbs did, but thicker than they were, deeper, hungrier. The plant put up no leaves. It raised a single thick stalk, plain and unadorned, with nothing decorative about it at all. And at the crown of that stalk, the fruit took shape, a heavy obsidian sphere, dense and dark and quietly enormous in the way it sat in the air, radiating a direct and unmediated presence that pressed on the surrounding region with none of the softening that most things kept between themselves and the world. Noah watched the whole of it form inside the infiniverse manifestation, the proposed resource assembling itself in front of him piece by piece. Proposed resource, first designed for review. Designation, the primordial source blood. Form, a rooted plant anchored into the spatial fabric of the infiniverse, drawing nutrients directly from the region's prime cause of harvest and the ambient pure primordial essence. A single stalk, no leaves, bearing a single heavy obsidian fruit. Core property, the fruit holds concentrated pure primordial essence within it. Consuming the refined fruit fortifies the foundation and the source of any life form, delivering the full boons of pure primordial essence straight into the consumer's existence. Expanded properties under the proposed design straight face. The fruit adapts its delivery to whoever eats it. A weak life form receives a measured, survivable influx that strengthens their foundation without tearing them apart. A strong life form receives a volume scaled to whatever they can hold, with no ceiling imposed by the fruit itself. Consumption quickens the consumer's rate of progression across the scales of existence, easing the forming of their foundation and smoothing the hard thresholds between stages. The pure primordial essence it delivers carries no alignment of its own, so it integrates cleanly with any path, any cause, any ego, or any source the consumer already holds, refining what is there rather than warring with it. The fruit regrows on the stalk after harvest, drawing fresh pure primordial essence from the region. In a mature field, the primordial source blood becomes a renewable and perpetual supply. This is the first proposed material. Refinements and alternatives can follow if it does not satisfy. Noah's eyes lit as he read. He turned the thing over in his mind, hunting for the flaw, the hidden cost, anything. He found none worth raising. A renewable fruit that fed pure primordial essence into anyone who ate it, scaled itself to what each consumer could survive, aligned to nothing so it conflicted with nothing. It was precisely the kind of thing that turned a sheltered civilization hiding in the dark into a civilization of existences to be feared. He had, for once, no complaints at all. "Let's go with this one first," he said. "Understood." HUUM. The realm trembled harder. The region steeped in the prime cause of harvest gathered its full authority, and the rivers of infinity and primordial source bent inward, converging on the single proposed stalk, the streams pouring toward one point in the dark. The infiniverse turned the weight of her evolving power toward bringing the first specimen into being, drawing the model out of proposal and into truth. This was the start of it. The first emergence of a material built for one purpose and one purpose only, to make the long murderous climb across the scales of existence feel like child's play. It was only the first. There had to be much more for Noah himself to be satisfied, as his tyranny was insatiable. Chapter 53-57, It Reigns Supreme. Some will tell you the primordial source is the first thing. The foundation. The bedrock everything else was poured upon, and infinity merely a guest who arrived late and overstayed his welcome. They tell you this because they are source lifeforms and the fable flatters them, and a lie told often enough by the powerful becomes a truth the weak recite without ever once checking it. So check it. Ask one question. The primordial source is finite. It comes in units. It can be mined, hoarded, exhausted, spent down to nothing. What kind of foundation runs dry? Infinity does not run dry. Infinity is the single authority in all of existence that cannot be depleted, cannot be cornered, cannot be told there is no more left in the cup. The primordial source is a vault, and every vault, however vast, has a floor you reach eventually. Infinity is the open sky, and the sky has no floor at all. They worship the vault because they were born clutching its key, and they call us the lesser ones for reaching toward the sky instead. Let them. The sky was never theirs to rank. Recovered Akashic record, attributed to an unnamed infinite lifeform. Arcathy's observable existence. The region felt older and grander than the idea of old and grand. It was a place of space in metal and crystal, and across spans no chronicle had survived to record. The three had grown so thoroughly into one another that you could no longer say where stone ended and void began. Crystalline formations rose out of the dark in great fractured columns, shining obsidian blue in the deep starless black of true noir, their faces catching a light that fell from no sun anywhere, light that lived inside the stone itself, born of the bound authorities suspended in its lattice. Veins of metal ran through the crystal in ancient bands, layer on layer like strata laid down across unthinkable time, and where those veins broke the surface they glowed faintly with the trapped infinity and primordial source that made Arcathes the thing both sides had died for. There was no ground here, not in any honest sense. No folds, no wheels of existence, no wandering territories. The whole region drifted, its crystalline landmasses hanging in a void that pressed on everything within it with a quiet lethal weight, the kind that ended third-scale beings through nothing more than proximity, and all of it turned in slow and ancient orbits around a single fixed point. At a point in a small region of this observable existence stood a tree. It rose from the largest of the drifting landmasses, trunk and branches grown from the same obsidian blue crystal as the region around it, and it was vast enough that the thousands of figures floating in attendance around it registered as little more than motes of light against its bulk. The figures were beautiful in a sharp and cold way, tall and fine-boned, their ears tapering to points, and they carried themselves with the arrogance of a people who had decided a very long time ago that they were superior. They wore blue glowing armor that burned with infinity and existential radiation, and across every span of their skin ran runic tattoos of blue and gold, pulsing in slow unison, each line of them carrying infinity threaded together with an ego. Superbious in some. Humilitas in others. Invidia, gula, patientia, a whole spectrum of cultivated emotion written directly into living flesh. These were infinite lifeforms. Many stood at the fourth scale. A few carried the lesser weight of the third. And every last one of them floated around the crystalline tree with the watchful stillness of guardians set to protect something at its heart. Past them, deeper in, the tree held an innermost chamber. And in that chamber waited 9 beings, every one of them at the 5th scale of existence. The Mesozoic scale. 9, gathered together in a single place, a concentration of power so heavy that no ordinary domain could have held it without buckling beneath the load. That was the treaty's work. The agreement that kept Arcathes from finishing the old war demanded a balance of strength, and balance at the highest tier meant each side stationed Mesozoic scale beings within the domain, watching the seamen watching each other, their mere presence the heaviest stone on the scale that held the peace level. 9 5th scale infinite lifeforms here. Among the 9 stood a man with blue gold hair and 2 horns rising from his brow, wrapped in a blue robe through which turned a slow crown of infinity and avaritia, the ego of greed revolving above his head like a halo that had curdled. He watched the other 8. They were gathered close around something at the chamber's center, their gazes apprehensive, their hands held out toward a spinning singularity into which they were pouring their Akashic civilizational intents and a great deal more besides. The singularity felt wrong. There was no clean way to say it. It spun, and it pulled, and the pull reached past the body into something underneath the body, and the wrongness of it was unique. It was the wrongness of a thing that ought not to be allowed to exist at all, a vile note held low beneath the hum of the chamber, the kind of sound that set every instinct to being owned on edge at once. One of those nearest the singularity turned to the horned man, and hesitation sat plain in her eyes. "Boris," she said. "Should we truly proceed with this? We are reaching a point we cannot come back from. The source lifeforms have felt the instabilities rising. They have begun to move. Once we do this thing, we cannot stop it. We will not be able to stop it. It will be open war, all of it, everywhere, at once." Boris looked on calmly. "War," he said, and turned the word over as though tasting it. "You say it as though it would be some sort of departure. As though we have been doing anything else this whole time." He folded his hands in front of him. We have always been at war. From the very beginning, infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms have been at war with one another, and there have been so many of these wars, so very many, that some of our own people have honestly lost the count. They remember the stretches of peace and they forget the wars between them, which is a charming sort of optimism and an absolutely fatal sort of stupidity. The last war we lost was against Vakachev. That is the most recent one. It is not the only one. And the true infinite lifeforms, the ones who actually remember, we do not forget our hatred. We carry it. We have carried it the entire time, tucked underneath our existence. He stepped closer to the singularity, and the crown of greed turned faster above him. "And who could possibly have guessed," he went on, something like delight warming his voice, "that Archithes, this lethal little rock we have all been so politely sharing for 1,000,000 years, was hiding something like this inside it? Something the source lifeforms, with all their precious primordial source and all their breathtaking superiority, cannot so much as imagine is here. They have not the faintest idea what we found waiting here." His eyes caught the light of the spinning thing. "This will be a glorious spark. We have to continue. Do you understand me? We do not have the luxury of stopping now, because a thing like this does not arrive twice, and a people who flinch away from the single chance they are ever given have earned every year of the supremacy they suffer under. We can only continue. So we will." Chapter 53-58, It Reigns Supreme. 2. The instant the words left his mouth, his own Akashic civilizational intent erupted out of him and flooded into the singularity. It spun faster. Faster still, drinking down the intent, winding tighter and tighter, and then, in the very next breath. Boom! Crack! Crystalline metallic cracks tore outward in every direction at once, and space itself split, permanently, the fracture racing through the chamber and up through the great tree and out across the drifting region beyond it, all of it accompanied by a sound like the world's own bones breaking clean through. And something began to leak from the singularity. Something that had been waiting on the other side of it. A decrepit gray-blue finger pushed out of the spinning point. It paused there a moment, turning, taking in the chamber, the 9/5 scale beings, the crystalline tree, the spreading fracture in the fabric of the world, the way a thing wakes and looks around a room it has just entered. And then it shot toward Boris at a speed that even 5th scale existences could not track, crossing the whole chamber before any of them had finished registering that it had begun to move, and it drove into his chest and sank into the knuckle and beyond. Boom! Boris felt the impact only after it had already happened. And what crossed his face was a glorious, shining excitement. His existence began to buzz, low and rising, the crown of infinity and avaricious spinning faster and faster above his horns, and he laughed, soft and delighted and entirely without fear, as his whole being filled with an air of oppression so heavy that the other 8 Mesozoic scale beings drew back from him, away from whatever it was he was turning into. His hand rose and touched his own face, fingertips against his cheek, as if to confirm he was still there underneath the buzzing. The supremacy of the source lifeforms must come to an end, he said, very softly. It must. We are weak. I will be the first one in this chamber to say it plainly, because the ones who cannot bring themselves to say it are exactly the ones who stay weak forever. We are not the great deciders of wars and struggles. We do not sit at the top of existence handing down our judgments to the rest. But everything has to start somewhere. Even the weak can begin a change, if only they are willing to become something the strong never thought to account for. His buzzing existence pressed outward through the broken chamber. So from this moment forward, we wage war against the supremacy of the source lifeforms. We have to. We have. For who are they, who has any of them ever been, to look at infinity and rank it beneath the primordial source? His eyes burned in the fractured dark. Infinity reigns supreme. It reigns supreme. It has to. It has to. HUUM. The source leaf vessel broke out of the undefined gaps, and Archithes opened around them like something that had been waiting a very long time to be looked at. The first thing was the light. It came from nowhere and everywhere, born inside the stone itself rather than falling from any sun, an obsidian blue glow that lived in the crystal and the metal and pulsed faintly with the bound authorities suspended in their lattice. The region drifted in pieces, vast crystalline landmasses turning in slow ancient orbits through a void that pressed down on everything within it, and across those landmasses the banded veins of metal caught the glow and threw it back in colors that had no names, deep more shot through with blue, the whole place shining like the inside of something that should not have been opened. Noah took it in with the calm of a being who had seen a great many domains and still found this one worth a moment of his attention. Arrival confirmed, the Archithes' observable existence. Environmental composition, a void domain saturated with bound, unstable infinity and primordial source, the signature of Aradark or distributed throughout the crystalline strata. The ambient pressure of these two authorities, held in their unnatural lattice, exerts continuous environmental harm on any existence present. Third-scale beings perish from prolonged exposure alone. The domain grows more unstable the more it is mined, and current readings indicate the instability is rising. Disturbance of ore deposits risks cascade detonation. Treat the air itself as a hazard. The warning was accurate. Noah could feel it, the slow grinding pressure that wanted into his foundations, the bound infinity and primordial source pressing on him from every direction at once. It landed on him like rain on a roof. He stood on the deck of the Leaf with Sioyun on his shoulder, and the two of them simply withstood the environment of Archithes without doing anything about it at all. He did not raise a defense. He did not channel his aura. He did not need to. Ha! The aura of the Source Barbarian sat over his existence as a permanent expression, and the pure primordial source budding within him drank the ambient pressure as though it were a courtesy rather than a threat. Beside his ear, Sioyun watched the drifting crystal with bright curious eyes, equally untroubled, her dual nature as both infinite and source lifeform making the lethal air of the place feel to her like weather she happened to find pretty. She continued to be a terrifying existence. The swords noticed. Botswana glanced at the pair of them, at the new sword and the small girl standing comfortably in an atmosphere that demanded active defense from everyone else aboard, and said nothing, though his grim mouth twitched at one corner. Dame Seraphine guided the leaf vessel inward, toward a structure rising out of the largest cluster of drifting landmasses, and that structure resolved as they neared it into a citadel built around mines. It was a citadel of crystalline excavation, towers and halls and great open shafts grown and carved from the same obsidian blue crystal as everything else, the whole of it organized around the veins of Aradark or that ran beneath and through it. Scaffolding of pale metal threaded the shafts. Refineries glowed at the citadel's heart, slow and careful, the controlled extraction that the Treaty of Archithes demanded. And moving through all of it, thousands of them, were source lifeforms. Noah read the weight of them as the leaf descended. many at the fourth scale, their existential radiation pressing in dense controlled coils. And not a few at the fifth, the Mesozoic scale, moving among the lesser ones with the unhurried gravity of beings the rest of the citadel organized itself around. The leaf settled, and a small group came to meet them. 3/5 scale existences stood at the front of the welcome, beings of obsidian gravity whose presence pressed even against the ambient hostility of Archithes and made the air around them feel, by contrast, almost still. They inclined their heads to Dame Seraphine with the respect of equals greeting an equal, the specific courtesy of powerful beings who did not extend such courtesy lightly. Seraphine, the foremost of them, said, a tall figure whose existential radiation ran the color of deep water. "Ha, you came yourself. We are glad it's you." Chapter 53-59, Instability I. Then the being's gaze moved past her, to Noah, and to the small girl on his shoulder, and openly considered the both of them with interest. Though I confess, when we sent word to the hallowed domain asking for help with what is happening here, we did not imagine the answer would arrive in the form of a new sword. I literally had to do a double take when you sent that message that you were escorting the potential solution over. The gaze lingered, assessing. And a child. You will forgive our curiosity. Archithes is not where one brings the newly sworn. You will forgive mine in turn if I keep the reasoning to myself for now, Andro, Dame Seraphine said evenly. The order came from above. From the domicile. I assume that answers more than my explanation would. That shifted the attention in the 3/5 scale beings. The foremost one's eyes sharpened, and the courtesy in his bearing deepened into something closer to gravity. From the domicile. He gestured around at the citadel and the drifting region beyond it. You understand why. The domicile of the Queen Regnant counts Archithes among the important holdings of the forces under Her Majesty. Through this place, through the Orenit strata, we produce fourth-scale source lifeforms in numbers, and we elevate beings toward the fifth who would otherwise never reach it. Archithes is a forge. A glorious forge. It makes the strong that the rest of Her Majesty's purposes require. So when the forge begins to crack, the matter rises very quickly to the top. He turned, the obsidian glow sliding across his features. Which is why I will not waste your time with hospitality you did not come for. Why don't we take you to one of the regions showing the greatest instability? You can see for yourselves what we are dealing with. Dame Seraphine nodded once. Lead on, big guy. The 3/5 scale beings turned and moved deeper into the citadel, and the party followed, out of the relative shelter of the structure's heart and back toward the open shafts where the drifting crystal hung in the lethal blue dark. Noah observed and analyzed everything very closely. The environment pressed in again the moment they left the citadel's core, the bound infinity and primordial source grinding at every existence that passed through it, and the swords held their defenses steady as they walked. Richard kept up a low running commentary to no one in particular, his bright eyes cataloging the strata they passed. Botswana walked in grim silence, one hand never far from where his armament rested. Liana gave nothing away, her composed gaze moving across the citadel's workers and the drifting landmasses. Noah walked through it all with Seo Yun riding easy on his shoulder, the killing air of Archithes landing on the two of them like nothing at all, and let his perception spread out across the region ahead. They crossed gigaparsecs worth of distance before ultimately, they arrived where they needed to be. The region showing the most instability was a massive, endless stretching mine. The entrance to the mine waited for them like the open mouth of something that ate. It was a cluster vast enough to measure in light years, a wound carved into a drifting crystalline continent. Jagged crystal teeth of obsidian blue framed the opening, the throat of it descending into a dark that the ambient glow of Archithes did not reach, and the whole thing sat there with the patient hunger of a beast that had already eaten a great many things and was prepared to eat a great many more. Only a scattering of source lifeforms remained near it, a handful of fourth scale beings and two of the fifth, and even they kept a careful distance from the mouth of the mine. Noah understood why the moment he turned his attention to the region itself. It was pulsing. The whole cluster, the mine and the crystal around it and the drifting dark beyond, beat in a slow steady rhythm, in and out, like a heart that had no business being where it was. And the pulse was not idle. He could feel it reaching into the bound authorities of the place and pulling at them, working at the infinity and the primordial source in the strata, loosening something that had been holding them in their unnatural balance. It was the source of the instability. Analysis: an unstable pulse of unknown origin is propagating through this region of Archithes. The pulse acts directly upon the foundational makeup of lifeforms and authorities present, destabilizing both infinity and the primordial source. Its mechanism is not depletion or damage in the ordinary sense. It changes the nature of each authority into something else, a foreign and unstable nature that belongs to neither. Effect on lifeforms: existences exposed to the pulse for long enough undergo a breakdown in their own source makeup. The authorities that compose them are converted toward this foreign nature, and as the conversion spreads, the identity of the existence is altered and then erased, leaving something unrecognizable and unstable in its place. Weaker existences are altered fastest. The deeper into the pulse one travels, the faster the breakdown. Assessment: this is not a natural instability. Something is doing this. Cause unconfirmed. Noah's existence buzzed. This was not the grinding environmental pressure of Archithes, the simple weight that tried to wear an existence down. This was subtler and worse. The pulse reached past his power and toward the thing underneath his power, toward what he was, and it tried to convert that into something foreign, something that was no longer him. Even Xiaoyan frowned at it, her bright untroubled face creasing as she felt the pulse working at the deep structure she saw so clearly in everything, including herself. And Noah, turning his attention inward, found what was defending him. It was not the aura of the source barbarian, not primarily, though the aura helped. It was Osmantian absolute infinity. His infinity, with his identity forged into its foundation rather than dissolved away from it, was the precise thing the pulse could not get a grip on. The pulse worked by converting nature and erasing identity, and Noah had spent his everything making his identity the unbreakable core of his infinity, putting himself first and the boundlessness second, refusing the version of absolute infinity that ate the self. Here, in a place that murdered beings by eating the self, that choice was the wall that kept him whole. Xiaoyan was less protected. Her dual nature was extraordinary, but she was young, and the pulse worked fastest on the young as her identity was not fully fleshed out. So he extended the aura of the source barbarian over her, wrapping the obsidian gold of it around her small frame, and her identity steadied inside the shelter of his own. She smiled at once, the frown gone, and hugged his head. "Thank you," she murmured against his hair, and went back to watching the terrible beautiful mine with her curiosity fully restored. Chapter 5360, Instability 2. The fifth scale being who had been speaking with Dame Seraphine the whole way, the tall figure named Andro, gestured toward the gaping entrance. "This is the maw," he said. "It was our richest mine. We pulled the greatest share of our Aradark ore from the maw for longer than most of the workers here have existed. It produced more strength for Her Majesty's forces than any other shaft in Archithes." His existential radiation, the color of deep water, dimmed slightly as he spoke. And then it began to change. The deeper one goes now, the more unstable existence becomes. The pulse you can feel is faint here at the mouth. It worsens with depth. Past a certain point inward, both infinity and the primordial source come apart entirely, unraveled into that foreign nature, and only fifth-scale beings can hold their own identities together against it. Below that, we do not know, because we stopped sending anyone below it. We had to stop mining the maw. Our richest vein, and we abandoned it, because every attempt to work it now ends with the workers ceasing to be themselves. Dame Seraphine frowned and looked around the drifting region, her gaze moving across the crystal and the dark. "The infinite lifeforms," she said. "Their movements. Have they had anything to do with this? An instability that conveniently weakens the source side of a domain. We thought the same, Andro said. We watched closely. But they have been quiet, for the most part. Quieter than usual, if anything. And none of them have crossed into our borders. Whatever this is, it rose up out of our own ground. Dame Seraphine stood with that for a moment, thinking, her composed features giving little away. Then she turned to Noah. You feel it as well as I do, she said. Are you comfortable going in to take a look? Noah rolled his neck and stretched, easy and unbothered, Xiaoyan swaying gently on his shoulder. Let's go, he said. They entered the maw, joined only by Andro, the other source lifeforms remaining behind at the mouth, and the dark closed over them as they descended. Environment, interior of the maw. Ambient hostility increasing with depth. Environmental pressures and pulse intensity rising. Raging existential winds present, carrying the foreign converted nature, capable of cutting into the existence of any being whose Akashic civilizational intent is of insufficient rarity to ward it. Continue with caution. Inside, the mine was a vast hollow throat of obsidian blue crystal, the carved walls still bearing the marks of long mining, scaffolding of pale metal hanging abandoned in the deeper reaches. And the winds came almost at once, raging existential gusts that carried the converted foreign nature on them, sweeping up through the shaft, the kind of wind that would have flayed the existence off any being whose intent was too weak to turn it aside. It tried to cut into all of them. Woo! 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 Noah withstood it without effort and kept the aura wrapped firm around Xiaoyan, the two of them passing through the flaying wind untouched. The other consideration was the swords, as they were strong enough to withstand all this, and Andro held his own with the unbothered steadiness of a fifth scale being on familiar ground. They delved deeper. The pulse strengthened with every length of descent, the beating of it growing heavier, the foreign nature pressing harder against every existence in the shaft. And then, as they passed through a turning in the great crystal throat, his own existence pulled at him. Not toward danger. Towards want. Towards loot. His senses were tingling. His foundations, steeped now in infinity in the primordial source, recognized something ahead and leaned toward it. He shifted the group's direction, turning them away from the path Andro had been following and toward the pull, and in doing so he steered them into a vibrant storm that would have clouded one's vision. Beyond the storm, set into the crystal wall, a cluster of Aradark shone. It was the banded crystal and metal he had been told about and had not yet seen, dark and layered and luminous, each band holding its thread of infinity beside its thread of primordial source, the two authorities suspended together in defiance of every law that should have annihilated them. It glowed in the dark of the maw with a light that was almost gentle, which felt like a lie given everything he knew it was worth and everything it had cost. Andro looked at the cluster, and then at Noah, with new attention. Someone with a nose like yours should have been brought here a great deal sooner, he said. He drifted closer to the ore, careful not to touch it. Aradark ore can be drawn out using either infinity or the primordial source. You channel the authority into the lattice, match it to the thread of its own kind, and coax the band free. It takes vast reserves to do it, because the ore does not give itself up easily. The half of it that responds to you is terrifying enough on its own. But the other half, the opposite authority, resists. And if you mine it wrong, if you let the two threads come out of balance, the infinity and the primordial source within the ore clash, and they explode. His voice flattened. An explosion from a single improperly mined cluster can wipe out an Einherjar source. Or a weak fourth scale equivalent. Clean off the board, identity and all. He gestured at the shaft around them, at the abandoned scaffolding and the raging wind. And recently, with the pulse worsening, the balance has become impossible to hold. Every attempt to mine, no matter how careful, ends in collapse. In death. That is the other reason we stopped working the maw. It was that the ore itself stopped letting us take it without killing us for the trouble. Noah looked at the cluster of Aradark ore, at the gentle deadly glow of it in the dark, and made a decision. Wait here, he told Xiaoyan, and lifted her gently from his shoulder, setting her in place behind him. I want to look at something. He floated ahead, toward the shining cluster, alone. And Dame Seraphine floated up beside him as he went, not crowding him, but close, her Mesozoic scale presence settling at his flank with the quiet readiness of a being prepared to put herself between him and whatever happened next, should the ore or the pulse or the maw itself decide to be problematic. Noah reached the cluster of Aradark ore and did not channel infinity into it, and he did not channel the primordial source into it, because both of those were the methods that got beings killed. He used the aura of the source barbarian instead. The aura was the one expression he had that held everything at once, infinity and primordial source and the 9 prime causes and the observable and unobservable force, all of it integrated and amplified through the wild anomalous nature of the source barbarian. So rather than matching one thread of the ore and fighting the other, he reached out with the whole of it, the obsidian gold settling over the shining cluster, and met both threads at once. The infinity in the lattice found infinity in his aura. The primordial source in the lattice found primordial source in his aura. Neither thread was left to resist while the other was coaxed, because he was offering both of them a home in the same motion, and the ore, which had killed careful source lifeforms for refusing to come out in balance, came out in perfect balance because balance was the only thing Noah wanted. HUUM. The band of Aradark ore lifted free of the crystal wall, intact, unexploded, drifting into the obsidian gold of his aura without so much as a flicker of the clash that had been wiping out source lifeforms across the recent months. Resource secured, Aradark Oregon. Properties: a crystalline metal in which pure stable infinity and primordial source are bound together in a single lattice. Among the most effective progression materials for 3rd, 4th, and 5th scale beings in existence. Refining with Aradark ore allows a lifeform to smoothly form their Akashic civilizational intent and step into the 4th scale, and has shown the capacity to elevate an intent toward a higher rarity, as well as to ease the path toward the 5th scale. Your aura of the source barbarian is reacting to the Oregon. The aura currently functions as a unified expression of all your capabilities but does not hold a formal Akashic civilizational intent designation, as you exist outside Vakachev's scales. The bound nature of Aradark ore is compatible with the aura's structure. Refining a sufficient quantity of Aradark ore into the aura of the source barbarian may grant the aura an official identity as an Akashic civilizational intent, formalizing what it already does into a recognized record imposed upon existence. Noah turned that over with genuine interest. His aura already behaved like an intent. It had pressed on 4th scale beings and felt heavier than a 3rd rarity intent when he unleashed it, and yet it carried no formal designation, because he was off the scales entirely and the framework had no slot to put him in. The ore offered to give the aura a name and the language existence actually spoke, to turn the thing he had built into a record that reality would formally acknowledge, the way it acknowledged the intents of every 4th and 5th scale being. He put the band of Aradark ore away in his existence, and sent his directions inward to ruination. Analyze it. All of it. Determine whether something like this could be replicated, grown, produced deliberately in the infiniverse. Understood. Beginning full analysis. He was about to turn back to Dame Seraphine, to say something, when the maw changed around them. HUUM. Deep below, far past the depth Sandro had said the source lifeforms no longer went, something triggered. The pulse, which had been beating in its slow heavy rhythm the whole way down, lost the rhythm. It went chaotic, the steady beat breaking into something erratic and rising, and the foreign converted nature that rode on it surged up through the shaft with new violence. The raging existential winds tore harder. The instability climbed, and every being in the depths felt it at once, the whole of the maw shuddering as whatever sat at its bottom stirred. Noah focused on the instability, and the light of his infinite cause began to bloom around him. He reached out with it, the way he had reached into Chernobyl, checking the integrity of the domain at the foundational level, examining the first cause of Archithes and the prime causes built into it. He expected to find what he had found in Chernobyl. Deterioration. Failing causes guttering toward collapse, a domain coming apart at its foundation, the familiar shape of an observable existence beginning to die. He found nothing of the kind. Oh. He found, to his genuine astonishment, that the prime causes of Archithes were vibrant. Not deteriorating. Not guttering. Not failing in any direction he could read. They blazed with strength, every one of them, more vigorous than the causes of a domain in this state had any right to be. Analysis of the first cause of Archithes. The prime causes of this observable existence are not deteriorating. They are, by every standard measure, stronger than ever. However, their identity and standing have been altered by an unfathomable force. They exhibit qualities never before observed in their respective natures. The prime causes themselves have been influenced by an unstable weaving that is transforming what each one stands for, converting their fundamental meaning into something else. The instability of Archithes does not originate from failing causes. It originates from causes that are being changed. The domain is not dying. The domain is becoming something older, other than what it was, at the level of its foundational truths, and the life forms and authorities within it are being dragged along into that same foreign nature. Noah frowned, the infinite cause light churning around him. The foundational truths of the entire observable existence were being altered, converted, transformed into something they had not been, and everything else, the pulse, the unraveling of infinity and primordial source, the erasure of identities, was downstream of that. Something had reached into the bedrock truths that Archithes was built on and begun rewriting them. The winds raged harder, the chaotic pulse climbing, the foreign nature pressing in from every surface of the maw, and Dame Seraphine's composed features tightened as she felt the depths stir toward something none of them could yet see. "Pull back," she said. Chapter 5361, Upheaval. In the next instant, existence cracked. Fissures erupted from the depths of the maw, racing up through the obsidian crystal and the abandoned scaffolding and the lethal dark, and it did not feel like stone breaking. It felt like the fabric underneath the stone breaking, like the idea that held the mind together had developed a flaw and the flaw was spreading. And in the middle of that cracking, Noah felt something grand. He felt the prime cause of Bellum of Archithes move. Move, with purpose, the war truth of an entire observable existence turning like a head turning, and it imposed itself, deliberately, onto Dame Seraphine and the other fifth-scale existence present. The cause of an observable existence does not choose targets, normally. It is a foundational truth, not a creature with intentions. And yet this one chose, and it chose the strongest beings in the mind. Something Noah had done, in Chernobyl. Sir William moved first, and the other swords moved with him. They closed around Noah and Sioyun, Sir William and Botswana and Richard and Liana, placing themselves between the pair in the depths of the maw, a wall of source lifeforms with their armaments drawn, because every one of them knew exactly how prized the man and the child were, and every one of them had been told in their own way that protecting them was the point of being here. It was discipline, fast and total, for Titan rarity swords arranging themselves around the two beings an order from the domicile had sent them to keep alive. Alert, an unknown foreign will has imposed itself upon this location. It is asserting authority not through any visible body but through the Archithes observable existence itself, commanding the domain's prime causes as extensions of its intent. The moment the words bloomed in front of Noah, something erupted from the depths of the maw, and it shook every existence present down to its foundations. It came as a singularity at first, a spinning point in the deep dark from which the unstable pulse had been echoing the whole time, the heart of the conversion, the thing that had been beating like a buried organ beneath the mind. It spun and it pulled, and the foreign nature poured off it in waves. And then, in a moment, the singularity cleared, the spinning resolving into stillness, and at the very center of it, where the dark had been, there was a hand. A hand, cleaved at the wrist. It hung in the deep of the maw, decrepit and gray-blue, the skin drawn tight and dried over what was underneath, the cut at the wrist clean and ancient, a thing that had been severed from whatever it belonged to a very long time ago. By itself it might have looked like a relic. A dead thing. A grim curiosity dredged up from somewhere it should have stayed buried. Then Noah focused on it, and what he saw stopped being grim and became something far worse. The dried muscle of it. The bones beneath the muscle. Every separate piece of that cleaved hand radiated an aura so profound, so dense, so utterly beyond anything he had measured, that each individual part of it, each withered finger, each ancient bone, exceeded Dame Seraphine. Exceeded the other fifth-scale existences. Exceeded every Mesozoic scale being he had encountered since arriving in the Source Lands. It was not a hand carrying a fifth-scale aura. It was a hand whose every separate component was, on its own, more than a fifth-scale being, and the hand was only a hand, only a piece, cleaved at the wrist from something that had once been whole. It was horrid. To the extent he made a move right away. He reached out and put his hand on Xiao Yun. He did not explain. There was no time to explain, and the protective wall of swords could not protect her from a thing whose fingers outweighed Dame Seraphine. So he brought the little girl into his existence and flung her through the infinite cause that all his bodies shared, hurling her across the impossible distance between the maw and another of his bodies, the one waiting in the infiniverse, sending her out of this place and toward the safest location he owned in all of existence. One breath she was on the edge of his perception. The next she was gone, away, somewhere the cleaved hand could not reach her. And before he could do anything else, the hand moved. Boom! Existence declares that all spatial movements are restricted and locked down in this region for anything not given permission. The decrepit fingers tapped out, one after another, and it happened in what looked like slow motion and was not slow at all. The fingers seemed to drift, unhurried, ancient and patient, and yet they moved faster than any of them could track, faster than Noah's perception could follow, even sharpened as it was, the gap between the look of the motion and the speed of it a thing that made his foundations recoil. Dame Seraphine roared. Her body blazed with brilliant light, the Mesozoic scale being gathering herself to do something, to fight or to ward or to put herself between the hand and the new sword. And in the very next instant, she was gone. She and Andro both disappeared, displaced, flung elsewhere by the tapping of those fingers, removed from the maw entirely, not killed, not struck down, simply taken off the board, as though the cleaved hand had looked at the two fifth-scale beings present and decided they were not worth the bother of dealing with directly. It had moved them aside the way a person sweeps crumbs from a table before setting down something that matters. The fingers turned toward Noah, and Sir William, and the other swords. And every one of them felt their existence anchored in place, pinned, held, by a power none of them had ever faced and none of them had a frame to understand. It pressed down on all of them at once, the oppression of a thing that did not need to act to dominate, that simply existed nearby and made existing nearby an unbearable weight. For Noah, it was heaviest of all. He felt the hand's attention settle on him specifically, the bulk of that profound and horrid oppression turning toward him and resting there, singling him out from the four swords arrayed around where he stood. It had swept Dame Seraphine aside as an irrelevance. It had pinned the swords as an afterthought. And it had chosen him, out of everyone in the maw, as the thing worth focusing on. Alarm, information is being received from the surrounding existence. This information does not originate fully from me. The unknown source is radiating its own weavings of information into the environment, weavings that constantly break and transform the infinity and primordial source around them, forcing the surrounding existence to carry the message and act on what it wishes. This is communication enforced as conversion. The surroundings themselves are being made to speak on its behalf. Received transmission, you are being observed by the sealed one. Kneel and let go. Kneel and let go. Kneel and let go. Kneel. Let go. Boom. The information was not information. It hit like a physical force, the weight of a will old enough and vast enough that its mere instruction carried the mass of an impact, and even Noah, who had never once gone to his knees, was smashed backward by it. His body tore through the air of the maw, the oppression slamming into his existence with the words themselves, kneel, let go. Around him, the swords clutched their heads and roared. Sir William. Botswana. Richard. Liana. For Titan rarity swords of existence, beings who had faced apocalyptic gilded forces and never bent, clutching their skulls as the transmission tore through them, and then, one after another, falling. Oh! To their knees. Their bodies forced down by a will that converted resistance into compliance, their eyes wide and filled with incredulity and shock and a horror that none of them had worn before, kneeling in the dark of the maw before a cleaved grey-blue hand, while the surrounding existence screamed its single ancient instruction into all of them. The same instruction. Kneel. Let go. Chapter 5362, Upheaval. 2. Noah hit the crystal wall of the maw, came off it without slowing, and reached for the swords with the only thing he had that might help them as he saw them on their knees. He did not want to lose this body here as he had to work with everyone while they grasped what they came across. The aura of the Source Barbarian erupted out of him, the obsidian gold flooding the dark of the mine, and he stretched it toward the four kneeling figures the way he had wrapped it around Seo Yun against the pulse. If the cleaved hand was forcing them down through the converted infinity and primordial source of their own bodies, then his aura, with his identity forged unbreakable into its foundation, might give them something to hold to. Might wall their existences off from the will pressing them into the ground. It was worth trying. The swords felt it reach them, and they answered. Sir William's titan intent of dignity erupted first, the obsidian phantom of regality unfolding around him even as he knelt, the record of a being who had never once compromised his standards rising in defiance of a will that demanded he abandon them. Botswana's wrath-bound bulwark blazed up beside it, the record of endured violence turned to refusal, a being who had survived everything insisting that he would survive this too. He would survive as he always had. Richard's lucid aegis flared, his understanding fighting to see clearly through the conversion. Lyanna's veiled current turned, trying to slip her existence out of the grip that held it. For third rarity intense, for records of beings who had earned the right to impose themselves on existence, erupting together in the dark of the maw. And the cleaved hand answered them with patience. Transmission received, kneel and let go. Kneel and let go, or the collapse of your peers will be on your hands. You are being given the choice. Be grateful for the courtesy and kneel. The words landed inside Noah's existence with the weight of the thing that spoke them, and they were not a bluff. He answered it anyway. Him? Fucking kneel? No, Noah said, and roared it into the dark. No! He pulled. He reached into the infinite cause, the cause that backed two observable existences, and dragged its full weight up into himself. He reached into his Einherjar source, the bastion-heavy third demarcation with Hamingja running golden through it, and called on the grand luck that bent surrounding existence to favor him. He reached across the undefined gaps to the body that pulled the immensity of the infiniverse on its shoulders, and he drew on that immensity too, the weight of an entire observable existence channeled toward the hand. He gathered everything he was, every authority, every body, every cause, and turned it on the cleaved grey-blue thing hanging in the deep of the maw, because he was not going to kneel, and he was going to pull those four beings out of the ground if it could be done at all. What happened next occurred in the span of a single instant. The decrepit fingers turned toward the swords coldly, and the converted infinity and primordial source that composed the four swords twisted, all at once, turning against the existences they belonged to, the authorities of their own bodies bending toward a will that was not theirs. It was horrifying as they were all, very clearly outmatched. Their records and knowledge felt like a tiny boat while that hand felt like a vast, tumultuous sea. All of them here felt an unfathomably heavy foreboding sensation. All of them felt their sources begin to shiver and tremble. Why would their sources be trembling? Botswana's roar changed in his throat. The great scarred titan who had laughed and called Noah brother fought it, his wrath-bound bulwark surging, his whole record of endured survival thrown against the thing unmaking him from the inside, and for a moment the moment held, the titan straining, Noah's aura wrapped around him, the two of them pushing back against the collapse together. Then the converted authority of his body wrenched around, dragged him to face Noah, made his expression into something to be looked at, and his eyes found the new sword across the dark, wide and disbelieving, the eyes of a being who had always assumed he would die fighting and could not understand why the fight was being taken from him. His existence and his source came apart. Unraveled by a power he, a Triassic-scale existence, could not deny. What had been a titan became a river of crimson-tinged light, flowing across the dark of the maw and into the cleaved hand, which glowed crimson as it drank him down. Noah's aura closed on the space where he had been and found nothing left to hold. Botswana. Richard howled in rage and pain as was already going. The small quick sword who had paced and theorized and enjoyed his own cleverness fought it the only way he knew how, his lucid aegis straining to understand the mechanism even as the mechanism took him, and his bright darting eyes were forced to look at Noah as if a massive invisible hand forced them to. And in them was a terrible final clarity, the clarity of a being who had at last seen the whole shape of the thing and understood, too late, that it was too grand. His face was turned toward Noah as boom! Crack! A pulse tore through him. His existence came apart. He became a river, and the river was drunk, and the hand glowed brighter. Liana's existence buzzed. The woman who gave nothing away even now, her veiled current twisting, trying to slip her existence sideways out of a grip that had no sideways to slip toward. Her Akashic civilizational intent was grand. Her record was heavy. But it seemed like it held nothing compared to the record of that decrepit hand. It failed to stand. And when it failed, her head was forcefully turned as she met Noah's eyes with something that was almost an apology and almost a warning and was gone before he could read which it had been. Her face was shown to him. Her existence came apart. The river flowed. The hand drank. And then there was Sir William. The gentleman knight was the last left kneeling, his titan intent of dignity still burning around him, the obsidian phantom of regality flickering as the converted authority of his own body turned against the existence it composed. Noah threw everything he had left toward him, the full weight of the aura and the infinite cause and the infiniverse, reaching for his sponsor, the being who had vouched for him and given him the path, the one whose collapse he was not going to allow if collapse could be refused. And yet. Oh, and yet. It could not be refused. He felt it. He felt the same thing he had felt with the other three, the absolute insufficiency of everything he was against the thing in the dark. The other three had their faces turned to Noah against their will. Sir William turned his own. He looked at Noah of his own choosing, his composure unbroken even as his existence began to come apart around it, even as the dignity of an entire life burned down toward its final ember, and he held the one thing that no power could take from a being unless the being handed it over. "Persevere," Sir William said. His voice was steady. It had no right to be steady. His existence was unraveling around the word and his voice did not shake. "If you can do nothing else." The phantom of regality dimmed, guttered. "In the face of the impossible, persevere." HUUM. A breath, the last of his composure, spent on purpose. Manners, mocketh, man. Boom. His existence came apart as he Akashic civilizational intent was shredded to oblivion. He became a river of light, dignified even in the shape of his unmaking, and the river flowed across the dark of the maw and into the cleaved hand, and the hand glowed crimson in full and turned, at last, to Noah, alone now over 4 absences where his companions had been. Transmission received, that could have been avoided. Remember that I offered, and you refused, and they paid. Kneel and let go, and the next ones you care for will not have to. Noah stood in the dark, for rivers of the dead glowing crimson inside a cleaved gray-blue hand, and the rage that moved through him was the clean cold rage of a being who had just been taught something he would never forgive. It had killed them to make a point. It thought that would bend him. It had read him wrong. The hand shot toward him. And Noah bellowed, a sound that came up out of everything he was, the roar of a being who had stood before Dame Seraphine's pressure and refused, who had stood in his own father's illusion and refused, and who would stand here, in the dark, over the rivers of the dead, and refuse again? He would always refuse. The aura of the Source Barbarian blazed to its absolute height, obsidian gold flooding the maw until the crystal walls and the abandoned scaffolding and the cleaved hand itself were all lit by the immensity of it, the 9 prime causes burning across its surface, the infinite cause and the Einherjar source and the weight of the infiniverse all pouring through him at once, an emperor's defiance roaring. Roaring! The hand pierced through all of it. It pierced the aura, pierced the light, pierced every authority he had raised against it, the decrepit grey-blue fingers passing through the immensity of the Source Barbarian as though the immensity were a curtain, and it drove toward his chest, toward the center of his existence, toward the place where his identity sat forged into the foundation of his infinity. Seeking to enter him. Chapter 5363, Upheaval. 3. There is a thought people like to comfort themselves with. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object, and existence holds its breath to see which one gives, and the question is supposed to be grand and unanswerable and a little bit beautiful. It is a nice thought. It belongs to beings who have only ever met forces and objects. Because somewhere above the unstoppable and the immovable both, older than the framing of the question, there are things that do not care for the contest at all. Things that were ancient when the first force learned to push and the first object learned to hold. Things that look at the grand unanswerable question the way an adult looks at 2 children arguing over which of them is stronger, and that reach down, without much interest, and pick the argument up, and end it, because the argument was never theirs and the children were never anything but small. The decrepit hand was one of those things. And so it met almost no resistance. The power it held was so far beyond the framing of force and object that the aura of the Source Barbarian, the established expression of everything Noah was simply being pushed aside. Not broken. Not overpowered in any contest that deserved the name. Moved, the way a hand moves a curtain it intends to walk through, the gigaparsec great authority of the Source Barbarian set gently and absolutely out of the way. And at that moment, with the hand passing through everything he had ever built, Noah bellowed in defiance. He looked like an ancient fiend dragged up out of some buried age, his mentality gone cold and callous and clear, the specific clarity of a being who has stopped feeling fear because fear has nothing left to offer him. His entire body, his skin, began to shine with multicolored jade-like brilliance, the infinity and the primordial source surfacing through him until he looked less like a man and more like some ancient treasure unearthed from a place that should have stayed sealed. And behind him, summoned by the crisis of their own volition, the illusory manifestations of ruination and the infiniverse bloomed into being in boundless multicolored infinity, both of them roaring, both of them furious, 2 beings who had never been afraid for him before. Ruination's churning infinity lines surged forward and pressed her hands flat against Noah's back, pouring everything she was into bracing him. The infiniverse drew back an illusory spear of boundless multicolored infinity, and struck, the spear passing straight through Noah's own form to drive at the decrepit hand reaching for his chest, an entire observable existence throwing its weight behind a single thrust to protect the man it answered to. Phuum. The hand showed something that might, on an ancient and decrepit thing, have been surprise. It was not surprise for long. In the next moment, seas appeared behind the cleaved fingers. Boundless primordial source and boundless infinity, vast beyond reckoning, and the 2 of them were not held apart the way every being in the current age held them apart. They were melded together, tightly, in an ancient and seamless manner, fused into a single thing the way nothing in this age could fuse them, and that fused sea pushed. The spear of the infiniverse, the thrust of an entire observable existence, was decimated instantly. The boundless crystalline jade brilliance across Noah's skin was torn away. And the hand drove on, into him, the grey-blue fingers tearing through his Hadean skin and into the musculature beneath it, through the Osmantian infinite musculature and into the bones beneath that, through the 9 prime cause marrow channels and the infinite meridians and the nerves, parting the entire terrifying architecture of his body that had been forged across apocalypses. It pierced all of it. Skin, muscle, bone, the whole foundation that had withstood the weight of 2 observable existences in the undefined gaps, and it arrived in his chest cavity, and there, at last, going through that much, the decrepit hand finally showed a sense of tiredness. It was noticeably weaker now. The passage had cost it something. Tearing through a foundation like Noah's, even for a thing that sat above forces and objects, was not free. But its job was done. It was in. And once inside, surging toward his multicolored heart, it almost hesitated, because it saw how much there was. So many organs. So many systems. The Osmantian organ of existence producing observable and unobservable force, the marrow channels, the meridians, the whole impossible interior of a being who had built himself into something no framework accounted for. For a moment the hand seemed to face the difficulty of choice, spoiled by the sheer abundance of foundation to plunge into, like a thief who breaks into a vault and finds it too full to know what to take first. In the end, it chose decisively. It went for the heart. Weakened, tired, having spent more than it expected on the passage in, and closing on the multicolored heart at the center of everything Noah was, and its transmission rolled out domineering and patient and almost gentle. Transmission received, I will take good care of your body. From the moment you arrived in this place, the pull from you has been intoxicating. I did not think a foundation like this could still exist in these times. I had given up expecting it. And there is so much more you are hiding, I can feel it, layers and layers you have not shown anyone. It is all right. It is over now. Stop fighting. It is over now. HUUM. Inside his own body, Noah roared. And at that moment, boundless seas of Osmantian absolute infinity surged up from the depths of his existence and rushed toward his heart, not to attack the hand, but to wrap. To contain. He poured his identity-forged infinity around his own multicolored heart in compressed layers, wrapping it again and again and again, and he did it with a structure pulled from the deepest weavings he knew, folding the infinity around his heart the way a Kalabaya manifold folds dimension into dimension, layer within layer within layer, infinite restriction packed into finite space, a prison whose walls turned back on themselves endlessly so that the thing inside could never find an edge to push against. He was not trying to kill it. He had understood, somewhere in the cold clarity, that he could not kill it. So he did the only thing left to the desperate and the very clever, the same thing its own jailers had done to whatever it had been cleaved from. He could not destroy it. So he would seal it. An extremely powerful foreign influence has breached all defenses and entered the heart. It continues to impose a terrifying influence, seeking to alter and control your infinity and your primordial source, to convert your foundation toward its own nature and take your body as its own. Direct destruction is not possible. The influence exceeds all measure available to me. Containment in progress. You are wrapping the foreign influence in compressed, self-folding layers of Osmantian absolute infinity, a restriction with no accessible edge, exploiting the manifold structure to deny it any surface to push against. Critical factor: the foreign influence is weakened. The passage through your Osmantian architecture costed more than it anticipated. The strength of your foundation, the bracing of my everything, and the strike of the infiniverse have reduced its power below its full expression. The reduction may be sufficient. The reduction may be just barely sufficient. Continue wrapping. Do not stop. Do not stop. The Osmantian absolute infinity is the last defense and it must hold against something neither of us can fully understand, so you must hold it, you must hold, you must hold, you must hold. Boom. The infinity raged, layer folding over layer, his identity thrown around the foreign thing as the final wall between himself and a fluency that had eaten beings since before the scales. And then, everything went dark. Chapter 5364, Seal. His vision returned in pieces that did not fit and then, all at once, did. And when the pieces fit, Noah found that he was standing on a corpse. He read the surroundings first, before he let himself feel anything about them. He stood inside a vast domain, and the domain swirled. Osmantian absolute infinity moved through it in great slow currents, his own infinity, the identity-forged authority at the core of everything he was, filling the space from one unseen edge to another as he understood that inherently, his own quintessence was directing it. And the space was not empty otherwise. Shattered fragments of observable existence drifted through the currents, broken pieces of wonders that had been whole once. Prime causes hung suspended in the infinity, some of them gray and dead, others still blazing and vibrant, and beneath all of it he could feel the heavy weight of a first cause, present and intact and somehow wrong in a way he had not yet found the word for. This was the inside of his own heart, and yet not. He understood that. This was the prison he had built in the last instant before everything went dark, the folded infinity rendered into a place his awareness could stand inside and walk. And he was standing on a corpse. It was enormous past reckoning. He stood on its torn open chest, and the chest stretched away beneath him like terrain, a landscape of ruined flesh that ran to the limits of what he could see. The corpse bled. Stellar gold blood welled up out of the wounds in slow shining rivers, ran across the body, and dripped away into the swirling infinity far below. And even dead, even torn open, even reduced to the ground under his feet, the thing pressed against him with an oppression he felt down in his foundations, a weight that no fifth scale being he had met came near. Dame Seraphine had been a wall he could not see past. This dead thing was the mountain that wall would have been a pebble against, and it was a corpse, and it still loomed over his existence like a verdict. A dead thing this grand meant that whatever had killed it was grander still. Up ahead, on the very tip of the corpse's nose, an entity stood looking down at him. It wore a blue robe, and it regarded Noah with open arrogance, the lazy contempt of a thing considering something small and briefly interesting. Noah looked back at it, and found, with no surprise, that the entity wore his face. His own face, worn by something that was not him. Aged. Aged past anything a face should hold and somehow still recognizable, the same bones, the same jaw, the same set of the eyes, made archaic, made ancient. It looked down at him from the corpse's nose with his own features arranged into an expression he had never once worn, and in a domain full of unsettling things, that was the most unsettling of all. The Sealed One. This was the name he could inherently feel and knew when he looked at this being. I should have taken over everything by now, the Sealed One said. The voice was his, aged into something else, something with too much patience in it. The hand reached the heart. By every reckoning I have ever known, this body should be mine, and you should be a small leftover thing I keep around for a little while out of curiosity. It tilted its head, studying him. So what did you do, little thing? Noah looked up at the thing wearing his face and declined to look impressed by any of it. He had already lost a great deal today. He could not lose any more. Before that, he said, his voice flat and unhurried. Who are you? The Sealed One smiled with his stolen mouth, and the smile was almost fond. Ah! What a useless question. It crouched down on the corpse's nose, bringing the aged face nearer, resting its arms across its knees with the ease of a thing that had never once in its existence been in a hurry. I will save you the trouble. Even if I told you, you would not be able to hold it. You could not think it without your mind coming apart around the shape of it, and you could not speak it without your existence trying to follow the sound somewhere it cannot survive. So for the sake of your sanity, and I do mean that practically, just know me as the Sealed One. It waved one hand, an idle gesture. Any other name, and you would need, what is the framing you use now? Scales. Those flimsy little things you have all agreed to climb. You would need to stand at the 6th scale of existence just to put my real names in your mouth without dying of the attempt. Boom. The words landed with a weight that the dead domain itself seemed to register, and Noah stood in them calmly, turning them over. The 6th scale. He had only just understood the 5th as the tier where beings became things the 4th could not measure. And now. He let none of it move his face. Then answer something easier, he said. Why would a thing like you want a body at all? You're powerful enough to leave a corpse like this one behind you. You're powerful enough that your name would kill me to say. So why crawl into someone else's existence and wear it? Are you actually so weak that you need to borrow one? The sealed one laughed, delighted by the needle of it. I want a body, little thing, because they took mine. To return, truly return, I need to be housed. I need a foundation deep enough to grow back into, and I need a great deal of it, because there is a great deal of me to restore. Far too much. Far, far too much. Its eyes burned with something underneath the amusement. Which is exactly why I want yours. Your foundation is unique. It would increase the rate of my return more than any vessel. Gaining control is only a matter of time. When these last-ditch defenses you are putting up finally wear thin, and they will, that will be the end of it. That will be that. As it spoke, Noah looked around the domain again, at the endless swirling currents of his own absolute infinity, at the shattered observable existences and the dead and vibrant causes, at the corpse bleeding stellar gold beneath his feet. Chapter 5365, Seal 2. Noah understood exactly where he stood, and he let the cold certainty of it fill his voice. You think you're inside my body, growing into my foundation. You're not. You're merely inside my heart. He took a step toward the corpse's face. My heart beats with infinity, yes. But it beats even more with quintessence, the irreducible essence of every single thing that exists. My identity is bound to my infinity, and bound even tighter to my quintessence. And what is held inside my organ of existence is mine, by the whole nature of what it is. It is for me to take. He held the thing's stolen gaze without blinking. So you, sealed one, are the grandest meal that ever buried itself in a mine. Your power is now held inside an organ whose entire purpose is to make what it holds mine to use. And with every beat of my heart, it will draw on you. A little. And a little more. With every single beat, forever, until you are nothing but a dried-up cleaved hand with no power left in it at all. The sealed one stared at him. And then it laughed, and the laugh was worse than the arrogance, because there was nothing in it but genuine delight. Genuine delight. Try it, it said, rising slowly back to its full height on the corpse's nose. Try it, little thing. The more unique you are, the better. The more problems you make for me, the better. Do you have any idea how long I have been bored? Do you understand the tedium of waking in one small mind after another, each of them folding the instant I touch it, none of them worth the effort of the taking? Its eyes shone. I am intrigued. Truly intrigued. I did not think this recent age had a single thing left in it capable of intriguing me, and here you are. So go on. Drain me, beat by beat. Let us find out which of us runs dry first, the patient thing, or the clever one. Noah closed his eyes after he heard such words. Multicolored quintessence infiniforce burned to life around him, the essence light of every irreducible thing, and it swirled, condensing, deepening, until it resolved into Osmantian absolute infinity, his identity made into pure authority. From him it spread out across the entire domain, across the corpse and the drifting fragments of observable existence and the dead and vibrant causes, and it formed chains. Endless chains of Osmantian absolute infinity, link upon link upon link, weaving through the whole vast space, wrapping the corpse, binding the shattered worlds, threading through the swirling currents themselves, a prison built inside the prison of his heart, the chains turning endlessly through the domain with no beginning and no end and no edge anywhere for the thing inside to set itself against. The sealed one watched the chains spread across its dead kingdom, and laughed harder. Good, it said, and the word was genuine and terrible. Good. Good. Boom. Noah opened his eyes, looked one last time at the thing wearing his aged face, and brought his palm to his own chest in a single defiant strike, sealing the domain, sealing the chains, sealing the laughing ancient thing into the heart that would spend it beat by beat for as long as it took. And he vanished from that place. Noah opened his eyes and came back to the maw, and his body was trembling. He stood in the dark of the mine, where 4 rivers of light had been drunk down not long ago, and for the first time in longer than he cared to count, his existence was not entirely his own to command. His expression was heavy. His legs wanted to fold. He reached out and grabbed the surrounding existence itself for support, fingers closing on the substrate of the place the way a falling man grabs a railing, and he caught himself a breath before his knees met the ground. He did not let them meet the ground. That, at least, he refused. The prompts came while he held himself up. Status: you have momentarily contained the sealed one within your existence. The action draws on the entirety of your Osmantian absolute infinity to maintain. A slight lapse in concentration, a single moment where your identity wavers, and the sealed one may break the constraint and resume what it began. You have come under the influence of something unfathomably old, presumably active before the scales of existence were ever laid. The full nature of it cannot be assessed. What can be assessed are its impositions. The directives of the sealed one have been imposed upon your existence straight face. First directive: you cannot speak of the sealed one nor share any information concerning it, by any means, to anyone. The knowledge is sealed behind the seal. You may acknowledge that something is wrong. You may not say what. Second directive: you must devour and feed your existence a set unit of existential biomass to maintain yourself and to feed the hunger of the sealed one. This hunger is not static. It will grow. What satisfies it today will not satisfy it tomorrow, and the requirement will climb as the contained existence stirs against its chains. Third directive, imposed by the sealed one upon itself and upon you both: if more components of its scattered existence are not found and taken into your existence over time, an irreversible source detonation will occur. The detonation will unravel its identity and yours, completely, across the whole of existence. It has bound its survival to your progress in gathering it. Noah read it with heavy eyes, and did not look away from the weight of it. The sealed one was a monstrous thing, and he was not going to make the mistake of underestimating it by even a hair. A monster from before the scales. A monster he still knew almost nothing about, that he was now forbidden from even describing, that had bound its hunger and its detonation to his own existence so that saving himself meant feeding it and feeding it meant strengthening the thing he was trying to starve. It was, he could admit, a horrendous trap. And yet, his existence steadied as he held himself up, and underneath the weight of the calamity, he began to feel the other things. The things a different being might have been too busy panicking to notice, and that Noah, who had built his entire existence out of turning catastrophe into fuel, noticed at once. He raised his hand. It trembled slightly. And his hand alone felt unfathomably sharp, the way a blade feels sharp before you have done anything with it, a latent edge sitting in his palm that had not been there before. Assessment of secondary effects. The following are consequences of the contained presence that may be classified as positive straightface. The aura of the source barbarian has been influenced by the intent of the sealed one. It has begun transforming into an unranked and unrecognized Akashic civilizational intent. All of your knowledge, your records, your foundations, and every component of your power are beginning to draw together into a true intent of your own. It may not retain this form or this name once fully realized, it is becoming something the framework has no slot for. Resources such as Aradark or will aid and accelerate this transformation. It is now theorized that the mining of Aradark or across the ages gradually loosened whatever sealed the sealed one, which is what permitted the events of today to occur. Your infinity and the primordial source have developed a natural inclination to resonate and combine. They now behave like boundlessly interacting strings and waves within your existence, and each time they collide they produce unknown sparks. These sparks calibrate and elevate your source. The prompts kept coming, layer after layer of them, and Noah felt the ongoing changes moving through his existence even as the information described them, the two processes running together, the calamity and the cataloging of the calamity arriving at once. Your existence and the existence of the sealed one are locked in a contest of supremacy. The contest is being waged at the foundational level, identity against conversion, your nature against its nature. You currently hold the upper hand. The reasons are specific. Your Osmantian absolute infinity, with its identity forged unbreakable into its foundation and its endless boundless nature, paired with your infallible quintessence, the irreducible essence of what you are, is the sole reason you have not already been converted. You held the upper hand because you are more yourself than anything it has ever crawled into. Boundless information and knowledge are being drawn from the contained sealed one, slowly, beat by beat. Its presence within your existence, even contained, even chained, has catalyzed the emergence of the primeval form of old. As your existence draws on the contained power, you will gain the capacity to transform and wield the power of the sealed one itself. Noah's entire body buzzed, and the surrounding existence of the maw shuddered around him in answer, the dark mind trembling at the proximity of whatever he was becoming. He looked down at himself. He moved his suit aside, the obsidian armament parting at his chest, and looked at what had appeared there. His muscular chest carried a tattoo now. A massive, intricate, circular runic design, worked across the skin over his heart, filled with his Osmantian absolute infinity and a great deal more besides, threads of quintessence and primordial source and the 9 prime causes all woven through it. And it was not still. The runic circle was alive, swirling constantly, its lines turning and grinding against one another in a slow ceaseless rotation, and Noah understood without being told what he was looking at. This was the seal. The Kalabaya folding he had thrown around his own heart, the prison of endless chains he had built around the laughing ancient thing, rendered onto his flesh as a living mark, grinding without pause, turning forever, pulling the power of a monster from before the scales out of his heart and into himself a fraction at a time. A wound and an engine, both at once. A thing that would kill him if it stopped and feed him as long as it turned. Final assessment. All of the above is preliminary. The unknowns vastly outnumber the knowns, and information will continue to be extracted from the contained presence over time, at a rate set by your heart. The sealed one is a tremendous adversity. It is the kind of adversity that does not have a middle outcome. It will either break you completely, unraveling your identity across the whole of existence in an irreversible source detonation, or it will transform you into something existence has not seen since before the scales were laid. There is no version of this where you walk away unchanged. There is only the breaking, or the becoming. Noah stood in the dark of the maw, one hand still braced against existence for support, the living seal grinding endlessly over his heart, a monster chained inside him and feeding him as it strained against the chains. He let his suit fall closed over the swirling mark. He had wanted adversity. He did not think it would take on such a terrifying form. Chapter 5366, Infinity and the Primordial Source. There is an old record, copied and recopied across more generations than its copiers could name, and it begins with 2 women who should have been enemies and were not. One was an infinite life form. One was a source life form. By the laws of how things are and have always been, they were born to fight each other, the way the tide is born to oppose the shore, and they would likely have lived their whole long existences proving the laws correct, except that they met for the first time on the same day they each met a primeval one, and a primeval one does not care which of its prey hates the other. The record does not say much about the primeval one. Records never says much about primeval ones. It says only that the thing was foreign, that it was old in a way that made the 2 women feel young despite the ages each of them already carried, and that neither infinity alone nor the primordial source alone was enough to survive it. They survived because they stopped, in the middle of dying, and did the one thing their kinds never did. They fought back to back. The infinite life form held the thing with infinity. The source life form held it with the primordial source. And between the 2 authorities, used it once against a single enemy, they found just enough to live, and the primeval one, which had not expected the prey to cooperate, withdrew rather than spend more of itself than the meal was worth. When it was gone, the 2 women looked at each other, and neither of them could quite remember why they were supposed to want the other dead. So they became allies. And because they were both, beneath everything else, the kind of beings who could not leave a question alone, they became something rarer than allies. They became students of each other. The source life form taught the primordial source, and the primordial tongue that shapes it. The infinite life form taught infinity, and the first tongue that emulated it. And across the years they made discoveries that their kinds had spent eternities too busy fighting to ever make, and the record preserves their words. Your infinity does not destroy me, the source life form said, in the early years, with the wonder of a being reporting something that should not be true. I took it into myself expecting madness. Every infinite life form I ever watched was a being holding back a flood, spending half their strength on not drowning. I waited to drown. I did not. She held up a hand wreathed in a thing her kind was never meant to hold. The primordial source in me resists it. As long as my reserves are deep enough, as long as the source within me is potent, the madness finds nothing to take hold of. The source is a foundation, and a foundation does not go mad. It simply is. An infinity, set upon something that simply is, becomes a tool instead of a tide. And your source does nothing to my mind at all, the infinite life form answered, in her turn. I expected it to weigh on me. To pull at my infinity, to contest it. It does the opposite. The primordial source amplifies what I already am. My infinity reaches further, holds firmer, expresses grander, with the source feeding it from beneath. Infinite life forms may not need amplified egos if they have this. She laughed, the laugh of a being who had found a gift where she expected a burden. This was the first of their great findings. An infinite life form who holds the primordial source is not endangered by it. They are amplified, their infinity made stronger and more stable on the source's foundation. And a source life form who takes up infinity is not driven mad by it, so long as the reserves of their source stay potent, because the source is a foundation and madness has nothing in a foundation to grip. They studied further. They learned that infinity is not a substance but a permission, the authority by which a thing is allowed to be without limit, and that this is why it tends to drown its holder, because a permission with no foundation beneath it permits everything, including the dissolution of the one who holds it. They learned that the primordial source is the opposite, not a permission but a foundation, finite, countable, a bedrock that does not permit but simply is, which is why it grants its holders resistance against the tide, and also why it can be exhausted in a way infinity never can. They learned that a being who holds only infinity is all sky and no ground, and a being who holds only the primordial source is all ground and no sky, and that each had spent their existence calling their own half the whole of things. And they learned the one thing that finally stopped them. They could not fuse the two. They tried. Across years, across decades, across every method either of them could devise, they tried to take infinity and the primordial source and make them into a single thing. They never managed it. In the body of the source life form, the two authorities sat side by side and worked together and never became each other. In the body of the infinite life form, the same. They could be held together. They could be used together. They would not melt together. Always, always, the two remained separate within the existence that held them, two waters in one vessel that refused to become one water no matter how the vessel was shaken. For 1,000 years they studied, and at the end of the 1,000 years, they felt a calling. It is theorized that a calling reached them, that it promised answers, that it spoke to the exact question they had spent 1,000 years failing to answer, how the two authorities might be made one. And they followed it. Of course, they followed it. They had given 1,000 years to the question. What were two such beings, who could not leave a question alone, ever going to do but follow a thing that promised the answer? The calling led them to a vast and empty observable existence, a place of destruction, where seas of raging infinity and the primordial source moved across the ruin in enormous tides. And the tides did not clash. Everywhere else in existence, infinity and the primordial source met and warred. Here they moved together, in beautiful sequence, in perfect control. The two authorities braided through one another with a fluency that the two women had spent 1,000 years failing to achieve for even a moment, and here it filled an entire dead existence, as easy as breathing. And at the center of it, they saw the answer to their question. It was a life form, and it was eating the corpse of a primeval one. Not a primeval one like the thing they had survived 1,000 years before. A larger thing. An older thing. A thing whose corpse alone radiated more than the both of them had become across all their study, and this lifeform was feeding on it, unhurried, its existence burning with infinity and the primordial source fused into a single seamless authority. It looked up from its meal, and it saw them, and it smiled. The record preserves what it said. The record preserves it because the two women preserved it, in the last entry either of them ever made, set down in the moment before, sent out and away from that place by some final instinct so that the study would survive even if they did not. "I'll get to you all in just a second," it said. After that, the two who had studied were never heard of again. No domain recorded their return. No chronicle marks their ending. They simply close, there, on a smile and a sentence, in a dead existence full of fused authority and a thing eating something that should have been unkillable. Preserved record of some of those who studied infinity and the primordial source. Chapter 5367, Identity. Noah went deeper into the maw, and he thought about the dead as he planned his step from here, knowing Dame Seraphine and others would come soon to search. The mind took him down through dark that the abandoned scaffolding no longer reached, past the depths where the source lifeforms had stopped sending workers, and he walked it alone except for Ruination, who moved beside him as her illusory self, a churning weave of infinity lines that suggested a shape without committing to one. He could feel her worry. She did not voice it at first, but it was there in the way her manifestation kept close to him, closer than it usually drifted, the way a person stays near someone they are afraid might fall. He let himself think about Sir William, because he had learned a long time ago that the dead are owed at least that much, the small dignity of being thought about by the ones who watched them go. Botswana, who had called him brother. Richard, who had paced and theorized and enjoyed the sound of his own cleverness right up until the end. Liana, who had given nothing away. And Sir William, who had turned his own face toward Noah by choice when the others had theirs turned by force. Persevere, he had said. In the face of the impossible. And then he had become light and been drunk down by the thing now chained in Noah's heart. Master, Ruination said quietly, beside him. Your identity. Its hold on your infinity. It is even more critical now after what happened. Quintessentially critical, Noah said. More than it has ever been. He kept flying down into the dark. The thing I've imprisoned works by conversion. It eats what you are and wears the leftovers. The only reason it's chained instead of driving this body is that my identity is forged into my infinity too deep for it to get a grip on. So going forward, I need to do many things that cement who I am. Reinforce it. Make it harder, not softer. Every choice that makes me more myself is a brick in the wall between me and that thing. I can't afford to drift. Ruination was quiet a moment, her lines churning as when it came to reinforcing her master's identity, she knew that who he was underneath all that power was critical. So she asked, something mundane. Out of the women you spend time with, she said. Who do you love the most? Noah glanced at her, understanding immediately what she was doing. She was building the wall with him. Every answer that made him more concretely, specifically himself, was mortar. So she was going to ask him to be specific about the parts of himself that were softest, because those were the parts hardest to convert and the parts most truly his. He found the first cluster of Aradark ore as he answered. It sat in the crystal wall, banded in dark and faintly luminous, and he reached out with the aura of the source barbarian and coaxed it free in balance, the way he had done before, drawing it into his existence. People like to say that if you're with more than one woman, you have to love them all equally, he said, working the ore loose. That it's only fair. That anything else is a betrayal of the ones who come up short. He pulled the band into himself. It's a nice idea and it isn't true. It can't be true. The human heart doesn't divide into equal shares on command. Even mine, and mine has been called a great many things. Even my heart has a favorite. He moved to the next cluster. For me, it's Adelaide. The mother of my child holds a place the others don't. I don't love the others less than they deserve. I love her more than I can help. Those are different things, and I've made peace with both." Ruination nodded slowly, taking it in. She was recording him. Cementing him and his identity more and more as she knew, they had never faced an enemy like this. "And of all the concepts," she said, "apart from infinity and quintessence, the two you're built on. What does Master love the most?" She was doing anything she could to anchor his identity. The sealed 1-8 identities, so Ruination was going to make his identity as loud and specific and undeniable as she could, one question at a time, until there was simply too much of him for the thing to swallow. A reminder of oneself was an unfathomable reinforcement. They reached the depths of the mine, and the instabilities there raged. Storms of converted infinity and primordial source churned through the deep dark, the foreign nature howling, the kind of place that would have unmade weak fourth-scale beings. Noah walked into it calmly and withstood all of it, his identity-forged infinity treating the storm as weather. And there, at the heart of the storms, he found it. A massive trove of Aradark Oregon. The richest deposit in all of the Maw, banded crystal metal blazing faintly through the chaos, more of it than he had seen in any single place. He released tendrils of infinity in the primordial source and began to harvest, the two authorities reaching into the lattice and coaxing the ore free band by band, drawing it into his existence in a steady patient stream. "Loot," he said, answering her question as he worked. "Or cheats. Or the protagonist. Those three would fight over the top spot." He pulled another band loose. "I always loved the idea of taking the route nobody else could. The shortcut. The path that lets you obtain the thing everyone else has to bleed for, the back door into what should have been impossible. And the protagonist most of all, maybe. Because isn't it grand, to be the center of attention? The center of the story? When you believe you're the protagonist, you believe you're invincible. You believe the narrative won't let you die, because the story needs you. So I tried to build that ideology around myself. If I could make myself the protagonist of my own existence, maybe existence wouldn't write me off. Maybe, just maybe, I could have a happy ending instead of the ending the apocalypse had picked out for me." He paused, drawing in another band of Oregon. "But man, existence is brutal. It doesn't care who you've decided you are. It writes off protagonists all the time. So I stopped waiting for the story to protect me and started making sure I was the one holding the pen." "HUUM. And if the story still tries to end you anyway?" Ruination asked. "Then I cheat," Noah said simply. "And if I can't cheat, I loot whatever's killing me for parts. And if I can't do that, I persevere. I persevere." He almost smiled. "It all comes back to the same thing. I decide what happens to me. Not the apocalypse. Not Vakachev. Not a corpse from before the scales sitting in my chest. Me." Ruination listened calmly before she continued. "I know Master has no everything of fear, but if you did, what would you be most afraid of?" she asked. Noah was quiet for a moment, working the ore, and then he answered honestly. "If I had any fear, it would be becoming my father," he said. Not the way the illusion meant it. I wouldn't be afraid of being weak, or failing, or dying barren of accomplishments, the things he threw at me. If I were capable of fear, I would be afraid of being the kind of thing that looks at something small and precious and sees a mistake. He had a son and saw a burden. I have a son, and now a little girl who Pinky promised me, and people who hid in my domain because I'm the only wall between them and the dark. If I ever start seeing them as weight instead of as the reason for any of it, then the thing in my chest has already won, whatever my infinity says. Who knows, maybe I need to take back my everything of fear. Maybe fear makes one human, and would be a critical part of identity. Maybe." Ruination said nothing to that. There was nothing to say to it. He harvested until there was nothing left to harvest. All Aradark ore deposits within the maw have been mined. Total units obtained, 4,196. This represents the entire yield of what was once the richest mine in the Arkathe's observable existence, including the deep trove that was abandoned when the instabilities made it inaccessible to ordinary mining. The ore will accelerate the transformation of your aura toward a realized Akashic civilizational intent, and will aid the ongoing fusion of your infinity and the primordial source. Noah sensed all of it, the 4,000 units of Aradark ore stored away inside his existence, banded crystal humming with bound infinity and primordial source, and he sat down where he was, in the depths of the maw, surrounded by the raging storms of converted authority. The abandoned trove emptied around him. Ruination came up behind him, and her illusory manifestation wrapped its arms around him from the back, holding him. It was quiet and intimate as Noah's right hand landed on hers. Dumb. His heart beat loudly as every time it did. He was learning more and more about the horrific monster inside him. He sat in the storm with a monster chained in his chest and the dead on his conscience, and 4,000 units of impossible ore inside him, and his eyes blazed with boundless quintessence, the essence of everything he was burning steady in the dark. He would take it step by step. That was all there ever was. Step by step, beat by beat, choice by choice. He had to persevere. He had to be himself. Chapter 5368, Osmantian. Noah took the first unit of Aradark ore into his hand, and his existence reached out to claim it. Tendrils of infinity and the primordial source uncoiled from him, latching onto the banded crystal the way tentacles latch onto something they intend to keep, and they did not mine it gently this time. They devoured it. The ore came apart in his grip, its bound infinity drawn into his infinity, its bound primordial source drawn into his source, the whole of it pulled down into his existence, into the aura of the source barbarian, into his Einherjar source, into the completed framework of the Genesis scale of existence. He sat in the depths of the maw amid the raging storms of converted authority and began to feed, one unit after another, and as he fed, he spoke. He spoke to himself, and to existence, and to the thing chained in his heart that could hear everything he was and would learn nothing it could use. It was the loudest possible declaration of holding on. My infinity is not the infinity all others hold, he said, drawing a second unit of ore into his tendrils. It is not the tide that drowns the one who reaches for it. I built it on paradox, so it holds two truths at once and breaks under neither. I built it on existence, so it does not need permission from anything to be. I built it on chaos, so it cannot be predicted, cornered, or solved. My infinity is boundless, and it is mine, and those are not intention, because I forged my identity into its foundation before I ever let it grow. Other beings reach for the boundless and lose themselves in it. I made the boundless reach for me. HUUM. The ore turned to ash in his hand and he took up more. My quintessence is the essence of every single thing, the irreducible truth that remains when everything else is stripped away, he continued. And the irreducible truth of me is that I do not yield. Strip away the titles, the bodies, the causes, the scales. Strip away the Genesis monarch and the youngest and the source barbarian and Ozymandias, every name I have worn or stolen. What is left is a man who has survived apocalypse after apocalypse. That is my quintessence. Everything else is built on it. Everything else is decoration on that one refusal. Wah! Rivers of infinity and primordial source surged around him as he worked, the two authorities pouring through his existence, and the civilizations of his Hadean pillar of infinity woke and answered the proclamation each in turn. My first tum orders things, and I have ordered my infinity to keep my name, he said. My tyranny imposes hierarchy, and at the top of my hierarchy sits my identity, above every power I hold, so that no power I hold may ever rule the one who holds it. My destiny and my fate, I write them, I do not receive them, because a being who lets existence assign his ending has already lost the only argument that matters. A third unit, a fourth, devoured down to ash. And my farming. Some can laugh at the idea of farming. But farming is the patient art of making things grow into what you decide they will become. I took a landmass and grew it into an observable existence. I took a dying domain and grew it back to life. I will take this monster in my chest and grow it, beat by beat, into fuel. Everything I am is a thing I cultivated on purpose. Nothing about me was an accident, least of all me. Woo! He devoured the ore faster now, dozens of units, the banded crystal crumbling to ash in a steady stream as his tendrils tore the bound authorities out of each one and fed them into the storm of his existence. And as the primordial source poured into him, unit after unit, more of it than he had ever held, he turned his attention to it, and made his grandest proclamation of all as his mind entered a state of profound epiphany. Behind him, a hazy stellar manifestation of himself but burning with stellar obsidian radiance bloomed, his eyes releasing beams of obsidian light. And the primordial source, he said. The bedrock. The first foundation. The authority they call older than infinity itself, the thing every source lifeform is born holding and every other being kills to reach. His tendrils dragged the source out of another unit of ore. It is finite. It comes in units. It can be mined and hoarded and spent, and that is supposed to be its nature. But I do not take authorities as they come to me. I never have. I took infinity and made it Osmantian. I took absolute infinity and refused the part that dissolves the self. So why would I hold the primordial source the way it was meant to be held, when nothing else I hold is held that way? Boom. Oh. It was all so simple. So fucking simple. HUUM. He gathered all of it then, every sliver and stream of the primordial source within his existence, the budding sliver from the chickens and the flood from the ore and the obsidian threading through his foundations, and he began to brand it. He poured his identity into the primordial source the way he had poured it into his infinity, forcing his name down into the bedrock authority, claiming it not as a borrowed foundation but as his own, remaking finite source into something that carried him at its core the way everything else he held carried him. The source resisted. It was old and it was law and it did not want to be branded. He branded it anyway, because resistance had never once been an argument he accepted. Transformation in progress. You are imposing your identity upon the primordial source within your existence, the way you imposed it upon infinity to forge Osmantian absolute infinity. The source is resisting at the level of its fundamental law. Your identity, your quintessence, and the catalyzing presence of the contained sealed one, whose seamless fusion of the two authorities pulls your own toward union, are overcoming that resistance. Emergence confirmed, Osmantian primordial source. Boom. The primordial source within you now carries your identity as a foundational component. It is no longer the primordial source as it exists for source lifeforms, a finite borrowed bedrock. It is yours, branded, claimed, and it resonates natively with your Osmantian absolute infinity rather than sitting separate from it. Your two authorities are learning to be one, and the one they are becoming carries your name. Osmantian was the key. Osmantian is the key. HUUM. Rivers of Osmantian absolute infinity and Osmantian primordial source surged around Noah, multicolored and obsidian, and where they collided they no longer warred. They produced sparks, bright unknown sparks that calibrated and elevated his source with each collision, the two authorities braiding together through his existence in a way that should have been forbidden and was, within him, becoming natural. He kept devouring the ore in hundreds of units now, then more, the banded crystal crumbling to ash in an endless stream, and with every unit the transformation deepened and his aura strengthened and the thing he was becoming grew clearer. And as the wonder unfolded, the aura of the source barbarian shot up out of him. It rose into an incandescent pillar, obsidian gold threaded with the new branded source, and the pillar cut across existence, up through the depths of the maw and beyond, a column of unified authority blazing in the dark. And it was changing as it rose. The aura that had always behaved like an intent without being one, that had pressed on fourth-scale beings and felt heavier than a titan intent while carrying no formal designation, was finally drawing itself together. All his knowledge, all his records, all his foundations, every civilization and every cause and every authority he had ever claimed, converging, refining, the Aradark ore in the branded source and the catalyzing monster in his heart all driving it toward realization. His aura was becoming a true Akashic civilizational intent. And in the incandescent pillar cutting across existence, Noah sat surrounded by the rivers of his two unified authorities, branding the bedrock of reality with his own name, and felt the intent beginning to take its shape. Chapter 5369, I Dream. Dame Seraphine found the place where her swords had died, and for a long moment she did not move at all. There was nothing to find, which was the thing that undid her composure. A death leaves something behind. A body, an echo, a last expression caught in the air. Her swords had left her none of that. She felt the absence where their sources had been, for foundations she had known across long years simply collapsed, gone so completely that even the grief had nowhere to anchor. Sir William. Botswana. Richard. Liana. The new sword's protectors, the ones she herself had chosen for this party because they were among the best she could have asked for. Unmade. The rage came up slowly, which was worse than if it had come fast. It started somewhere deep and built, and by the time it reached her face it had stopped being heat and become something cold and bubbling and absolutely certain. She turned back toward the maw. Andro fell in beside her without being asked, and the other fifth-scale source lifeforms with him, all of them carrying the same grim understanding. Because the deaths were a catastrophe, yes. But there was a worse catastrophe sitting underneath the first one, and every Mesozoic scale being present had already done the math. Sir William and the others had died. The new sword had not. Osmond was still down there, and Osmond could not die. The order had come from the domicile of the Queen Regnant herself. Whatever he was, whatever he carried, he was the one being in this entire domain that the swords of existence could not afford to lose, and he was alone in the deep of a mind that had just eaten 4 Titan rarity swords. So Seraphine carried her fury, and she went back down. The storms were worse now. The instabilities that had raged at the depths had climbed and spread, the converted foreign nature howling through the upper reaches of the maw where the air had been merely lethal before. She pushed through them, her Mesozoic scale presence parting the conversion storms by main force, Andro and the others holding their own behind her. The mind fought them the whole way down, the foreign nature pressing at their identities, and they pressed back, and they made progress, because fifth scale beings did not unmake easily. And then, partway down, something stopped them. It rose up out of the storm to meet them, and it was not the mine and it was not the buried thing. It was a being. An infinite lifeform, blue-robed, 2 horns rising from his brow, a slow crown of infinity and Avarisha turning above his head, and he looked up at the descending source lifeforms with a cold callous smile and eyes that held an arrogance and an age that did not belong to the face wearing them. Seraphine knew him by the information relayed about all fifth-scale lifeforms stationed in Archithes. Boris. Her composure, already cracked by the deaths, gave way to plain cold contempt. I knew it, she said. I knew the moment Andro told me the instability rose out of our own ground that you infinite lifeforms had your hands in this somewhere. You always do. You can't help yourselves. Some of you aren't even beings anymore. You're mad beasts wearing the shape of beings, and mad beasts need to be put down before they bite. You will be put down. Boom. Boris did not rise to the insult. He received it calmly, almost warmly, the way a man receives a remark he finds quaint, and when he answered her his voice carried the unhurried cadence of someone explaining a thing he found fascinating to someone he had already decided was beneath understanding it. A mad beast, he said, and turned the words over with something like fondness. He spread his hands, the crown of greed turning above him. Infinite lifeforms have been treated as the lesser kind for too long. Beneath the source lifeforms. Beneath your precious banner and your precious people. And why? Because the oh-so-great and esteemed Vakachev laid his scales across all of existence and sorted everyone into their places, and your kind landed comfortably above mine, and you have called that arrangement the natural order ever since." His smile widened, cold and patient. "But I have been learning something, down here in the dark. I have learned that there are things older than Vakachev. Older than the scales he laid. Things that do not care for his sorting at all." The crown spun faster. "So I dream," Boris said softly. "Is that so mad?" "I dream the way the powerful have always dreamed, except I dream bigger than my place was supposed to allow. I dream of infinity covering everything. I dream of infinity reigning supreme, over the source, over the scales, over Vakachev's tidy little order and everyone who ever profited from it." His eyes burned. "There will be no treaty. The treaty was a thing for beings who accepted their place, and I have stopped accepting mine. Archithes is ours. And so much more than Archithes will be ours, before the end." Boom! As the words left him, an apocalyptic sea of blue infinity erupted from his existence, vast and roaring, his Avarisha ego blazing through it, and from the center of it his Akashic civilizational intent unfurled, a fourth rarity intent, an Olympian intent, the kind that reorganized reality around itself as law. It poured out into the maw, and the dying converted air bent toward it, and Dame Seraphine felt the weight of it land on her like a falling observable existence. He alone, a single being, pressed on Dame Seraphine and every fifth scale source lifeform around her with an oppression that made all of them feel suffocated, the air going thick, their own Mesozoic immensity suddenly feeling stifled. He charged. He came at them coldly, without flourish, the way a beast charges when it has stopped pretending to be anything else, the blue sea of infinity surging ahead of him, the Olympian intent reorganizing the space he moved through into a place that obeyed him. One being, against a knighting sword in her gathered fifth scale companions. Chapter 5370, Records and Knowledge I. Dame Seraphine stepped forward to meet Boris, and the rushing pressure of him broke against the first thing out of her mouth. "By the honor of the Queen Regnant," she said, "and the source she has granted me." She did not say it as a battle cry. She said it the way a person says a thing they have said many times, an oath worn smooth by use, the words a hinge that something larger turned upon. And as the last of them left her, she changed. Her figure unmade its ordinary shape and became light. Obsidian stellar light, deep and dark and shining at once, the form of a source lifeform setting aside the body it wore for company and showing instead the thing it actually was underneath. The armor was gone. The graceful woman was gone. What stood in the storm of the maw was a being of pure obsidian radiance, and the dying converted air around her flinched back from it. She reached up into the dark above her, and her fingers closed on a handle that was forming there. A sword. Obsidian, growing as she gripped it, and it did not stop growing at the length of a sword a person carries. It grew past that, until it measured itself in gigaparsecs, a blade vast enough that the mind could not have held it if the mind were the thing it was being drawn in. It was being drawn somewhere larger. It was being drawn in existence itself. "The primordial reclamation," she said. Boom! There are many wondrous beings in existence. Many lifeforms grand enough that the telling of them sounds like exaggeration to those who have never stood near one. Dame Seraphine, in this moment, with the obsidian blade rising at her hand, was one of the beings the others would have called grand. She did not often show it. The administration of oaths did not require it, and she was a being who spent only what a task demanded. This task demanded it. The primordial reclamation did a simple thing, and simple things at the fifth scale are rarely small. It reclaimed a span of existence in the name of the primordial source and the one who wielded the blade, and within the reclaimed span, nothing was permitted to be present that the source and its wielder did not deem acceptable. It did not strike. It did not burn. It decided what was allowed to exist in the space it claimed, and then it made that decision true, and anything the decision excluded was simply denied its place there. Boris was not deemed acceptable. The blue-robed thing wearing an infinite lifeform's face came on with its apocalyptic sea of infinity, its Olympian intent reorganizing the space ahead of it into law, and it ran headlong into a span of existence that had decided it did not belong. His existence was denied. Boom! Across the surrounding gigaparsecs, the reclaimed space refused to hold him, and he was pushed back, his charge breaking, his sea of infinity finding no ground to stand on because the ground itself had stopped recognizing his right to stand on it. He roared. It was a maddened sound, the fury of a thing that had grown used to having its way and had just met a wall that did not care how grand it had become, his seas of blue infinity surging against the denial and finding no purchase in it. Dame Seraphine watched him be pushed back, cold and unhurried in her dazzling obsidian state, the gigaparsec blade held steady. She had bought herself a moment. She had bought the descent a moment. She did not waste it admiring her own work. She looked to the far distance instead, deeper into the maw, deeper than the storms, and she sensed something there. The blazing rise of an intent. An Akashic civilizational intent, just forming, just beginning to draw itself together out of whatever existence had birthed it, and the moment her perception touched it she went still inside her radiance. Because she knew intents. She had felt thousands of them across her long existence, had administered the oaths of the swords who carried them, had stood near Titan rarity and Olympian rarity intents and weighed them with a practiced eye. She knew what they felt like. This one felt purer than any of them. It was forming, unfinished, not yet ranked or named or settled into whatever it would become, and already it felt purer than her own intent. Her own, which she had carried across ages, which sat at a rarity most beings never glimpsed. A thing only beginning to exist already felt cleaner at its core than a thing she had spent an age refining. Why? Why would a forming intent feel purer than hers? HUUM. Dame Seraphine's obsidian figure pulsed. "Let's go," she said. And she turned from the denied and roaring Boris, and headed toward the blindingly pulsing intent in the deep. At that moment, Noah's eyes were closed, and the scenes of his other bodies were playing through his mind. He kept many of himself, scattered across many places, and he could attend to all of them at once when he chose to, the way a person attends to many thoughts in a single quiet moment. So while one body sat in the depths of the maw refining Aradark or in forging an intent, others lived, and he let himself watch them live. One body lay on a beach. The realm was an endless blue sea meeting a shore of white gold sand, and the light over it was soft, and he lay back on that sand with his eyes closed and his head resting on Rhea's thighs. Her petite figure and her short blue hair glistened with blue manna, and she cradled his head in her lap, and she leaned down now and then to give him light kisses, and she spoke to him tenderly while she did. "Your manna is everything," she said against his hair. "Whatever it turns into in the future, however grand it gets, even if you stop calling it manna and start calling it infinity. Your manna is you. It was the first thing. It pulled me to you, and I followed it here." Her thumb traced his temple. "And now I dream of manna covering everything. Everything there is. Though I'll admit, I was wrong once before. I looked at the manna around you and thought I saw it dwindling, and I was wrong about that, badly wrong, so who knows? Maybe I'm wrong again now." She smiled, soft. "But your manna. That will be your ultimate answer to everything. Everything." Chapter 5371, Records and Knowledge 2. Rhea leaned down further, and took his lips, and held there with a sense of profound serenity. Another body stood in another domain. He held Sioyun's hand, and the little girl had a worried look on her face, staring up at him, because she had felt the horrific aura he had pulled her away from. She had felt the cleaved hand from the safe distance he had flung her to, and she had not understood it, only that it was terrible, and that her Mr. Noah had been standing in front of it when he sent her away. "I'm okay," he told her, crouching to her level. "I promise. Don't worry about me. I'm strong, remember? Stronger than that. It didn't get me." He let her see his face, see that it was whole and calm. "But right now, I want you to meet a few people. Is that all right?" Seo-yeon nodded, the worry not gone but set aside, and he led her into a domain filled with plots of infinite sacred herbs. It was a working place, a quiet one. Henry was there, blue gold hair catching the light, tending a row of herbs with the unhurried focus of someone who had found the work suited him. Amelia worked nearby, Noah's mother, the origin of his infinite cause, her power risen tremendously since the emergence and her hands still in the soil all the same. Adelaide was there, and Barbados beside her, the two of them at the mundane patient labor of farming, the kind of labor that grounds beings who have seen too much. And Skoll lay in the sun between the plots until he caught Noah's scent and came bounding over, barking, his whole body wagging, and the noise made everyone look up. Noah patted Skoll, and everyone gazed at Seo-yeon in shock. Barbados found her voice first. She pointed a finger at Noah, her face filling with playful anger, and started to speak. "You," she said. "You. You absolute. You." Before she could finish accusing him of fathering a child none of them had heard about, Noah looked at all of them and headed it off. "I want to introduce you to Seo-yeon," he said. She was bearing the pain of an entire observable existence by herself, holding its endings back so the people inside it wouldn't die, for longer than I can comfortably think about. I freed her, and I brought her here. He looked down at the girl. "Seo-yeon, why don't you go meet Grandma Amelia and the others? You can show off if you like them. Give them a blessing or two." Seo-yeon blinked, looking from face to face, shy in a way she had not been shy around relictus or Mesozoic scale beings, because none of those had been a family looking at her with soft eyes. And then Amelia moved. She took a single step and appeared in front of Seo-yeon, instantly, and she pulled the little girl into a tight embrace. Her eyes came up to Noah over the top of the child's head, full of concern, full of a question she needed answered before she would let herself believe it. "Are you exaggerating," she asked him, "when you say she bore the pain of an entire observable existence?" Noah shook his head. "No exaggeration. Not a word of it." Amelia's face filled with motherly concern, and she pulled Seo-yeon tighter, and she lowered her voice for the child alone. "It's all right now," she said. "You're in a good place. There's no more holding anything back here, you hear me? You're done with all that. You're home." Boom! Seo-yeon's small figure trembled in Amelia's arms. And from her big eyes, the tears came, freely, the way they had not come even when Noah freed her, because being freed and being held are different things. She wept into the embrace of a grandmother she had met a moment ago, surrounded by herbs and soft light and a dog that had come over to lean against her legs, and the others gathered close around the two of them without a word. Noah watched it, and closed his eyes, and took all of it in. This was his record. Not the battles. Not the scales. Not the powers or the titles or the monster chained in his chest. This. A beach and a woman who had believed in his manna before there was anything to believe in. A child weeping in his mother's arms because she was finally allowed to. Henry in the soil, Adelaide and Barbados at their patient work, Skoll in the sun. Many bodies of him, doing many things, all at once, and behind them years of other things, stretching back to a dying apartment and forward to wherever this went. All of it contributed to the intent forming in the deep of the maw. Every choice, every person, every quiet moment he had fought to keep. An Akashic civilizational intent is a being's whole record in knowledge compressed into force, and this was his record, the full strange enormous span of it, pouring itself into the thing taking shape over his heart. His intent was his own. He opened his eyes in the dark of the mine, and the thought settled in him with the weight of something quintessential. His record was his. So his intent was his. Did a thing like that have to carry any ranking that others had decided on? He found he did not care what they would call it. Olympian, the fourth rarity that reorganized reality into law. Primordial, the fifth, the near mythical one that no chronicle could properly describe. The names belonged to a framework that had never accounted for him, and he had stopped, a long time ago, letting frameworks tell him what he was. The intent forming over his heart was his record made into force, and his record was his, so the intent was his, and whatever ranking some distant authority assigned to it afterward would be a label stuck onto a thing that had already decided what it was without asking permission. That was where his thinking was when the voice rose out of his heart. You are truly a unique vessel. It was calm, and it was arrogant, and it came from the chain thing behind the swirling rune over his heart, and Noah had known since a while that it could speak whenever it chose. Sealing it deeply had bought him control of its power, not its silence. A cornered thing with nothing to do but wait will always still have its mouth. I do not think I could have gotten luckier in all of existence. Truly. I have crawled into more vessels than you have years, and they were all the same vessel underneath, the same small mind folding the same way as none survived, and then there is you. A pause, almost pleased. And now I get to watch you form your intent. Your one doorway of record and knowledge. And look how you do it. Not the way the rest of them do it, shuffling along the roadmap that flimsy creature drew for them. You build your own. I had begun to think this age made nothing but cattle. You are not cattle. Noah remained calm and let it talk. Around him, the storms of converted authority kept raging, and his existence kept drawing itself together, every civilization in cause and record collating toward the singular intent, and the voice in his heart did not slow any of it. So he let it run. Do you even know what an intent is? The sealed one asked, conversational? I mean truly, not the definition your swords would give you. Intents existed long before that creature Vakachev got around to calling them Akashic civilizational intents and filing them under his neat little system. He did not invent them. He inventoried them. There is a difference, and it is the whole difference. Wah! Chapter 5372, Records and Knowledge. 3. The voice warmed to itself, the way it had on the corpse. What Vakachev did, what made him so very useful to everyone who came after, was build a streamlined path. A staircase. He looked at the wild trackless climb that beings had always made toward power, and he laid steps on it, and he labeled the steps, and he told everyone the order to take them in. Your civilizational anchor here. Your civilizational forge there. Your existential radiation next, your Akashic civilizational intent after that, all of it sequenced, all of it scaled. And do you understand what that means, little vessel? It means that every time one of you sets a civilizational anchor, you are following his musings. Every time you forge anything, refine anything, climb anything, you are walking a road someone else surveyed, thinking thoughts someone else thought first and left lying around for you to find. You climb, and he profits, because the road is his and you are all just traffic on it. There is a comfort in that, I will grant it. A road in the dark is a mercy. You always know the next step. But a weight came into the voice. To refuse the road. To climb in the dark with no steps laid and no labels and no one ahead of you to blame. That is a different thing entirely. If you stumble there, the catastrophe is entirely yours. No framework catches you. No scale holds you up. You fail alone and completely, in a way the roadwalkers will never even risk. The voice was almost tender now, almost proud. And that is the only path that has ever led to true power. The road leads to where the road leads. Off the road is where the grand things are. So to have a vessel that climbs off the road, a vessel I will eventually wear, I am genuinely happy. I will gladly steer you toward grandness. Consider it an investment in my future home. Boom! The words landed heavy, and underneath them sat the surety, the flat certainty that it would, in the end, take him. It spoke of his grandness the way a man speaks of improvements to a house he has already decided to buy. Noah answered it without heat. You're very confident you'll take over my existence, he said. I'll give you that. But understand something. However much confidence you've got that you'll wear me one day, I've got more that I'll keep you sealed and spend you down to nothing. You're not a guest in my heart. You're inventory. And I always liquidate my inventory eventually. He felt it smile inside him. And because it was sealed and caged, and a talkative monster with nowhere else to be, Noah decided to use it the way he used everything. But since you're in there, and since you clearly enjoy the sound of your own voice, he said, you can tell me a story. You went on about intents. So what's yours? What's the intent of a thing from before the scales? Ah. The voice was delighted to be asked. My intent. My record, the knowledge folded into it, the thing my whole existence compressed down into force, it savored the question. Records of devouring entire observable existences, vessel. Not beings within them. The domains themselves, foundation and first cause and all, taken into me and gone. Records of eating infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms by the countless, until the counting stopped meaning anything. Records of a path that made existence itself tremble when I walked it, that emptied rooms before I entered them. Records of a thing that came before the scales for the simple reason that it needed no scales, no road, no steps laid by anyone, because it was already where the road was trying to go. The pride in it was vast and cold. The record of a true life form. A life form that required no guidelines because it was the thing the guidelines were drawn to approximate. And much like my name, Little Vessel, a small mind would shatter trying to hold the true identity of my intent. So I will not give it to you. Out of courtesy. I would prefer my future home intact. But I will give you one piece of advice, freely, because we are going to be together a long while and I find I like you. The voice gentled into something almost instructive. You are on the right path with infinity and the primordial source. The fusion you are reaching for is real and rare, and it is most of why I find you delicious. But do not build your intent on them. Not on infinity. Not on the primordial source. Those are powers. Powers are things you hold, and a thing built on what you hold can be made to let go. A beat. Build it on you. On your identity. The one thing that cannot be taken without taking everything, the one thing that is not a power but the holder of powers. That is what I did. That is what every true life form did. After all, it is your intent. It should be no one and nothing but you. Boom. It kept talking big, and it kept, even in the talking, letting slip grand weavings of existence that Noah filed away as fast as it spilled them, because a monster that could not help showing off was a monster that taught you things it did not mean to. And the advice was sound. Noah had already branded his primordial source as Osmantian, already bound his identity through everything he held, and the thing in his heart was telling him to take that one step further, to make his very intent nothing but himself, and it was correct, and he could feel his weavings beginning to turn that way as he considered it, the forming intent leaning toward identity as its core. The words of the sealed one were good. And boom! In the next instant, Noah's expression went cold. His chest cavity nearly caved inward. His heart, the heart that beat with infinity and quintessence and held a monster chain behind a swirling rune, buzzed chaotically, the rhythm breaking, the rune stuttering, and then it ruptured. Vibrant stellar blood, thick with infinity, spilled out of him into the dark of the maw, and the pain of it tore through his whole frame as the organ at the center of everything he was came apart around the thing it caged. Phuum! His infinity roared. He poured it into the wound, into the rupture, steadying himself by force, his identity flooding the heart and dragging it back toward whole even as the blood ran. And the sealed one laughed. Forgive me, it was cruel and it was delighted and it was entirely unrepentant. I was only testing the limits of the cage you built. It is a good cage. A very good cage, for a thing your age made in a single panicked instant. But you should know what it can and cannot do, and so should I. And what I have just learned is that I can do that. The laughter rolled through his ruptured heart. Anytime I like. A flex of will, and your heart comes apart. Imagine it, vessel. The middle of an advancement. The peak of some hard-won epiphany. The single most critical instant of some battle you cannot afford to lose. And there I will be, in your chest, ready to make things unfathomably difficult for you, at the exact moment difficulty would cost you the most. The blood slowed. The rune over his heart resumed its grinding turn. Noah stood in the dark, cold-faced, holding himself whole. "We are going to have such a good time, you and I," the sealed one said, warm and terrible. "Such a good time, Osmont." Boom. Chapter 5373, Records and Knowledge. 4. Noah healed himself in the dark, and while he did, he fortified the prison. The heart came back together under the flood of his infinity, the ruptured organ knitting around the swirling rune, and he did not stop at whole. He poured more of himself into the cage, thickening the folded chains, deepening the layers, taking the lesson the sealed one had handed him in blood and using it the way he used everything. The thing could break his heart on a whim. So he built the cage to hold even through a broken heart, made the seal a thing that did not depend on the organ staying intact, anchored it instead to his identity, which was the one part of him nothing could rupture. If it wanted to make his heart its weapon, he would make sure the weapon cut nothing loose when it fired. And as he worked, the records surfaced. The knowledge he had been drawing out of the chain thing beat by beat, the slow theft running underneath everything, brought up something usable. Recovered records, drawn from the contained presence. Subject, intense and true life forms. Before Vakachev laid the scales of existence, there was no road. Beings who climbed toward power climbed without steps laid for them, surveying their own way as they went, and those who walked their own path rather than a given one were designated true life forms. The older word for them, recovered intact, is atomos life forms. The two terms mean the same thing, a being whose existence is its own, answerable to no framework it did not author. Even before the scales, the intents of these beings could be ranked. Ranking is not Vakachev's invention, it is a measure that existed wherever intents existed. But here is the crucial difference, and it is the difference that defines what you are reaching for. For a true life form, the ranking was never locked. It was never fixed. A true life form could elevate their own intent to a higher ranking through their own becoming, raising it by the growth of their record alone. This is the clear limitation of Vakachev's scales. Under the scales, a being's intent is set at the rarity they form it at, Naiad or Nereid or Titan or Olympian or Primordial, and it stays there. It does not rise on its own. To lift it, a being needs an external means, a treasure, a resource like Aradark or some intervention from outside the path. The road gives you a fixed place and keeps you there. The trackless climb of a true lifeform gives you a place that grows as you do. 3 rankings of true lifeform intent have been recovered. The egoic intent, the Ananke intent, the autarkes intent. The first is described in full. The other 2 remain encoded. First ranking, the egoic intent recovered description, it needs only a single description, I am. It is similar in scope to what the scales would call a primordial intent, the 5th and near mythical rarity, foundational, with existence reorganizing around it. But it is grander than that, and it differs in its nature. Where a primordial intent imposes a record upon existence, the first ranking of a true lifeform's intent is built not on any power or any deed but on the being's own identity, their own existence as the foundational truth. It does not impose what the being has done. It imposes what the being is. And because identity, unlike any power, cannot be taken without taking everything, an intent built on it cannot be contested, only destroyed alongside its holder. Noah gazed at the prompts hanging in the dark before him, and understood that they had just described the exact thing forming over his heart. His identity at the forefront. You call these prompts? The sealed one again, musing, cruel and curious from behind the rune. Words appearing before you, neat and ordered. That is not your own mind talking, your mind is busier than that. So these are coming from somewhere. From someone. Your little helper, is it? The voice that braced you when I came in. Ruination? The name was turned over with interest. I would like to get to know her too, in time. Intimately. We are going to be such close company, all of us. Which part of your existence does she live in, I wonder? Where exactly is she capped? If I just reached, a little, toward. Shut the fuck up. Boom. Ruination's voice cut through, cold, flat, and absolute, with none of her usual measured calm. The sealed one laughed, delighted to have gotten a reaction, the laughter rolling warm and pleased through Noah's chest. But it said nothing more about her. It had probed, and been answered, and it had let the probe drop. Even a monster from before the scales, caged, was still reading the room. Apologies, Master Ruination said, her composure returning, the cold still under it. Your intent is surging past the rankings the scales recognize. It is not settling at Olympian. It is not settling at Primordial. It is climbing toward what the records just named, toward what a life form sitting outside the scales could build. Toward the first ranking, egoic. Noah felt it as she described it. He felt his intent drawing together over his healed heart, and he felt what sat at the forefront of it, the thing it was building itself around. Not his infinity. Not his primordial source. Not the 9 prime causes or the 2 observable existences or any single power he held. His identity. His personality, his refusals, his record, the whole strange enormous span of who he had decided to be, sitting at the center of the intent as its foundation, every power he held arranging itself around that core rather than the other way around. His intent was becoming him. Not what he could do. Him. Him. And just as he felt it culminate toward that, he sensed them arrive. Noah raised his head. Dame Seraphine descended into the depths of the maw, no longer the dazzling obsidian radiance from the fight above but her armored self again, Andro and the other 5th scale source lifeforms behind her. She came down through the last of the storms and found him sitting in the abandoned trove, blood-stained, the intent blazing into shape around him. A flash of guilt passed through his eyes as he looked at her. He held it there only a moment, and let it go, and met her gaze calmly. She gazed at him, and at the intent forming around him, and something moved across her composed features at the sight of it. Then she set it aside, and came over to him gently, and crouched, and asked the question she had come down through a dying mind to ask. You may be at a critical point of your advancement, she said. I can see that much. But I need to know. What happened to William? To Botswana, Richard, Liana? Her voice stayed level by effort. Where is the foreign influence that did this? And how? How did you survive it, when 4 Titan rarity swords did not? She asked, and Noah could not answer her. Not truly. The directives of the sealed one sat in his existence like a hand over his mouth, and the first directive was absolute. He could not speak of it, could not name it, could not share a single piece of what it was, to anyone, by any means. But he had never needed the whole truth to tell a true thing. He had spent his existence weaving truths into the shapes he needed. He could do it here. There was something in the deep, he said, and every word of it was true. Older than anything I've stood against. It came up out of the bottom of the mine, and it was beyond me, beyond all of us. It killed them, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. He held her eyes. It nearly killed me too. I survived because of what I am, as since then, that thing has gone somewhere. A pause. But I'm sorry. I wish I had been strong enough to stand between it and them. I wasn't, not yet, and they paid for the gap. Dame Seraphine grew silent. She held the silence a long moment, looking at him, weighing the truth in what he had said. Whatever she concluded, she kept it. She nodded, once. We have to go, she said. This place is finished, and worse is waking in it. Can you move? Before Noah could answer her, the voice came again, warm and cruel behind his heart. "Oh, I like this one," the sealed one murmured, considering Dame Seraphine with an appetite. "Look at her. Mesozoic, and something more than Mesozoic underneath it. Do you feel how special she is?" "I do. I can taste it from in here." The relish in it deepened. "She rejected a vessel of mine not long ago. And here she is, the genuine article, crouched right in front of you, close enough to touch." A slow, hungry pause came. "It would be so very nice to devour her, Osmont. How would her flesh and intent taste, I wonder? What plots can I devise to harm her and all others around you? Ah, I could make you and all existences around you so miserable. Death and death. Collapsed after collapse. Will your identity still be quintessential even then?" Chapter 5374, Plans and Wonders. The Source Lands. The Oram Bhakshara sat at the edge of the strand of broken scales, where the lawless wild of the Source Lands pressed up against the borders the Gilded Ones had clawed out for themselves. It had been raised from the felled trunks of lotus vara trees and the bones of source beasts and a great deal of stubborn engineering, ringed by walls that pulsed with the amplified egos of Superbius and Avaritia, the pride and the greed of a house that had decided this dangerous place would belong to it whether the place agreed or not. Within its highest hall, beneath a ceiling lost in shadow, a long table of dark source beast bone stretched the length of the room, and around it sat the elder Gilded Ones who governed the incursion. They were old, all of them, in the way that elder meant. Old enough to have climbed past the impatience of younger Gilded Ones and into the slow patient cruelty that came after. They sat in their places with the unhurried authority of beings who had governed for longer than most existences lasted, and they discussed the work. "Our advancement holds and continues rather nicely and slowly as we decided, even though we will likely be discovered soon," said one, a broad figure whose superbious pride hung off him like a second robe. "The strand is being tamed, slowly, the way everything is tamed. With patience and with corpses." "And the sight of infinite lifeforms?" asked another, leaner, her eyes carrying the flat green light of Nvidia. "Even we follow orders as we were told to integrate ourselves in their folds the most." A third elder answered. "The other groups have shared that we have made contact with elements among the infinite lifeforms. There is a faction inside them, larger than we hoped, that has grown tired of sitting beneath the source lifeforms and is more easily influenced. We just need to focus on them and many more will follow. Step by step. A war between infinite lifeforms and source lifeforms," the Nvidia elder said, and smiled, "fought while the Gilded Ones quietly carry off the spoils of both." "Ah. Wah-ah. All of these are simply plans that have not yet met their flaw," said the broad one. "Do not relax into it." They went on like that, around the bone table, weighing incursions piece by piece. They were good at this. They had been doing it across ages as they rose between two prominent lifeforms. And at the head of the table sat one elder who said little, and listened to all of it, and contributed only when contribution was useful, and the others deferred to that one without quite being able to say why. It was the one who had given them the most. It had been this elder, after all, whose findings had opened the door to the source lands in the first place. The others did not fully understand how. They knew only that this member of their house had a gift for unearthing things that should not have been findable, old weavings and buried knowledge and the seams in existence that the careful and the patient could pry open. "You have been quiet, old friend," said the broad Superbius elder at last, turning toward the head of the table with the respect the others all carried for that seat. "You usually are, until you are not. So I will ask plainly. Do you have more findings or information? Anything new from wherever it is you go to find these things?" A pause, almost reverent. "It was your work that gave us the Advent wall. Without it we would still be standing outside the source lands with our faces pressed to the glass. So I cannot help wondering. After a wonder like that, are there more wonders coming? Is there more you have found?" The quiet elder at the head of the table lifted its gaze, and considered the question, and answered in a voice that was calm and sure. "I am making more progress all the time," it said. "More and more. Soon, I will have something worth bringing to this table again." It let its gaze move across the gathered elders, across the house it sat at the head of. "Do not worry. I will ensure our people prosper. I will ensure we exceed every infinite life form and every source life form in existence, all of them, every one. You have my word on it. I have never broken my word to our houses yet." The elders received this with satisfaction, and nodded, and returned to their discussion, reassured by the steady certainty of the one who had never once steered them wrong. They did not know. They could not have known, because the thing wearing the elder's face had been wearing it so well, for so long, that the face had become entirely convincing. They did not know that their oldest and most useful member had stopped being their member years ago. They did not know that the findings it brought them, the engineering, the buried knowledge, the advent wall, the seams in existence pried open, were not the gifts of a gifted gilded one but the slow patient excavation of a thing digging toward its own scattered pieces, using houses of ancient cruel beings as its hands. They did not know that every wonder it had ever given them was a step in a plan. They did not know they were sitting at a table with one of the cleaved fragments of the sealed one, housed in a vessel grand enough to pass, patient enough to wait, and far enough along now that it could feel the rest of itself stirring across existence. And inside that vessel, behind the calm certain face and the steady reassuring words, the sealed one laughed. It laughed at the elders who thought it served them, or even the primeval ones it currently had to be careful of. It laughed at the breaches and the wars it was nudging into being between infinite and source life forms. It laughed at how neatly the long plan had run, every piece moving toward the moment the pieces found each other again. And then it thought of Osmont, and the laughter changed. It thought of the vessel in the deep of the maw. The one that had not folded. The heart that had caged a piece of it instead of yielding, the identity it could not get a grip on, the foundation finer than anything this small recent age had any business producing. It thought of the chains of Osmontian absolute infinity wrapped endlessly around a fragment of itself, and the rune grinding patiently to spin that fragment down, and the forming intent built on nothing but a stubborn man's refusal to be anything other than himself. The plan had been so neat. Year after year, so very neat. And now there was Osmont in it. How gloriously, the sealed one wondered, settling back into the elder's calm and certain face while the houses discussed their little incursions around the bone table. Would the plans change from here? How could he mess with his prized vessel with all the many cards he had to deploy? Chapter 5375, Quasi. I. There is a story the infinite lifeforms tell about a student who knew everything and could do nothing. He was, by every account, the most learned being of his generation. He had read the records of his elders and the records of their elders and the records that predated records, until there was no question one could put to him that he could not answer at once and completely. Ask him the depth of an ocean of an entire observable existence and he gave you the number. Ask him the nature of a cause and he gave you its history back to its first stirring. He held more knowledge than any being alive, and he was very proud of it, and his elders were proud of him too, for a while. Then an existential flood came to his observable existence. He stood at the edge of the rising water and he knew everything about it. He knew the volume of it and the rate of it and the precise moment it would reach the domains below. He knew which structures would hold and which would fail. He knew the names of all who would drown. He recited these things, perfectly, while the water rose, and the people around him begged him to do something, and he could not, because knowing the hour a person will drown is not the same as pulling them from the water, and he had spent his whole existence on the first thing and none of it on the second. The domains drowned on the schedule he had calculated. He had been right about all of it. It saved no one. When his eldest came to him afterward, the student wept, and asked what good all his knowledge had been. Information is everything. This is true. Existence runs on it, there is no power that is not, underneath, a thing known and applied. But the knowing is only half of it, and it is the lesser half. A being who holds all the information in existence and does not know how to apply it is a being who will recite the depth of the water perfectly while it closes over his head. The flood does not care what you know. It cares only what you do with it. Hold knowledge, the elders teach. But hold it the way you hold a blade, by the handle, ready to use. Never the way you hold a treasure, behind glass, admired and useless. The student who knew everything is remembered. But he is remembered as a warning, not a master. And the masters who came after him are remembered for one thing only, not for what they knew, but for the single right moment in which they finally knew how to use it. From the Parables of the Infinite Lifeforms, Teller unrecorded. In the lower observable existence of the brain world, within Helheim, the paradox went on. It had been going on since the Aestia ordinances fell, the impact of two paradoxes pressing against each other without end, teacher and student locked in a thing that looked like combat and was something stranger. The primordial paradox, the master, a vast humanoid titan standing in the ruin. The living paradox, the student, Erwin, a great circular mass of obsidian tentacles wriggling and folding against the titan's hold. The teacher had help. Noah's infinity ran through the primordial paradox, threaded into his existence, and where the infinity ran, the Aestia dredge infection found no foothold. The conversion that had swept the lower realm, that had turned trillions into mindless will-less dredges, could not take the master, because the master carried a piece of a being whose identity could not be converted. So the primordial paradox stood whole, and he had taken on the only role the situation left him. He held his student back. Because the infection had found a foothold in Erwin. It had taken root in the living paradox where it could not take root in the master, and so the teacher held the student, contained him, kept the writhing obsidian mass from doing harm while the conversion worked at him, and waited, grimly, for whatever end was coming. And the teacher did not know. He did not know that his student had been fighting a battle of his own this entire time, a battle of profound significance, beneath the surface of the thing that looked like simple infection. Because Erwin was the living paradox, yes. But Erwin was also the information paradox. Boundless weavings of information flooded into him constantly, always had, the nature of what he was. And information, for him, did not arrive and vanish. He fed on it. He grew from it. Everything that reached him became part of him, and nothing that reached him was ever truly lost. The transformation into an Aestia dredge was information too. This was the thing the Gilded Ones had not accounted for, because they had built their ordinances to convert ordinary lifeforms, and Erwin was not ordinary. There is a rule called unitarity. Information is never lost. It can be scrambled, scattered, transformed past recognition, but it is never destroyed, never truly gone. And Erwin, the information paradox, had never once lost the information of himself. So when the attack came, when the conversion reached into him to scramble all of him into a mindless dredge, it did not erase him. It could not. It forced him instead to do the one thing that fought it hardest. It forced him to focus, completely, on all the paradoxical information of what he was, to gather every scattered weaving of himself against the thing trying to overwrite him, and in the gathering, something happened that no one had planned. He became pure. Paradoxically pure. The pressure of the conversion, by forcing him to hold every piece of his own information at once, refined him, concentrated him, until his existence reached a purity it had never touched before. And as it did, even paradox itself seemed to step back, to take a lesser place, because the information of who Erwin was and the truth of paradox were becoming almost the same thing. His identity and his paradox, synonymous. All of it, all of him, folding into one. His struggles against the creature and against all the rest. His time in the infinite unfurling. His time in the earliest folds. His time in the loom. The fallout, and everything before it and after. Every adversity, every record, every weaving of information he had ever fed on and grown from. All of it was him. HUUM, Chapter 5376, Quasi. 2. And there was one more thing. Irwin had changed his target a while ago. For a long time, his hunger for information had fixed on the creature, the ancient rival, the richest source of adversity he knew. But at some point he had let the creature go and selected another. Osmont. And here he had met a wall, because he could obtain no internal information on Osmont himself, none, the man's existence close to him in a way nothing else ever had been. But Irwin was the information paradox, and where he could not read the being, he could read the existence around the being. He fed on the external information instead. How existence reacted to Osmont. How the surroundings bent and answered wherever Osmont moved. The volume of even that was grand, far beyond what most sources offered. And in the last few minutes, it had become unfathomable. Something had changed around Osmont. Irwin could not place what. He had no window into the man to tell him. He knew only the shape of it from the outside, the way the existence around Osmont had begun, suddenly and completely, to be overwhelmed by a single thing. Osmont's existence was declaring its identity. Fully, totally, onto all of its surroundings, branding everything near it with the unmistakable truth of who he was, and the information of that declaration flooded toward Irwin in a torrent, more than he had ever received from anything. A being declaring its identity onto all of existence. Irwin held that information, and he understood, in the way only the information paradox could understand, that he had just been handed the exact thing he needed. Not knowledge for its own sake. Knowledge with a use. The blade by the handle. Because Irwin's own identity had become synonymous with his paradox. And here was a flood of information showing him precisely how a being takes its identity and imposes it, completely, onto everything around it. He had the method now. He had watched it done, from the outside, in unfathomable detail. So he used it. He emulated it. He did to himself and his surroundings what Osmont's existence was doing to its own. And he reached for his master. The great obsidian mass of tentacles surged against the primordial paradox's hold, but not to break it, not to harm him. To hold him. Irwin wrapped himself around the Titan and held him tight, and into that contact he poured everything at once. His master's paradox. His own paradox. The boundless unfathomable information drawn from around Osmont. And his identity, which had become one with paradox itself, declared now onto everything, the way he had learned to declare it. All of it folded together. The two paradoxes, the borrowed method, the refined pure identity, the flood of external information, layering and combining and culminating, and out of the combination something bloomed that should not have been possible for either of them. An intent. An intent built on identity and paradox both, the masters and the students fused, and it reached toward the highest thing, toward the foundational rarity, toward primordial. It did not quite arrive. It bloomed instead as a quasi-primordial intent, and it was quasi for a single reason: it had needed the aid of another's information to form. Without the flood from around Osmont, without that borrowed method, it could not have come into being at all. The two of them had reached a height by standing on knowledge and some records that were not entirely their own. But the question hung there, in the blooming of it, the question the story had been pointing at the whole time. Could the intent have arisen without that other's information? No. It could not have. And yet, was that a flaw, or was it simply the truth of how knowledge works, that a being holds what it has fed on and grows from it, and that growing from what others gave you is not weakness but the entire nature of information itself? Irwin had not stolen the method. He had received it, the way he received everything, and he had known, in the one right moment, exactly how to use it. The quasi-primordial intent blazed between teacher and student. And Irwin transformed. The great circular mass of obsidian tentacles drew inward, folded, condensed, and took on a humanoid form, and a face, a calm and curious and knowing face, the face of a being who held all the information of himself and had finally learned the using of it. The living paradox, the information paradox, Irwin, standing in humanoid shape once more, every weaving of his existence declared and present in him at once. His master radiated alongside him, the primordial paradox blazing with an aura that should not have belonged to him, the quasi-primordial intent lifting them both. And the two of them, teacher and student, in the ruin of Helheim, had done a thing that the framework forbade. They had jumped to a power they should not have been able to reach, by a road that did not exist, on knowledge half their own and half a gift, and in doing it they had shockingly, flagrantly, violated Vakachev's scales of existence. Wah! Erwin looked at his teacher, and his teacher looked at him, and between them the shared power hummed. They could both feel it. The quasi-primordial intent blazing across the two of them, the thing they had made together out of two paradoxes and a borrowed flood of information and an identity declared whole. It connected them now, master and student, in a way that went past many things. The primordial paradox spoke first, and he spoke the way teachers speak, by asking. "Tell me, then," the great humanoid titan said, gazing at the student who had betrayed him before. "Since we stand here as something new. What is information, my dear disciple? You are the information paradox. You have fed on it your whole existence. You betrayed me for information. So tell me what it is." Erwin considered the question, and his intent shone a little grander as he answered it. He knew his teacher was trying to affirm his identity. "Information is the record of a thing being itself," he said. "That is all it ever was. Not facts. Not knowledge stored in a vault. Everything in existence, by existing, leaves a trace of having existed exactly as it did and not otherwise, and that trace is information. It cannot be destroyed because to destroy it you would have to make a thing never have been itself, and the past does not bend that way. So information is permanence. It is the one thing existence is not allowed to take back. A being can be killed, scattered, converted, but the information that it was, the record of its having been itself, persists, because unitarity does not bargain." His face was calm, certain. "I never lost myself to the ordinances because I am made of that permanence. They tried to overwrite my record. But a record cannot be overwritten. It can only be added to. And so they did not erase me. They made me larger." Chapter 5377, Quasi. 3. And paradox, the master asked. "What is paradox, that it should be one with that?" Erwin's intent shone grander still. He was nostalgic as he felt like he had returned to eons ago, a peasant still learning from his dear teacher. Paradox is two true things that cannot both be true, held together anyway, refusing to resolve. He let the words settle. "And what is a being, master, if not that? I am the same being I was an age ago and I am nothing like him. I have changed completely and I have never once stopped being myself. Both true. Neither resolving. Every existence is a paradox carried forward through time, a thing that is continuous and a thing that is utterly transformed, both at once, and the information of it holds both truths without ever choosing. That is why my identity and my paradox became the same thing. Because to be me is to be a contradiction that does not resolve, and to hold all the information of myself is to hold that contradiction whole. Information is the record. Paradox is the shape the record takes when the thing it records is alive." He looked at his master. "I am both because I am both. That is the only proof I have, and it is the only proof that has ever mattered." The primordial paradox nodded slowly, and something proud moved through his vast features, as if he was proud of his student. "Well answered," he said. His tone hardened, the warmth giving way to something colder. "At this moment, having become what we have become, what should we do, you and I, against the ones who tried to erase our information? Who tried to take our records, ourselves, our identities, and convert them into mindless things? The gilded ones who sent the ordinances down. What is owed to beings who attempt the one thing existence forbids, the erasure of what was?" Erwin smiled, and it was not a kind smile, and his intent blazed. "The complete cessation of their information," he said simply. "They tried to erase ours. So we erase theirs. Not their lives, master. That is too small and too brief. Their information. The record of their having been. We make it so that when they are gone, the trace of them goes too, the one punishment existence is not supposed to allow, turned back on the ones who reached for it first. He raised his newly formed visage. Let us pay a visit to the brain world. Let us go up the chain they came down. And let us let the Gilded Ones know, personally, of our adversity. Our identities. The two things they thought they could take. Boom! With those words, teacher and student raised their heads toward the realm above, and the Gilded Ones, who had spent their pride so freely and made so many enemies so carelessly, were inadvertently inviting adversity toward themselves from yet another direction, one more avenue among the many now converging on houses that thought themselves untouchable. In the brain world observable existence, in a citadel of silver towers held by the Upper Golden House, the work of a different adversity was already underway. The citadel rose in spires of amplified Aestia and Superbius, the muted silver of slothful pride, and within one of its many towers, deep in an isolated domain sealed off from the rest, a horrifying scene held perfectly still. A Triassic scale Aestia Gilded One stood frozen in place. A fourth scale being, formidable, the kind of existence that reshaped territory with its intent, and it could not move. Around it, lower down, Devonian Paleozoic scale Gilded Ones knelt, their heads bowed, their proud existences lowered to the floor of the sealed domain. And the thing they knelt toward, the thing the Triassic scale being trembled before, was a young-looking figure who somehow also felt impossibly old, his form fatally illusory at the edges, as though he were not entirely present in the room at all. The Great Usurper. He stood among the kneeling Gilded Ones in his borrowed half their form, a baton's reach extended into the sealed silver tower, and he regarded the trembling fourth scale being with the warm patient confidence that was his whole nature. Following the connection was easy, he said, conversational, almost kind. The ones who controlled the ordnances, the ones who gave the order to detonate them down below. They were all connected, all the way up the chain of command, and a chain is only ever a road for whoever decides to walk it the other way. So I walked it. Slowly. Carefully. While all of you carried your high pride around like a lantern, so certain that nothing could possibly go wrong, so certain you were the ones doing the converting. He gestured gently at the kneeling Gilded Ones. I simply proceeded, one at a time, binding you under my banner. Unity. There is no need to struggle against it. You are merely the first. The first of a great many. HUUM. The Triassic scale Gilded One fought it. It strained against the stillness, its first rarity intent flickering to life, trying to erupt, to break the hold, to call for help or strike out or simply move. And it could not, because infinity from a unique being backed the Great Usurper, Noah's infinity threaded into the usurper's reach, and against infinity and unity both the fourth scale being's struggle was a candle against a tide. Stop that shit, the Great Usurper said, mildly, and the intent guttered out. He let the silence settle, and then he laid out the shape of the thing, the genuine pleasure of a being explaining an elegant plan to the people it would consume. The hard part is finished, he said. Reaching the Aestia command chain, climbing it, taking the first of you. That was the difficult work, and it is done. What comes now is easy, and it is beautiful, and you are going to help me do it whether you wish to or not. His half their form turned, taking in the kneeling Gilded Ones, the frozen fourth scale being, the sealed silver domain. I made a promise. To a man you will never meet, that I would take care of this side of things. So here is how I keep it. I am going to bring every Aestia Gilded One in this entire brain world observable existence under my banner of unity. All of them. And I will not do it by force, marching from citadel to citadel where anyone could see me coming. I will do it through you. He smiled. Every one of you I bind will carry unity onward. You will make your ordinary trips to the other citadels, the way Aestia Gilded Ones always have, visiting your own kind, raising no suspicion at all, because why would a brother visiting a brother raise suspicion? And at each one, quietly, you will pass it on. citadel by citadel, brother by brother, spreading silently, patiently, beneath the notice of every proud Superbius and every watchful Eilder, until the day they look up and find that the entire Aestia foundation of this observable existence already answers to me, and was already answering to me, long before any of them thought to check. His old young eyes shone. You built your power on Aestia and Superbius and the certainty that nothing could touch you from below. And in the end, your downfall will be the one thing you never thought to guard against. He let the word hang in the silver dark. Unity. HUUM. Chapter 5378, Amaranthine Eye. The brain world observable existence held hundreds of citadels, and every one of them was a monument to a single feeling. The gilded ones did not build the way other beings built. They clustered themselves by ego, gathering the like with the like, and so across the vast spread of the brain world there rose hundreds of citadels sorted by the sins they cultivated. Superbius in some, the proud. Ira in others, the wrathful. Avaritia, the greedy, Invidia, the envious Isgula, the gluttonous, Aestia, the slothful, and Luxuria, those of pleasure. The Superbius controlled almost all of the major citadels, because pride climbs and pride takes, and the proud had spent ages ensuring the highest seats were theirs. But not all of them. There were citadels like Valanthra where Luxuria dominated, and others where one ego or another held sway, pockets of the realm shaped by whichever feeling had won the long quiet war for that particular ground. A single citadel could hold millions. The vast majority of them sat at the peak of the second scale, the broad foundation that everything else stood on. Thousands and tens of thousands at the third scale in any given citadel, the established and the dangerous. Dozens at the fourth, the ones who reshaped the territory around them. And sometimes, rarely, one or two at the Mesozoic, the fifth, though to find a Mesozoic being you usually had to look to one of the 9 prime gilded citadels, where the true powers of the houses kept their seats. Between the citadels ran the routes. Massive gilded ships and vessels moved along them constantly, carrying resources from citadel to citadel, the arteries of a civilization that had spread itself across an entire observable existence. And among the resources, listed in the manifests alongside or in essence and matter, were the Luxuria. They were moved like cattle. Engineered in their own citadels and vessels, grown for the purpose, and then shipped out across the routes to the other citadels to be used for pleasure, loaded and transported and delivered and consumed. It was not even truly about the pleasure. That was the part that made it obscene rather than merely cruel. At the highest stages of power, where identity grew critical and the gilded ones engineered their egos to amplify their emotions, the ones whose amplified emotions were pride and rage and envy lived in these obscene manners deliberately, methodically, to feed those egos and make them grander. A Superbius who indulged grew prouder, and a prouder Superbius could hold more infinity, and more infinity was more power. So they did it for the power. The hollowed Luxuria shipped across the observable existence were not even indulgence. They were fuel. In a crimson gold hall in Valanthra, the living emotive stood over a map of all of it. Dozens of fourth-scale Luxuria gilded ones surrounded her, and before her the map laid out every route, every shipping lane, every path along which Luxuria were moved across the citadels of the brain world to be used and emptied and discarded. She read it. She took in the full scope of it, hundreds of citadels and the lines running between them like the veins of something that fed on its own children. And she began to shake with rage. A terrifying aura blazed up around her as she read, responding to the fury, the crimson-pink brilliance of the Luxuria ego of infinity flaring off her in waves. But it was responding to something else too, something larger, that she could feel and could not quite name. Because at this very moment, her heart, the absolute amaranthine heart that sat fused within the absolute forge of her fixation, within Noah himself, was benefiting from a thing happening inside him. Her fixation was forming a terrifying intent, an intent that exceeded even an Olympian or primordial, and her literal core was rooted in his existence, and so his advancement was pulling her up alongside it. She did not know the details. She only knew that her master was evolving into something grander, and that he was taking her with him because part of her lived in him, and that the musings of existence reaching her through that connection spoke of one thing over and over: identity. My identity, she said aloud, to the map, to the hall, to herself, her voice carrying the manic unstable lilt that was always in it. They want to talk to me about identity, existence does. As if I don't know. As if I haven't known the whole time. She laughed, sharp and bright. My identity is emotion. That's my name. The living emotive. I am the emotions. I have lived as the emotions, every one of them, all of them at once sometimes, which is its own special kind of hell, let me tell you. My record is emotion. My being is emotion. Everything I have ever been, every terrible and beautiful thing I have ever done, it was all emotion, lived purely, lived completely, lived louder than anything else in existence has ever dared to live it. Her eyes shone. I never once pretended to be calm. I never once held back to see more. I am the feeling and the feeling is me, and these gilded creatures who engineer their feelings into tidy little power batteries wouldn't know the first thing about it. Boom! You are riding a wave of advancement caused by the Genesis monarch. As his advancement proceeds and his identity is cemented across existence, the immensity of his progression, combined with your connection to his existence through your heart rooted within him, has carried you past a threshold. You have violated Vakachev's scales of existence to begin forming your own Akashic civilizational intent. By the standard calculus, this should not exceed an Olympian intent, or at most a quasi-primordial intent, given that it formed through the aid of another, however astounding that other's progression and however illustrious your own record alongside it. But your identity is bound to emotion. And you have lived through your emotions so purely, so completely, so quintessentially, that another barrier has broken. The purity of your records and knowledge has carried you past the marker of quasi. You are forming the full, genuine article. A primordial intent. Boom. Chapter 5379, Amaranthan 2. A crimson-pink pillar of light blazed up around Emotive, tore through the ceiling of the tower she stood in, and shot up into the sky over all of Valanthra. Across the entire citadel, beings turned their heads upward to look at it. Every luxuria in Valanthra fell to their knees at the sight, struck down by the aura of it, and every fourth scale gilded one and everything below the fourth felt the intent demand that they kneel, the weight of a primordial rarity record pressing down across the whole of the citadel. Emotive stood at the base of her own pillar of light with tears in her eyes, and wrapped her arms around herself, holding herself the way she imagined her fixation might hold her, feeling through the connection of her rooted heart something that was almost his embrace. None of this would have been possible without him. She knew that. She thought it clearly, even through the rapture. Her core lived in him, and his rise had become her rise, and she would never have touched this without his existence to carry her. She wanted to move for him. She wanted, with everything she was, to move for him. But she wanted to move for herself, too. That was the new thing, the thing that surprised her even now. Because she did not like the Gilded Ones. She did not like what they had done, engineering hundreds of millions of lifeforms into hollow bodies of pleasure, deprived and stunted and abused of all their emotions, drained of the very thing she was made of. And it was not only here. This observable existence was one of many. There were countless observable existences where the Gilded Ones did exactly this, engineering and amplifying the negative egos, the emotions of the sins, all for the sake of power, building their strength on the hollowing out of feeling itself. She, who was emotion, who had lived every feeling to its fullest, hated it with a purity that matched everything else about her. She wanted to move against it. Truly, fully. So, forgive me for any trouble I might bring you, oh my fixation, she said softly. Hum. Above her, the intent rose higher. A primordial intent, the only one of its kind currently within the brain world observable existence, has risen. Designation, the Amaranthan sovereign, an intent of emotion and ego. This intent falls under the purview of the Genesis monarch. By the connection of the living emotive's heart rooted within his existence, he may access and utilize this intent at any time he chooses. Capability of the Amaranthan sovereign. This intent imposes absolute authority over emotion and ego within its reach. As a primordial rarity intent, existence reorganizes around it as a foundational law. Within its span, the wielder commands the emotions of all present, can amplify, suppress, redirect, or seize the egos of other beings outright, and can impose feeling upon existence itself as a binding truth. Against the Gilded Ones in particular, whose entire power structure is built upon engineered and amplified egos, the intent is catastrophic, for it does not fight their power. It owns the foundation their power is built upon. An ego is the very thing they cultivated, and this intent rules egos as law. Nothing at the fourth scale or below can stand against it, because nothing at the fourth scale or below holds a foundation it cannot reach into and command. Emotive glared at the prompts with shining eyes, taking in the full terrible scope of what she had become. And then she turned her intent down toward Valanthra, looking with her newly vast perception at the citadel below her, and she trembled, because there, in the sanctum Valanthra, in a different body, her fixation was looking up at her with shining eyes. She dropped from the sky. She fell straight down out of her pillar of light and landed on her knee before him, her hands raised to him an offering, her voice carrying everything she was. "I wish to burn so many things," she said. "Do I have your permission to do so?" Noah, in his Dante form, looked at her. And slowly, his body transformed, the borrowed shape giving way to his own regal form, the luxuria ego of infinity radiating off him, and the same primordial intent that emotive carried began to resonate and buzz around his body, answering hers, because it fell under his purview and a part of it was already his. He sighed, and crouched down to her eye level, and looked at this woman made of emotions and obsessions. She had done many bad things. He did not pretend otherwise to himself, and he did not need to pretend, because the truth of her was more interesting than any softer version would have been. She had done terrible things, and she had kept doing them, and yet she also kept outdoing herself, exceeding what she had been, climbing past her own worst moments again and again even as she repeated for the things she had done before. She was not redeemed. She was redeeming, ongoing. He looked at her majestic figure wrapped in a primordial intent, her wild crimson gold hair dancing in the light of it, her eyes full of obsession for him and tyranny for everything else. And he reached out, and put his hand on her cheek, and brought her face toward him, and took her lips. She trembled with incredulity and infatuation, the kiss landing on her like a thing she had wanted past the point of expecting to receive it. Boom! The very idea of her primordial intent was affirmed by the contact, by his acknowledgement, and its intensity and power seemed to double in the moment, the crimson-pink intent flaring across Valanthra until every gilded lifeform in the citadel felt their knees buckle beneath the weight of it. Noah pulled back from her dazed lips, a thread of infinity connecting them for a moment before it broke, and he held her eyes. "You have much more to do to redeem yourself," he said. "That was only the reward for your recent actions. Nothing more. Outdo yourself, the way you keep insisting on doing, and I will give you what you want." He let it settle. Go wild. Begin the uprising of all luxuria across the brain world observable existence. I think it's time the Gilded Ones in this realm had some liberation, whether they want it or not. The obsessive light in Emotive's eyes and across her whole frame turned into something else, something worse and more dangerous, and she licked her lips. Her eyes went exceedingly calm in the way that the most unstable things go calm right before they move, concentrated to a single fine point. She took Noah's hand, and kissed it, and spoke with a terrifying quiet certainty. "I will deliver to you," she said, "a cleansed observable existence." Boom! Chapter 5380, Existence I. There is the wonder known the oldest paradox of existence, and it has 4 parts. Paradox, chaos, existence, and the first tongue. These 4 are the structural backbone of an observable existence, the load-bearing concepts that everything else is laid across, and by extension they flow through the first cause and the prime causes that make up any observable existence at all. They are not powers, exactly, the way an ego is a power or an authority is a power. They are closer to the framing on which powers hang. Take any domain in existence, reach down past its life and its causes and its laws to the thing underneath the thing, and you will find these four holding it up. Most beings who study them believe they understand them completely. There is the concept of contradiction held whole, and there is the concept of the formless origin, and there is the concept of the brute fact of being, and there is the concept of the ordering word, and once a being has those four definitions filed neatly away, they tend to believe the matter closed. They would be wrong. Anything that is foundational and structural has a purpose beyond what most beings believe of it, precisely because it is foundational, because the things you build on are the things you stop looking at. Consider the four as a problem rather than as definitions. As a four-body problem. For bodies, each exerting its pull on the other three, none of them able to resolve into a stable arrangement, because the moment any two of them settle, the other two drag the settlement apart. Paradox will not let existence simply be, because paradox insists on the contradiction inside every being. Chaos will not let the first tongue simply order, because chaos is the formlessness that ordering fights against. Each pulls the others, endlessly, in an arrangement that never comes to rest. This is a four-body problem, and a four-body problem has no clean closed solution. You cannot write the equation that places all four in eternal stable orbit, because no such equation exists. The bodies will tumble. They will swing close and fling apart and pull each other into configurations no one predicted, forever, never repeating, never settling. And the final solution to a thing that cannot be solved is disruption. Total disruption, the four concepts colliding and scattering and refusing every stable form, and out of that ceaseless refusal to resolve comes something a stable arrangement could never produce. Boundless potential. The churning unresolved interaction of the four, going on without rest, is exactly the condition from which the first cause eventually rises, born not from order but from the rich endless instability of four foundational things that will not sit still. Existence does not begin from peace. It begins from a problem with no answer, working itself out forever. Many civilizations bloomed from these four. Others claimed them, took one or more of the four for their own civilizations and built upon what they took. And then there were beings like the Genesis monarch, whose matter could take the form of any civilization at all, who held existence and chaos and paradox in the first tongue as merely four components among an endless collection of actualized civilizations within his pillar of infinity, a collection that grew hourly, that had no ceiling, that treated the foundational four as ordinary bricks in a structure beyond counting. But not everyone climbed that way. Apart from the monarch and his endless breadth, there were beings who went the opposite direction entirely, who took a single path and walked it completely, refusing every other road, pouring the whole of themselves into one of the four until it was not a component of them but the entirety of them. For example, the creature and his way of existence. Unblemished. Pure. Entirely existence, and nothing else, no breadth, no collection, no hourly growing library of civilizations. One concept, taken to the absolute. Such beings could also go unfathomably far. In the source lands, there was a region the source lifeforms called the effluvium sanctum, and it was a place that killed almost everything that entered it. Stellar obsidian silver rivers surged across it, and seas of the same, stretching out for light years, the liquid light of pure primordial essence moving in vast slow currents. Floating landmasses drifted through the region, and on them grew source herbs heavy with pure primordial essence and threaded with the primordial source itself, spinning slowly across the void. And from the multiple floating seas there radiated a terrifying sense of intent, an ambient pressure of refined authority so dense that even Triassic scale beings, fourth scale existences, could struggle to survive within it. That was the point of the place. The effluvium sanctum was a forge for the fourth scale, a region where unique source lifeforms were given permission to come precisely because the sacred herbs and the resources, paired with that terrible ambient intent, allowed a Triassic scale being to refine its own intent against the pressure and emerge stronger. It was meant for them. It was calibrated to push a fourth scale being to the edge of what it could endure and let the enduring make it grander. Others could not survive here at all. A third scale being would be unmade by the ambient pressure within moments. The sanctum was generous only to those it was built for, and lethal to everyone else. And yet, the creature stood at the edge of it. His massive humanoid form loomed at the boundary of the effluvium sanctum, his body shrouded in billowing obsidian flames threaded with interminable radiation, the way of existence radiating off him pure and unblemished. Behind him, in her massive beast form, Calypso watched him coldly. And behind them both, 3/5 scale source lifeforms observed the pair with calm unhurried attention, beings of Mesozoic weight. One of the three, surrounded by spinning obsidian halos of the primordial source, inclined his head toward the sanctum. "Go," he said simply. "And do your best." Chapter 5381, Existence 2. The creature moved toward the lethal region, and Calypso went with him, and as they advanced she turned to him and whispered. "Are you the illegitimate child of a primeval source lifeform?" she said. "Because I cannot fathom any other reason they would give you access to this place. I cannot fathom why you advocated for me to come along either, since the most likely outcome of this little excursion is that we die. Do you understand that? We will die. This place is built for Triassic scale beings to barely survive, and we are going to walk into the thick of it." Her voice sharpened. "Hey! Do you hear me? We will fucking die. Even if you form your intent in there, it does you no good if you die forming it. A perfect intent on a corpse is just decoration." The creature did not slow. "If we die, he said, and his voice carried the absolute flat certainty of a being who had reduced himself to a single concept and found, in that reduction, a kind of peace that looked from the outside like madness. But I need this place if I am to form the intent I seek. My intent is not normal. It is not clear, not the way the others' intents are clear. The others build their intents on what they have done, on records and deeds and the things they have accumulated." His obsidian flames billowed. "Mine is not built on what I have done. My intent is me. And I am existence. Not the concept held among other concepts. Existence, entire, the whole of what I am. I do not have an intent of existence. I am the intent. I am. I am. HUUM." With those words, the titanic form of the creature surged ahead, and dove into the perilous deep of the effluvium sanctum, the obsidian flames trailing behind him as he plunged into a region built to kill almost everything that was not exactly what it was meant for, carrying nothing into it but a single concept taken to its absolute, and the will to become it completely or die in the attempt. He went into the deep of the effluvium sanctum, and the sanctum tried to end him, and it failed so far. The ambient intent pressed in from every floating sea at once, the refined authority that pushed Triassic scale beings to the edge of unmaking, and it found the creature and it pushed. It pushed against his obsidian flames and his interminable radiation and the titanic humanoid bulk of him, the full lethal weight of a region built to be barely survivable, bearing down on a thing that was not even the kind of being the place was built for. HUUM. And the creature simply withstood it. He did not raise a defense against the pressure the way another being would have. He let it come, let it press, let it try, and he held, because the pressure was an attack on his existence, and his existence was the one thing he had reduced himself to so completely that there was nothing left in him for the pressure to find a seam in. He reached the floating landmasses and began to devour the sacred herbs. He devoured and devoured as minute passed, his existence akin to a black hole. He took them in by the field, the herbs heavy with pure primordial essence and threaded with primordial source, drawing their refined power into himself through the obsidian flames, and where another being would have used that power to strengthen its body or deepen its reserves, the creature fed it all into the one thing. Into existence. Into the intent he was forming, the pure unblemished way of existence drinking down the resources of a region meant to forge the fourth scale, and as it drank, the intent began to take shape around him in the minutes that followed, vast and clean and terrible. It looked, at first, like a primordial intent. Calypso watched from the edge of the lethal deep, holding her own massive beast form against the ambient pressure, and her cold urgency gave way to something closer to amazement. Because it was working. The thing she had been certain would kill them both was working, and the intent rising around the creature was climbing toward the highest rarity the scales recognized, the near mythical fifth, the primordial. She had not believed it possible. Who the fuck was this guy? Behind, the 3/5 scale source lifeforms observed, and their calm sharpened into attention. They were told to give the creature permission to try. They had not expected the trying to reach this high. And in the center of it, drinking the herbs, holding against the pressure, the creature spoke. Existence, oh, existence, he said, and his voice rolled out across the lethal region, flat and absolute and growing grander as his intent climbed. Many debate it, all of them circling the question of what it means for a thing to be. They treat existence as a concept to be understood, a foundation to be studied. The obsidian flames billowed higher. They are looking at it from the outside. That is their whole error. You cannot understand existence from the outside, because there is no outside of existence to stand in. Everything that could observe it is already inside it. Every being that ever asked what it means to be was a thing that already was, asking from within the very thing it questioned. He devoured another field of sacred herbs, and the intent climbed higher. I have long since stopped asking from the outside, he said. I will take existence, and I will pour the whole of myself into it until there is nothing of me that is not it, no breath, no collection, no second concept to dilute the first. Entirely existence and nothing else. HUUM. His intent blazed. There is no line left between the concept and myself. I have spent so long becoming existence that I could no longer say where existence ended and I began. The question had no answer because the question had no edges. The primordial intent shone around him, full and vast, and Calypso and the Mesozoic scale beings watched it reach its height, and braced for it to settle into the foundational rarity. And the creature arrived at his conclusion. I will stop trying to hold them apart, he said. Existence and myself. I will stop pretending they were two things that happened to have grown close. They are not two things. They were never two things. Existence is not a concept I mastered. Existence is merely another form of myself. It is my identity, worn at the scale of everything. When I say a thing is, I am describing myself. His voice rose to its absolute. I am not a being who studied existence. I am not even a being who became existence. My identity is that of existence. I am. That is the whole of it. I am. HUUM. With the declaration of identity, the intent distorted. Calypso felt it first, and her amazement turned to shock, because the thing she had been watching settle into a primordial intent stopped settling. It twisted. It transformed, the shape of it bending into something her perception could not file under any rarity she knew, and behind her the three Mesozoic scale beings went rigid, all their calm gone at once, because they knew intents the way few beings in existence knew them, and they could sense what Calypso could only feel. This was not a primordial intent. It had looked like one as it climbed, but at the moment of the identity declaration it had become something else, something far more unique, an intent built not on the concept of existence held among other things but on existence as the being's own identity, on I am as the foundational truth. It had jumped the track entirely. It had become a thing the scales had no slot for. And as it formed, the very existence of the creature began to transform. The obsidian flames changed. The titanic humanoid form changed, reshaping around the intent that was reshaping it, the way of existence and the being who walked it folding into one another the way they had folded in his words, no line left between them, the concept and the creature becoming a single thing in truth and not only in declaration. The sacred herbs, the lethal ambient intent of the sanctum, all of it poured into the transformation, feeding a becoming that the three watching Mesozoic scale beings had never witnessed and would not soon forget. The creature had walked a single path completely. And at the end of it, he was no longer becoming existence. He simply, finally, was. Chapter 5382, Me. I. In another region of the Sourcelands, as the creature finished becoming what he was, far from there, in the hallowed domain, Noah arrived back into a quieter kind of becoming. Spatial waves of the primordial source buzzed around a certain leaf as he found himself back on those vibrant plots of lands. He came back to find Dame Seraphine already at work managing the others. Andro was there, and the other fifth-scale source lifeforms who had come along through Arcathes, and Seraphine was telling them, in that even authoritative way of hers, to give him space. His intent was still forming. A forming intent at this level was a delicate thing, and a being deserved room to let it settle without an audience of Mesozoic eyes weighing every flicker of it. Noah was grateful for that, though he did not say so. When it came to this particular work, he did not wish to show the source lifeforms any more than he had to. They had seen enough already. They had felt the purity of the thing forming in him, Seraphine especially, and the less they understood about what it actually was, the better. They would be watching even from afar. The prompts came as the others withdrew. A primordial intent has emerged within the living emotive in the brain world observable existence. Designation, the Amaranthan sovereign, an intent of emotion and ego. By the connection of her heart rooted within your existence, this intent falls under your purview. You may call upon it and wield it as your own, at any time, because it is now part of your identity. It is one thread of the thing you are. To call upon it, reach for it as you would reach for any expression of yourself. It will answer as your own, because the being who holds it is yours, and her record is woven into your record. Noah reached for it. A crimson-pink light surged around him, and the aura of a primordial intent blazed off his figure, the Amaranthan sovereign answering his call across the distance, the authority of emotion and ego radiating from him as though it had always been his. It was grand. It pressed on the air of the hallowed domain with the weight of a fifth rarity intent, the kind of thing that demanded acknowledgement from everything near it. And underneath it, hidden beneath the borrowed brilliance, something entirely different was forming. He used the crimson-pink blaze as cover, the way a man might raise one hand to draw the eye while the other did the real work. Let the source lifeforms feel a primordial intent if they felt anything at all. Let them file it under a thing they understood. Beneath it, where their perception would not think to look, his own intent gathered itself toward a shape that had no slot in anything they knew. And as it gathered, Noah spoke to himself, quietly, in words only he could hear, and affirmed who he was. I've always been a simple human being, he said. That's the thing I almost forgot myself a few times along the way. Filled with emotions and ideals, the same as anyone who ever stood in a dying world and decided not to die there. And I've changed. I've changed more times than I can cleanly count. He let his thoughts run through it, unhurried. I was tyrannical when tyranny was what the moment asked of me. I was quintessential, stripped down to the irreducible thing, when that was what survival required. I was paradoxical, holding two truths that wouldn't resolve, when existence demanded I be two things at once. I wore all of it. And underneath every single version of it, through all the changing, I was always, only ever myself. The intent gathered, and he continued, and the monologue grew grand the way the quiet things grow grand when they are finally said plainly. I am many things. I genuinely cannot say I am primordial, or I am infinite, or I am any single concept taken to its absolute. That's not me. That was never me. I'm not one thing made enormous. I'm a whole tangled pile of things that somehow add up to a person. He almost smiled. I am just me. Noah Osmont. A farmer, before anything else, the patient art of growing things into what I decide they'll become. A father. A son. A husband. A man. Those came first. The Genesis monarch and the youngest and the source barbarian, all the grand names, they came after, and they were always just clothes on the man underneath. He shook his head, and sighed, and the sigh carried a glorious kind of profundity, the weight of a being arriving at the truest version of himself. And his eyes began to transform, and every cell of his body began to transform with them, and an utterly terrifying intent took shape, one that released no aura at all, that pressed on nothing, that announced itself to no perception in the room, because a thing built on identity does not need to push against existence to be felt. It simply is, and being is enough. And a large part of it was tremendously blue. Cerulean. Immense. The egoic intent is emerging. Designation: the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian. It is you. Your identity, your being, your record, your everything, compressed into a foundational truth and imposed upon existence not as a deed you have done but as the fact of what you are. Under the egoic intent, every power you hold is reordered beneath the one thing that holds them. Whether it is infinity or the primordial source, your quintessence or your causes, your identity comes first, and they come second. You are the foundation. They are what the foundation carries. HUUM. You have gained the designation of a true life form. Specifically, because your identity comes first, before any power, before any concept, before any authority you wield, you have gained the designation of a quintessential Osmantian true life form. You walk no road laid by a third. Your intent is not fixed at a rarity assigned from outside, it is your own, and it will rise as you rise, because it is not a thing you formed once but the living truth of who you are, growing as you grow. A transformation of your very existence is now ongoing. When it completes, you will be, more purely and more completely than ever before, only one thing. You. As true as you can possibly be. Chapter 5383, Me. 2. Him. His identity was his power, and his power was his identity, the two collapsed into a single thing at last. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian. And it fit, the way a key fits, because quintessence had always been a deep part of who he was. It was bound to his name, to the irreducible truth that remained when everything else was stripped, and now as every cell and every weaving of him transformed, the name and the truth and the power became one. I believe congratulations are in order. The sealed one, from behind the grinding rune over his heart, sounding almost warm. What a wonder you are! Truly. I have been inside a great many beings, and I have congratulated none of them, because none of them ever did anything worth the breath. And no one else will know of this achievement of yours yet. Not your source lifeforms, not the pretty Mesozoic one glancing your way. Only me. So allow me. I will definitely congratulate you, my dear vessel, as you become something else. It is a rare and lovely thing to watch up close. Noah received the congratulations of the monster in his chest for exactly what it was worth, which was nothing, and made sure his newly forming intent wrapped tight around his heart as it took shape, the egoic truth of him layering over the cage, reinforcing the chains with the purest expression of his identity yet. If his intent was him, then his intent was the strongest wall he had, and he built it into the prison the moment he had it. The sealed one continued, untroubled by his actions. By the way, I had not managed to get this deep into the source lands before. The seals hold me to many scattered places. And now here I am, in the hallowed domain, among the ordered territory of some of the slightly powerful source lifeforms themselves, carried in the chest of a freshly minted vessel. Wah! So thank you for that. Thank you for the information, and the access, and all the lovely things you are going to give me as you move among the source lifeforms with me riding along. It is almost as though you are my little soldier, marching about and collecting it all on my behalf. A pause, amused. But never mind that. It troubles you and I would rather we talk. May I ask you something, in the spirit of our new closeness? What is it that a being like you actually wants? What is all of it for? Why struggle against existence at all? Why struggle against me? Why do anything, in these mad endless weavings of existence that grind on whether you act or not? My dear vessel. Why? Why? Noah raised his head and looked out across the hallowed domain. Dame Seraphine stood at a distance, talking with the others, glancing his way every so often the way a person glances at a thing they cannot stop being aware of. And beyond her, he could sense more source lifeforms arriving in the region, drawn in, more of them by the seconds. Because he was a spectacle now. A primordial intent had bloomed in the hallowed domain, or so it appeared to every perception but his own, and a primordial intent drew watchers the way light drew things in the dark. They were coming to see the wonder. He looked at all of it, and did not answer the sealed one yet, because the question deserved better than a reflex, and because forming his intent had made his why unfathomably clear. He thought about how he moved. Whether it was fully him this whole time. He had goals, ideals, things he chased, but was he chasing them quintessentially, with the whole of himself, or had he spent too much of his existence reacting? Letting the apocalypse set the pace and answering it move by move, letting existence throw things and catching them, a being defined as much by what came at him as by what he reached for. There was a balance to it, he decided. Real choices of his own, real ambitions, woven through with reactions to what existence flung. A fair balance. But there was no harm in tilting it. No harm in moving more proactively, with more ambition, in expressing his identity with quintessentially more want. If his intent was now built on who he was, then who he was could afford to reach further. After all. He spoke at last, the words meant for no one but himself and the thing in his heart. What is it all for? He said. Indeed. What is it all for? For the adversity. For the brutality. For the wonders of existence, the ones that make even a day like this one worth having lived to see. He let it build. I can say I move for many things. To see the end of the road for what mana is capable of, the thing I fell in love with before I was anyone. What infinity is capable of, when a man refuses to let it drown him and makes it carry him instead. To meet monsters like you, and to have the certainty, not the hope, the certainty, that I can overcome you when the time comes. His eyes were steady on the gathering source lifeforms. And to live peacefully. Free of worry. That's the one underneath all the others. And for that, I need undeniable power, because in existence there is nothing but worry and adversity, an endless supply of both, and the only thing that buys quiet against them is power. Power is paramount. Power is everything. A man with enough of it gets to stop reacting and start living. That's what it's for. Boom. He did not say the rest to the sealed one. He kept the rest for himself. His family was a vast factor, the largest, maybe, but as he had formed his intent he had seen the truth underneath even that. Everything, in the end, was for his own selfish reasons. He had fallen in love with mana and skills in the dungeons of his homeworld, a man enchanted by power in the dark, and ever since that moment his identity had carried an insatiable hunger for more that had never once been quenched, not by any title, not by any scale, not by any wonder he had claimed. More loot. More power. More tyranny. More women. More everything. It was unfathomably selfish. Chapter 5384, True. That hunger was the starting point. Everything else followed from it. His family, his people, his ideals, all of it grew out of and served the same root, the bottomless want for more that was as much him as his name. So he affirmed it, plainly. To achieve more for himself, for his family, for the hunger that would never be satisfied no matter what he fed it, he would move more ambitiously. More proactively. More quintessentially. He would stop letting existence set quite so much of the pace. And as he thought it, the sealed one answered, and its answer was grand, and patient, and built precisely out of everything he had just said. You want power? Undeniable power? Peace, free of worry? The end of the road for mana and infinity, the certainty of overcoming every monster, a quiet life for yourself and ruination and any others. The voice was gentle, reasonable, terribly kind. My dear vessel, I can give you all of it. Every single thing on that list, and I am not exaggerating to flatter you. Listen to how simple it is. You want power beyond denial? I am power beyond denial. You want to never worry again? Hand me the worrying. You want to see the end of every road? I have walked roads that ended before your ages began. You want certainty against monsters? Become the monster nothing is certain against, it let the offer breathe. And the cost is almost nothing. That is the part that should move you, if you are as clever as I keep insisting you are. All I would need from you is stillness. Do nothing. Simply be still, and let existence move around you, and let me handle the rest, all of it, forever. No more fighting. No more catching what existence throws, because nothing would dare throw anything ever again. It would be peace, Osmont. Unprecedented peace. The genuine article, the kind no being in this age has ever once tasted. A whisper, almost tender. All you have to do is let go, and be still, and want for nothing ever again. Is that not exactly what you just told me you wanted? Noah listened to the offer of unprecedented peace, and he gave it nothing. No flicker, no consideration, no pause that the thing in his chest could read as temptation. He simply stood in the hallowed domain and let the words go past him like weather. Oh, do not look at me like that, the sealed one said, reading his silence. This is not me being stupidly manipulative. I know how it sounds. The voice in the prison offering paradise, of course, you would be a fool to take it, and you are not a fool. But you are mistaking the nature of the offer. I am not lying to you. I am genuinely capable of every word of it. Something vast moved under the warmth. I could hand you existence, Osmont. The whole of it. I almost held it once, you understand. I came that close. And then the mires of the infinite lifeforms and the source lifeforms, the eldest and the truest of both kinds, came together and cut me into countless pieces and sealed them across creation. They sealed me because they could not kill me. True infinite lifeforms. True source lifeforms. The grandest beings either kind ever produced, working together for the only time in their shared history, and the best they could manage against me was burial. Why don't I show you a glimpse? So you understand I am not fucking around. HUUM. As the words erupted, Noah felt his heart buzz, and felt the severed hand sealed within it willingly release a thread of information, offered up freely, a record extended toward him like an open palm. He did not touch it. He knew exactly how shrewd this thing was. A monster that had survived the combined effort of the truest beings in existence did not hand out free gifts. So he let the thread hang there, unclaimed, and turned his attention instead to the changes still moving through his own existence, because those were real and his and worth more than any glimpse the sealed one wanted to show him. He felt it clearly now. Beyond sealing the sealed one deeper, his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmontian was doing something seamless and enormous. It was beginning to fuse his Osmontian absolute infinity and his Osmontian primordial source together. Because his identity sat at the forefront of everything now, and everything was reordering itself beneath that identity, the two great authorities he had each branded with his own name were being drawn toward each other under the single truth that held them both. He understood, with quiet certainty, that the first major accomplishment of his new intent would be exactly that fusion, the union, the thing only the sealed one had ever managed cleanly. It was part of why his body and his existence were transforming at all. His intent was making him one thing, and his two authorities were becoming one thing inside it. That was worth his attention as for now, he was analyzing the given memory calmly. You can ignore it if you like, the sealed one said, unbothered, almost teasing. It is only a record that would show you something from before Vakachev. A glimpse of an age your kind has no memory of at all. But by all means, decline. Are you such a scaredy cat, after sealing me so very thoroughly? You chained me in folded infinity and branded your intent over the prison, and you are afraid to look at a single memory I offer? That is a strange shape of courage you carry, vessel. Noah heard it, and he was not moved by the goading, because the goading was obvious. But the goading was not the trap. The trap was in the bundle itself, hidden in the thread of information, and now he could feel it with certainty, some move tucked inside the gift, waiting for him to reach in. But, with his intent formed and his identity affirmed, Noah actually wanted to reach in. Not despite the trap. Partly because of it. He had just told himself, moments ago, that he would move more ambitiously, more proactively, more quintessentially, that he would stop letting existence and its monsters set the pace while he only reacted. Chapter 5385, True. 2. His ambition now, stated plainly to himself, was this dreadful thing fully under his control, spent down beat by beat, every secret in it his. And a man cannot bring a monster under his control by refusing to ever engage with it. He brings it under control by setting off its traps on his own terms, while he holds every advantage, and overcoming them, and proving to it and to himself that the cage holds even when the prisoner is allowed to act. He knew there was a trap. He wanted to spring it. He wanted to walk into the thing the sealed one had built and walk back out intact, because that was what mastery actually looked like, and because he was done flinching from the contents of his own heart. So he sent a sliver of his intent, a sliver of himself, toward the thread of information. A generated thread of complex information and record has been released freely by the sealed one. The record is unfolding as a memory belonging to the sealed one. Caution, the offering is given willingly. Treat all willing gifts from the contained presence as carrying intent beyond the gift. Noah focused, and felt a portion of his intent drawn into the thread, and a scene began to bloom in front of him. He received it calmly, fully prepared, his attention split between the unfolding record and the cage in his chest, watching for the move he knew was coming, ready to answer it the instant it showed itself. A memory from a time before Vakachev's scales of existence were laid is now playing before you. Designated, the last quiet after the war. In this memory, the sealed one sits upon a mountain of the corpses of true life forms. The war is over. The memory will now begin to play. The record unfolded, and it did not unfold simply. The pieces came together in a complex way, fragments of a memory assembling themselves around Noah's awareness, and he watched all of it coldly with his own identity burning steady at the center of him. He did not merely watch, though. He moved. He placed himself, his identity, subtly into the weavings of the memory as it assembled, threading the quintessential truth of who he was into the structure of the record itself, so that he was not a passerby waiting for the sealed one's trap to spring on its own schedule. He was a presence inside the memory, ambitious and proactive, ready to act the instant the move revealed itself. He would walk this record like a man who owned the ground. The pieces locked together, and the prompts named where he stood. You have appeared within the record. Location, the Infinite Carcosa. The Infinite Carcosa is a span of existence vaster and more complex than the source lands, for the simple reason that infinity sits at its backbone where primordial source sits at the backbone of the source lands. Because infinity does not run out, the Carcosa does not end. It stretches without limit, folding and refolding through itself, and it is where the madness and the superior horror of infinity unfold without restraint, without the foundation that the source provides to steady it. It is beautiful and it is deranged and it goes on forever. This record plays out in a single small corner of such a place. The first thing that mattered was not what Noah saw. It was what he felt. Because the record was playing from the inside, from the perspective of the sealed one, and so the feelings came with it, flooding into Noah unbidden. Arrogance, vast in total, the arrogance of a thing that had never once met its equal. Confidence past any measure he had a frame for, conviction so absolute it left no room for the concept of doubt. And under all of it, woven through the grandeur, a sadistic delight and an endless, patient, bottomless hatred, all of it gathered and held beneath a single controlled banner, organized, ruled, the way a tyrant rules a vast estate. The feelings were not chaotic. That was the horror of them. They were arrogance and hatred and cruelty held in perfect order, the emotional landscape of a being that had made even its madness obey. Noah received it and kept his own identity burning clean against it, refusing to let the borrowed feelings become his, and he looked at the environment. Mountains of corpses stretched out around him. Titanic beings, their bodies and existences torn open, and from the wounds in them leach causes and intense and a great many things Noah could not yet fathom, the inner workings of beings so far beyond him that their spilled remains were studies he could not read. The aura of even a single one of these corpses exceeded anything he had felt in the whole of his life. They felt grand, and terrifying, and impossibly distant, the kind of distant that meant they belonged to a tier of existence he had not climbed to and might not for a very long time. And they were corpses. Every one of them. Struck down. Killed and piled, by the thing whose perspective he wore. Above the mountains of the dead, the skies were an endless blue sea of infinity, and the sea was alive. It surged like a living beast, filled with a superior madness, storms and typhoons of raging infinity churning across the heights without rest, the unsteadied boundlessness of the Carcosa doing exactly what the prompts had warned it did. Noah felt, looking at it, that a Triassic scale being, a fourth scale existence, would have struggled to survive in this place for even a single second. The air itself was a thing that ended you. And atop the mountain of corpses sat the sealed one. Not the decrepit cleaved hand. Not the aged stolen face on the corpse in Noah's heart. This was the thing whole, the thing as it had been, and it had a humanoid form of devilish handsomeness, adorned in a robe of obsidian and crimson, and it sat upon the bodies of the slain with an arrogance that made even the arrogance Noah was feeling from the inside seem like a pale echo of the posture. It lounged on the dead the way a king lounges on a throne he has never once feared losing. It was looking at 9 beings. 9 true life forms, bound and held by a terrible crimson brilliance, and the moment Noah saw that brilliance he knew it. Oh, that crimson brilliance! He knew it instantly and completely. It was the fusion. Infinity and the primordial source, melded into one seamless authority, the thing Noah's own intent had only just begun to draw together inside him. Here it was, whole, mastered, casual, far too grand for anything he could currently produce, wrapped around 9 true life forms like a primordial snake coiled around its prey, holding beings that each felt mightier than anything Noah had ever stood near. Out of the 9, one looked at the sealed one and did not lower her eyes. She was a woman of immaculate beauty, burning with blue infinity, bound in the crimson coils like the rest, and she met the gaze of the thing on the throne of corpses with open defiance. All of this will never be yours, she said. You hear me? Never. You will fail. You will fail. H-U-U-M. Noah felt her power through the words, and it staggered him. Her conviction, her authority, the sheer weight of what she was. Standing before this woman, even Dame Seraphine, a Mesozoic scale being, a knighting sword, would have felt like an infant. Like an ant beneath a boot. This was a true life form from before the scales, defiant and unbroken even in her bonds, and her certainty rang out across the mountain of the dead like something that could not possibly be wrong. And in the next moment, the sealed one smiled. It was a gleeful smile, delighted, the smile of a thing that found her defiance charming the way it had found Noah's charming, and Noah felt the smile from the inside and felt the casual pleasure behind it, and understood a half second before it happened exactly what that pleasure meant. Boom! The immaculate beauty of the woman twisted and distorted. The crimson tendrils wrapped around her tightened, reached past her body and into her existence, found her very source and her identity, the deepest truth of her, and crushed them. Her whole form came apart in an instant, collapsing into a gory ruin of parts, her power and her conviction and her certainty that the thing on the throne would fail all ending together in the time it took to close a hand. She had said he would fail. And he had killed her, mid-sentence, without rising from his seat, because that was his answer, and it had been his answer to every true life form piled beneath him. Chapter 5386, It. The sealed one did not rise from the throne of corpses. It simply turned its attention to the 8 true life forms who remained bound in the crimson coils, the gory ruin of the 9th still settling into the heap below, and it asked them a question. Where is it? It. The word came with no antecedent that Noah could grasp, no explanation of what the it was, and yet every bound true life form on that mountain understood it perfectly. He could feel that they understood, through the borrowed perspective. Whatever it was, it mattered more than their lives, and they had all known the question was coming, and they had all already decided their answer. The answer was silence. They gave the sealed one nothing. Bound, doomed, watching one of their own crushed into parts mid-defiance, they held their silence with the same conviction the woman had carried, and the sealed one received their silence with that same gleeful patience, and killed them for it. One after another. It did not torture them or bargain with them. It asked, and it received nothing, and it crushed the one it had asked, and then it turned to the next and asked again, working down the line of the 8 with the unhurried thoroughness of a thing that had all the time that had ever been. Each crushing was casual. Each was total, the crimson coils reaching past flesh into source and identity and ending the whole of the being at once. The mountain of corpses grew by one, and one, and one, until only the last of them was left. He was a man with a scholarly air, boundless infinity moving through him, and he looked at the sealed one with the calm of a being who had already finished being afraid. He answered where the others had been silent. You truly will never get it, he said. Do you understand that yet? The fact that you seek it like this, with this much desperation, piling up true life forms and crushing them one by one to wring it out of us, that is the precise reason you will never have it. It is not a thing that can be sought. It does not answer to hunger or force or the size of the heap you build. His scholarly calm held. It is drawn to greatness. It comes toward that which is purest, toward the epitome, toward a being so completely and truly itself that it has no choice but to be pulled to it. You cannot chase it down. You cannot take it from anyone. You can only become the kind of thing it comes to, and you, with all your grandeur, are not that thing and have never been, because a being that crushes mountains of its betters to find a treasure has already proven it is not pure. It is only hungry. He held the gaze of the thing on the throne. So you will never find it. Not in this age. Not in any. Someone else will, and at that time, I will laugh at you gleefully wherever I am in thr endless darkness. The sealed one's gleeful patience cracked. For the first time in the record, the borrowed feelings flooding into Noah changed shape, the perfect controlled arrogance giving way to a flash of genuine rage. It crushed the scholar. Faster than the others, with less ceremony, the crimson coil snapping shut on his existence and ending him mid-calm, the way a man swats at a thing that has stung him. And then the mountain held 9 corpses where it had held 8 and a line of the defiant living, and the thing on the throne sat alone with its rage and its silence and its it that it would never find. Noah watched all of it, cold, his own identity burning clean through the borrowed feelings. The it. The fusion. The thing drawn to that which is purest. And then the perspective shifted, and the sealed one spoke, and it was no longer speaking to the dead true life forms. It was speaking to him. This part of you, by the way, it said, the rage smoothing back into warmth, the sliver you so bravely sent in to spring my little trap. It will not be leaving this record. That was the trap, in case you are still looking for it. My record is as grand as my power, vessel, and a thing that walks into a memory of mine does not simply walk back out when it has seen enough. You will stay. A piece of you, kept here, while the rest of you grows easier to take. My record is grand. As grand as I can possibly make it, which is to say more than enough to hold a sliver of one small budding true life form who thought himself clever enough to dash. Crack. The record broke. It came apart around the both of them before the sealed one could finish the sentence, the mountain of corpses and the raging infinite sky and the throne all fracturing at once, and out of the gaps in the shattering memory Noah's body manifested. Fluum. It was not a sliver. Not a kept piece. The whole of his presence, grand and imperious, stepping out of the breaking record to stand before the manifestation of the sealed one, and the thing wearing devilish beauty showed, for just an instant, a trace of genuine surprise. Noah had come prepared. He had understood, the moment he sent himself into the record, what could happen. And in the time since, he had understood his own intent more and more, his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian settling deeper into him with every breath, and that understanding was the answer to the trap before the trap was ever sprung. Noah looked at the manifestation across the swirling fragments of its own broken record. You built this record to hold a piece of me by making it your domain. Your memory, your structure, your rules. But my existence is bathed in my identity now. All of it, completely, down to the foundation. And this record is inside my existence, the same as you are, the same as everything you've shown me. You handed it to me through the hand sealed in my heart, which means it played out in here, in me, on my ground. His eyes were steady. And I understand myself more thoroughly than I ever have. Which means my control over anything within my existence is absolute. Including your record. Including this. Boom. The moment the words left him, endlessly blue chains rose out of the fracturing memory, Osmantian absolute infinity now braided with his branded source under the banner of his egoic intent, and they wrapped around the manifestation of the sealed one. All around the two of them, the fragments of the shattered record swirled, the mountain and the sky and the throne reduced to debris turning in the dark of Noah's own existence, and Noah looked at the bound manifestation of the thing that had crushed 9 true lifeforms without rising from its seat. I think, he said quietly, your time has come to an end. Wah! Chapter 5387, O Riven. His confidence rose the more he understood what it meant to carry an egoic intent. To be a true life form. To be, completely and only, himself. So Noah closed his eyes, and felt the thing that had been coming for a long time finally arrive. The fusion of your Osmantian absolute infinity and your Osmantian primordial source is making way for the emergence of the Osmantian source infinity. Fluum. His intent. His own. The Osmantian source infinity, the two great authorities he had each branded with his name folding together at last under the single truth that held them both, the seam that could not dissolve dissolving inside him because his identity sat at the forefront and his identity did not recognize the law that kept them apart. Ah, he breathed. Endless blue light covered his body, and as it covered him, he understood. He understood all of it at once, the shape of the road ahead of him resolving in a single clear moment. My second scale of existence will not begin with transcendent, he said, for himself alone. That was never going to be it. My second scale of existence will start with this. With Osmantian source infinity. It will start with an egoic intent already in hand. The requirement was that infinity and the primordial source be fused, the thing ancient beings chased their whole existences as a final outcome, the prize at the end of years of effort. Wah! He felt the certainty settle into him. But for me, it isn't the end of anything. It's the first benchmark. The opening step of my second infinite scale. The source scale. HUUM. First had been the Genesis scale. He wanted to call the second the source scale, because this one dealt with identity and origins at its forefront, with the foundational truth of where a thing came from and what it fundamentally was, and that was the territory the whole scale would be built across. As the scale emerged, Noah's existence buzzed with an unfathomable clarity, every part of him sharpening into focus, and he looked at the manifestation of the sealed one bound in his blue chains. And the thing, as though it could sense what was happening to him, what was happening to its own prospects, let its expression go heavy. Noah spoke to it, grand and unhurried. You'll only ever be as grand as I deem you to be, he said. That's the truth of your situation now, so I'd sit with it. You were grand once, in some bygone era, sitting on your mountain of betters, asking your question that nobody would answer. I watched it. It was impressive, in its way. His voice cooled. But you are not grand anymore. Not in here. You won't be speaking up whenever you please. You won't be a problem I have to manage. You don't get to set the stage for what happens next, because what happens next is mine to set, and from this moment on, you will be refined and eaten by me, all of you, every part. Because you are inside my body. And my intent and my scales deem absolute control over anything bathed in my Osmantian source infinity. Boom! The fusion of the obsidian Osmantian primordial source and the multicolored Osmantian absolute infinity resolved, in the end, into a single color. It was blue. An endless, deep, gloriously heavy blue. Cerulean, the two authorities becoming one thing and the one thing shining the pure deep blue of the mana that had carried him since he first gained the skill, Fireball. Mana. The color of mana. The Osmantian source infinity erupted out of him and moved like boundlessly heavy snakes, thick coiling rivers of cerulean authority filled with everything that made him. Tyranny was in it. Quintessence was in it. Pride and lust and humility, all the egos, all the feelings, because his scale dealt with identity and personality, and the egos were about to become a large part of what he was, woven into the foundation rather than cultivated separately the way the Gilded Ones did it. All of it moved alongside his will and his identity, countless swirling rivers of deep blue forming around the manifestation of the Sealed One. And as they spun in their circular formation, the bound thing held at the center, parts of its skin began to flake away and dissolve into the cerulean rivers, absorbed, refined, taken into Noah's Osmantian source infinity beat by beat. The Sealed One's expression went truly heavy then, and it spoke, and the warmth was gone from it. If you do this, it said, it will be all-out war. Not the polite kind. I will find your family. I will find your ruination, and that other one. You saw what I can do. You watched me do it to true lifeforms, beings who would make your loved ones look like nothing at all. So think carefully. What are they, compared to what I crushed on that mountain without standing up? Boom! Noah smiled. It was a smile of glorious tyranny and brutality, and he squinted as he floated closer to the bound manifestation, and he said one thing. The Riven. Boom! The Riven. The moment he said it, everything shook. The swirling rivers shook, the fragments of the broken record shook, and the Sealed One itself shook, because Noah had spoken the thing it had been so certain he could not speak. That, Noah said quietly, is your name. Huum. He had begun refining the being, drawing it into himself piece by piece, and in the refining he had drawn out its name, and so he simply said it. Who said he couldn't? Who decided he needed to stand at some particular height on some particular scale before the truth was allowed in his mouth? It had told him a small mind would shatter, that he would need the sixth scale to utter its names. But that was the framework's rule, and Noah had stopped accepting the framework's rules a long time ago. He had wanted to say it. So he had fucking said it. He watched the buzzing light come into the eyes of the bound thing, and his smile deepened, turned devilish and evil, his crystalline teeth shining with infinity as it showed. The Riven, he said again, savoring it. A big ancient guy like you. I want you to be afraid. Properly afraid, the way those 9 were when you reached past their skin. Because I'm coming for all the other pieces of you. Every place they scattered you, every seal they buried you under. I will refine and devour the entire severed hand to the wrist. So what else do you have left out there? Fingers? Toes? A head, somewhere, waiting? I'll find every one. I'll refine every single one. And I'll do the thing the true lifeforms eons ago couldn't manage, the thing they had to settle for sealing because killing was beyond even them. He floated closer still. To kill you, I don't need to be stronger than you. I just need to pit my identity against yours and devour it completely, beat by beat, piece by piece, until there's nothing of you left to seal. And you handed me that solution yourself, the moment you decided my body was worth crawling into. His eyes burned cerulean over his devilish smile. So rejoice, O sealed one. Rejoice, O Riven. You finally found something in this small recent age to intrigue you. Chapter 5388, O Riven. 2. Noah was done giving the Riven any more room to talk, to threaten, to offer, to do anything at all. He clapped his hands, once, and the whole of the area blazed alight with his identity. Everything became his. The fragments of the shattered record, the swirling cerulean rivers, the bound manifestation at their center, all of it bathed in the truth of the Osmantian source infinity, and the refinement began in earnest. The Riven hung trapped in the middle of the surging rivers as they spun around it in their slow circular formation, and piece by piece it came apart, flakes of it flicking away one after another and dissolving into the cerulean flow, drawn into Noah, broken down into the raw stuff of his own elevation. And as it happened, the prompts came. Refinement initiated. You are breaking down and absorbing the contained portion of the Riven into your Osmantian source infinity. The process is stable. Your egoic intent maintains absolute control over everything bathed in your authority, including this. The directives previously imposed by the presence of the Riven are reversing. They were impositions of a stronger will upon a weaker vessel. That relationship has inverted. You are now the dominant existence in this exchange, and its conditions no longer bind you. First directive, reversed, you are no longer forbidden from speaking of it. You may say what it is, name it, and share knowledge of it freely. The seal on the knowledge was its seal. It is now yours to lift. Second directive, reversed, you no longer need to feed it existential biomass, nor consume lifeforms to sustain the containment. The hunger was its hunger. You are not feeding a prisoner. You are eating one. Third directive, reversed, there will be no irreversible source detonation from failing to gather its components. That threat was leverage it held while it held power over you. It holds none. Instead, the inverse is now true, and to your benefit, through the refinement of this portion, you can begin to sense where its other sealed portions lie scattered across existence. Noah read it, and the prompts kept coming. Refinement yield, as you break down this portion of the Riven, you are drawing into yourself the records, the capabilities, and the accumulated nature of the sealed one. Each is being assessed and integrated. Its mastery of fused infinity and primordial source, the seamless union it wielded better than any being before or since, is reinforcing and elevating your own Osmantian source infinity, accelerating your understanding of the fusion you have only just achieved. Its records, the memories of an age before the scales, the war against the mires, the true lifeforms, the it that it sought and never found, are being pulled into your knowledge as recovered information. You will hold what it held. Its source is being converted into your source. The portion's raw existence, the power of a being from before the framework, is being refined into fuel for your second infinite scale. The source scale will be built, in part, on the substance of the thing that tried to build itself on you. Caution, this portion is a hand cleaved to the wrist. It is not the whole. The whole remains scattered and sealed. As you refine this piece and your sensitivity to the others grows, expect the other portions to stir in response, as this one stirred when the ore was mined. Gathering them will not be passive. Noah gazed at the flows of information pouring through him, the records and the capabilities and the converted source all braiding into his existence, and in the middle of receiving an age's worth of recovered knowledge, he made a proclamation to himself. There is the first tongue, he said. There is the infinite tongue. There is the primordial tongue. 3 tongues, and I hold a grasp of all of them, and not one of them is mine. They represent unique things, grand things, but they were authored by others, shaped to carry meanings that aren't my meanings, identities that aren't my identity. His eyes burned cerulean. So I'll enact my own. A tongue that carries me, the way my infinity carries me and my source carries me and my intent carries me. The Osmantian tongue. Boom. Everything within his existence buzzed and trembled at the declaration, the refinement rivers shuddering, the cerulean light flaring. A tremendous undertaking. To enact a tongue of your own is to author a foundational language of existence. To make it possible, you must become far more familiar with your just emerged Osmantian source infinity and your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian. You hold them, but you do not yet fully know them. When their immensity reaches a certain threshold, and when you have grown familiar enough with them to consciously design and define their capabilities, you can enact your ideal tongue. It is not a thing to be seized in a moment. It is a thing to be grown into, and then built on purpose. Noah's eyes shone at that. A thing to be grown into and built on purpose. He gazed a moment longer at the continuing refinement of the ribbon, the flakes of the ancient monster still flicking away into his rivers one by one. And then he opened his eyes externally, and came back to the hallowed domain. The region had changed in the minutes he had been inward. He gazed across it and found it full now, far fuller than when he had closed his eyes. Swords of existence had arrived, and other source lifeforms of grand power, drawn by the spectacle of a primordial great intent blooming in ordered territory. Massive beast bodies of relictus surrounded the gathering, the ancient guardians of the sourcelands come to see. Dame Seraphine stood among them, and many turned his way as he rose, the weight of a great many powerful gazes settling onto him at once. Noah took in all of it calmly, and focused on Dame Seraphine, and spoke. "The sealed one has begun to wake," he said, and the words came out of his mouth freely, the first directive reversed, the knowledge is to share at last. His appearance in the maw was what killed Sir William and the others. The mining of Aradark or across the ages loosened his seal there, a piece at a time, until a piece of him stirred enough to break loose. His voice stayed even. So we have to prepare. We have to hunt down whatever parts of him are waking, wherever they were buried, before any more of them break loose the way that one did. Boom! His voice was calm, almost casual, and yet he had dropped a bomb into the middle of the gathered source lifeforms, and the room split cleanly down a line he had expected. The vast majority of the source lifeforms looked confused. They turned to one another, to Seraphine, searching for the meaning of what the new sword had just said, the name the sealed one landing on them as so much sound. They did not know. The sealing had been long ago. But Dame Seraphine went ashen. And a select few others among the gathered powers went ashen with her, a handful of faces draining of color, beings who turned toward Noah with something close to horror, because they were the ones who knew. The ones who carried the old knowledge, or were told of records, and who understood exactly what he had just named, and exactly what it meant that it was waking. Noah's eyes stayed sharp on them as he held the room. He had cut off and begun refining a part of the monster. But he did not let it make him careless, because a hand was only a hand, and the thing it had been cleaved from was still an ancient monster scattered across existence, still vast, still patient, still capable of crushing beings that made him look like a child. He understood his situation precisely. He was a sword of existence now. He could use the sword of existence, the authority and the station and the blade, to cut the limbs and the power from this being wherever its pieces lay waking, to sever and seal and hunt, while he devoured and refined everything about each piece he claimed. He would dismantle the Riven the way the Riven had once dismantled its betters. One piece at a time. Chapter 5389, Principium. I. There were many things on Noah's mind. There was the matter of quantifying his newly emerged intent, of understanding the fusion of infinity and the primordial source that had become his Osmantian source infinity, all its breadth and its limits and the things it could do that he had not yet thought to try. There was the enactment of his own tongue, the tremendous undertaking that waited on his growing familiarity with himself. And there were more things beyond those, a dozen of them, each one of paramount importance in its own right. But there was also the Riven to destroy, and the first step toward destroying it was the simplest possible thing. Talk about it. There was a reason the thing had made that its first directive, the silencing, the prohibition on Noah saying a single word about it to anyone. It did not wish to be found yet. It loved moving in the dark, the way every patient buried thing loved the dark, and the dark was where its scattered pieces could wake one by one without anyone knowing to stop them. So Noah would do the one thing it most did not want. He would drag it into the light. He had already begun, with the gathered source lifeforms, with the handful of ashen faces that knew. Now he would carry it upward, to the ones who could actually move against it. That was the first step. Everything else followed from it. So as he stood there looking at Dame Seraphine, the next moment arrived. Tendrils of boundless obsidian light formed above the gathering, descending into crystalline beams that landed on Noah and on Seraphine and on several of the other powers present, wrapping them in their glow. Seraphine met his eyes through the light, and what was in her face had not entirely recovered from the ashen thing his words had put there. "We," she said, "have been summoned by the domicile of the Queen Regnant." With those words, boundlessly pure primordial source wrapped around them all, and they vanished from the outer region of the hallowed domain, drawn inward, toward the deep places of the sword territory where the Queen Regnant kept her seat and where, until now, Noah had never been invited. While that body traveled toward the heart of the source lands, another of Noah's bodies turned its attention inward, to the Infiniverse, to the work of understanding what he had become. Grasping his intent was a unique kind of study, because his intent was himself. He did not have to train it the way one trained a technique or unlock it the way one unlocked a power. He had to live it. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian deepened the more truly and completely he lived as the things he was, and so the way to understand it was simply to be himself, fully, in each of the identities that made him. And of all his identities, there was one he loved most. The farmer. In the early veiled shore of the Infiniverse, Noah stood among the plots. It was a serene place, the kind of serenity he had built on purpose because he was a being who knew exactly how rare serenity was and how much power it took to keep. Lush plots of herbs ran out in gentle rows, crimson and gold, and now threaded here and there with the deep cerulean of his fused authority, and a soft light lay over all of it, the light of a domain that answered to a man who wanted, somewhere in his endless holdings, one place that was only quiet. He wore farmer's attire, plain and worn and comfortable, the clothes of the identity rather than the titles. His mother stood behind him, Amelia, watching with the patient attention of a woman who had watched him grow things since before any of this. And Seo Yun stood nearby, her big eyes fixed on his hands, where a seed of pure blue brilliance rested in his palm. "All right," Noah said to her, gently. "Watch. A seed doesn't become a tree all at once. It happens in steps, and every step matters, and if you understand the steps you understand the whole thing. So let's go through them." He fed a thread of Osmantian source infinity into the seed, slow and careful, and it began. "First is imbibition," he said. "The seed drinks. It takes in water, or in this case the pure primordial essence around it, and it swells, and the swelling wakes it up. Nothing grows until it drinks first." The blue seed darkened, swelled, a crack running across its shell. Then the radical comes. That's the first root, the very first thing the seed sends out, and it goes down, always down, anchoring the whole future of the plant before anything reaches for the sky. Roots before leaves. The foundation before anything else. Seo Yun watched, rapt, as a fine cerulean root threaded down out of the seed into the substrate of the realm. Then the plumule, Noah continued, his egoic intent moving through the work, his identity poured into every stage. That's the first shoot, the part that reaches up. And the cotyledons, the seed leaves, the little starter leaves that feed the sprout on what the seed packed away for it, until it can feed itself. The shoot rose, blue and luminous, the first small leaves unfurling. HUUM. After that come the true leaves, the real ones, and the roots spread wider, and once there are true leaves, the plant can finally do the thing that makes it a plant. Photosynthesis. It takes light and makes its own food out of it. From that moment on, it isn't living off what the seed gave it. It's living off what it makes itself. He looked at her. That's the part one liked best. The moment a thing stops being fed and starts feeding itself, self-sufficiency. And as he spoke each step, he nurtured it, his Osmantian source infinity and his egoic intent flowing into the growing thing, and it did not stay small. It rose. The cerulean sprout became a sapling and the sapling became a tree, and the tree kept climbing, taller and taller, the tallest thing in all the early veiled shore, its crown spreading until it reached up and out and encompassed multiple realms of the infiniverse at once, a single tree grown from a single seed by a man living, fully and truly, as the farmer he loved being most. You have expressed a critical part of your identity through your intent and your Osmantian source infinity for the first time. The act of living truly as one of your core identities has produced a manifestation of that identity in the world. A tree has been nurtured into being. Designation: the cerulean existence root. Standing, it is now the foundational tree of the infiniverse, grown from your fused authority and your egoic intent, rooted across multiple realms at once. Every minute, it blooms a single fruit containing both pure primordial source and infinity in union. Consuming one such fruit allows a being to seek, and potentially attain, the primordial source, while refining their infinity to a higher level in the same act. It does for both authorities at once what your earlier resources did for one. It is renewable, perpetual, and bound to your identity. Chapter 5390, Principium. 2. Noah looked up at the radiant tree, its cerulean crown spread across realms, fruit already beginning to bud along its highest branches, and beside him Seoyan clapped her hands together with open wonder, delighted. And as he stood there, in farmer's clothes, his mother behind him and the child clapping beside him, more came. Your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian has unlocked all remaining egos. One prompt, and then others followed it. By beginning to live truly and completely by your identities through your intent, you are unlocking more and more of what you are capable of. The tree was the first expression. It will not be the last. Each identity you fully inhabit will reveal another facet of your intense reach. As of this moment, from the egos of the sins to the egos of the virtues, every one of them is now available to you. Superbius, ira, avaritia, invidia, gula, aestia, luxuria, and their virtuous counterparts, humilitas, patientia, caritas, and the rest. You may seamlessly switch between any of these identities at will. You may also exhibit the effects of several at once, layering them as you choose. These are, at their root, amplified emotions that exist within you constantly, the same as they exist within every being. The difference is that you now hold conscious command of them. They are part of your identity, woven into your intent rather than cultivated separately, and you can pull on any of them, in any combination, at any time. Noah took it in quietly, the prompt settling over the serene plots and the towering cerulean tree. The Gilded Ones engineered their egos one at a time, hollowing themselves into a single amplified feeling to hold more power, paying for that power with everything they cut away. He had just been handed all of them at once, every ego, sin and virtue alike, not as engineered amplifications that narrowed him but as facets of a single whole identity that could call on any of them and remain entirely himself through all of it. He looked at the tree his hands had grown. The more himself he became, the more he could do. The clearer his identity became, the clearer everything else became with it, and as Noah lived more truly as himself, he began at last to quantify what he had become. The largest thing to quantify was his second infinite scale. The source scale. Quantification of your second infinite scale is now possible. Like the Genesis scale before it, the source scale will potentially divide into three components, three broad stages of becoming. The first of these is now defined. First stage of the source scale, source principium. Source principium is the stage at which you clearly define and master the foundation of who you are. Where the Genesis scale was built on the architecture of an existence, the source scale is built on the truth of an identity, and source principium is the bedrock of that truth. Its defining principle is this: every single action taken by existence in your vicinity must align with your identity and your values. Existence, near you, is no longer neutral. It bends to be consistent with what you are. Components of source principium: straight face. Your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian, the foundational truth that orders all else beneath your identity. Your Osmantian source infinity, the fused authority of branded infinity and branded primordial source, expressed now as a single cerulean whole. Your 14 Osmantian source egos of infinity, the amplified emotional identities woven into your foundation. Your Osmantian infinite physique, your infinite cause and 9 prime causes, your quintessence, and the whole of your prior foundation, now reordered beneath your identity rather than standing beside it. Of these, the egos play a significant role in the expression of your identity, and their capabilities are now more clearly defined than ever before. Noah focused on the egos with real interest, closed his eyes, and looked inward. He appeared within his own existence, in a place of endlessly swirling blue seas, the deep cerulean of his Osmantian source infinity moving in slow vast currents in every direction. He found, looking at it, that he loved the color. It reminded him of manna, of the thing he had fallen for in his homeworld, far more than the multicolored brilliance he had grown used to carrying. This was simpler. This was the blue he had started with, grown enormous and made wholly his. And in the vast cerulean sea, he could see them. 14 massive manifestations, the 14 Osmantian source egos of infinity, and every one of them was his own body, expressed differently, 14 versions of himself rising out of the blue. The 7 sins. Superbius, the proud. Avaritia, the greedy. Luxuria, the lustful. Invidia, the envious. Gula, the gluttonous. Ira, the wrathful. Astia, the slothful. And the 7 virtues. Humilitas, the humble. Caritas, the giving. Castitas, the focused. Patientia, the patient. Temperantia, the restrained. Industria, the diligent. Humanitas, the kind. All of them were part of his identity. And the thing the Gilded Ones could not have imagined, the thing that made his egos categorically different from theirs, was what was woven into each one. The Gilded Ones engineered a single ego into hollow flesh and called it power. Noah's 14 each carried the primordial source and infinity fused together inside them, plus his intent, plus his identity. Osmantian source egos of infinity. O. Osmantian. Source. Infinity. 3 terrible components in every single one of the 14, and so what came out of them was grand beyond what any engineered ego could ever produce. He studied them in the blue, and the prompts came. Source Principium clarified, regarding the Osmantian source egos of infinity. Any of these 14 identities may be taken up to amplify its ego across your existence at any time, shifting you into its absolute expression. Beyond that active capacity, however, your egos have produced something permanent. 9 passive Osmantian Principium foundations have arisen from the interplay of your 14 egos. These are not abilities you activate. They are always present, the constant background truth of your existence at the source principium stage, each one woven from a combination of sins, virtues, or both, reinforcing your power without any effort or attention from you. First foundation, the unkneeling crown. Superbius and humilitas, fused. No amplified ego can stand before you as superior, and none can render you beneath it. Your pride is absolute, so nothing outprides you, and your humility is absolute, so nothing finds purchase to look down upon. Any hierarchy of ego that another being attempts to impose places you at its apex by default, while you yourself register beneath every search built to find the proud. You cannot be made to kneel, and you cannot be found by those who hunt the high. Chapter 5391, Principium. 3. Second foundation, the tide that owes nothing. Avaritia and caritas, fused. Everything flows toward you, and everything you give flows back grander. Power, substance, and authority within your vicinity drift into your existence passively, and yet the more you give to your people and your allies, the more your reserves produce. Your foundation is a thing that only ever gains, whether by taking or by giving, and it can be drained by neither, because both directions feed it. Third foundation, the mirror that keeps. NVIDIA and Industria, fused. Any capability your existence observes is studied and quietly retained, made yours over time without conscious effort. You grow stronger in the presence of stronger beings rather than diminished by them, their excess feeding your becoming, and what you learn once you never lose. Proximity to power is, for you, a passive harvest. Fourth foundation, the hunger that refines. Gula and temperantia, fused. Everything that enters your existence is consumed and integrated as growth, but always at perfect efficiency, never to excess, never spilling onto what you wish to protect. You devour without waste and without danger to your own, the boundless appetite of gula governed by the perfect restraint of temperantia, so that consumption only ever makes you grander and never makes you careless. Fifth foundation, the unmoved verdict. Patientia and asteya, fused. You cannot be moved, hurried, compelled, or worn down by any external force. Bindings refuse to settle on you. Commands find no foothold. Pressure exhausts itself against your foundation and is absorbed into your reserves. You stand where you choose for as long as you choose, and adversaries deplete themselves against your stillness while you lose nothing at all. Sixth foundation, the pure trajectory. Castitas and ira, fused. Your committed will cannot be diverted, diluted, seduced, enraged, or interrupted. When you set an intention against a target, it proceeds with perfect focus and the accumulated weight of every wrong ever done to you, and nothing external can turn it aside. Your wrath is concentrated into a single unbreakable line, and that line does not miss. Seventh foundation, the all-drawing stillness. Luxuria and asteya, fused. Beings near you are drawn toward you and find leaving difficult, while you yourself remain unmoved by any desire of your own. Enemies hesitate to strike. Pursuers find themselves unwilling to retreat and unable to advance, simply present, held by an attraction they cannot name, while your own resolve stays cool and untouched at the center of it. Eighth foundation, the remembered truth. Humanitas and NVIDIA, fused. You perceive beings as they truly are beneath every engineered or amplified layer, and you cannot be deceived by the masks other egos wear. The hidden cores of the gilded ones, the buried truths of the proud and the wrathful, all of it lies open to your sight, and a being whose true self you have seen cannot use that self against you, for you already hold the truth of them. Ninth foundation, the sovereign existence. All 14, fused. The capstone foundation, drawn from the whole. Within your vicinity, existence itself must act in accordance with your identity and your values. This is the principle of source principium made passive and absolute. No event near you may proceed in a manner that contradicts who you are. Your identity is not merely expressed into the world, it is imposed upon the world as a condition the world must satisfy, constantly, without your willing it. You do not bend existence by effort. Existence, near you, has simply already bent. Noah opened his eyes within the cerulean sea and looked at the 14 manifestations of himself, and at the 9 foundations now woven permanently through his existence. The gilded ones built their power by cutting themselves down to a single feeling. He had built his by becoming all of them at once, and out of the becoming, 9 passive truths had arisen that needed no thought, no activation, no cost. They simply were, the way he simply was, the constant background hum of a being whose identity had become the foundation of his power. No amplified ego could stand before him as superior. Nothing could move him, deceive him, drain him, or divert him. Everything flowed toward him and everything he gave came back grander. And in his vicinity, existence itself had already agreed to behave the way he would have wanted it to, before anyone thought to ask it otherwise. This was source principium. The first stage of his second infinite scale, the bedrock of who he was, made into law. He had 2 more stages of the source scale ahead of him, still undefined. He found himself genuinely curious what living even more truly as himself would unlock next. But out of all the terrifying things that had risen from his Osmantian source egos of infinity, the one Noah could not stop marveling at was the second foundation. The tide that owes nothing. Its details sat in his mind, plain and ridiculous. Everything flows toward you, and everything you give flows back grander. Power, substance, and authority within your vicinity drift into your existence passively, and yet the more you give to your people and your allies, the more your reserves produce. The more he gave, the more he gained. He wanted to see exactly how ridiculous that was. Not theorize it. Test it, the way he tested everything, by doing the thing and watching what happened. He looked at the cerulean existence root, the towering world tree spread across multiple realms of the infiniverse, and stretched out his hand toward a fruit forming on a branch light years away. The distance meant nothing to him. He plucked it from across the gulf, the glimmering blue obsidian sphere drifting into his palm, and he turned and offered it to Seo Yun. "Here," he said. "Try this. Tell me what you think." Seo Yun took it and ate it whole, and her eyes lit up with brilliant light as the fruit's union of pure primordial source and infinity poured into her small existence and fortified her foundation. Tasty. Maybe a bit too sweet. And Noah felt the return. You have given a fruit of the cerulean existence root to Seo Yun. The tide that owes nothing is triggered. You have gained 1,000 times the boons that Seo Yun received from consuming what you gave her. Boom! An explosion of infinity and primordial source went off inside him, the boons rushing into his foundations and fortifying them far beyond what the single fruit had done for the girl, a 1,000-fold return on a thing he had simply handed away. Chapter 5392, The Tide That Owes Nothing. The more he gave, the more he received, and the receiving dwarfed the giving by a factor that should not have been allowed. It was unfathomably ridiculous as an ability. It broke the basic math that every other being in existence lived by, the rule that giving costs the giver, and it broke it in the most generous possible direction. He wanted to give. And now he wanted to give freely, extravagantly, because giving freely was, apparently, the single most selfish thing he could do. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand and retrieved the source armament that Sir William had given him. He held it a while. He remembered the being who had handed it to him, the gentleman knight who had sponsored him and vouched for him and spent his last breath teaching, who had been shredded apart by the riven in the dark of the maw and turned to a river of light. The blade was a good blade. So he turned and handed the terrifying weapon to Seo Yun. Another present, he told her. This one was given to me by someone good. I think you'll like it. Seo Yun unsheathed it at once, with the dangerous unthinking enthusiasm of a child handed something far too sharp, and a terrifying aura spilled out of the blade and out of her, and she laughed, bright and chaotic, and began to swing it. The swings were not playful in their effects, whatever the joy behind them. Each one was terrifying enough to shred apart the weak first-tier intents of a fourth-scale being, great crescents of obsidian blue brilliance carving through the air of the early veiled shore, and several of them came down toward the plots of infinite sacred herbs, threatening to ravage the careful rows. And Amelia moved. Noah's mother smiled, and exerted her power, and the infinite cause bloomed around her body, because she was the origin of the infinite cause, the backbone now of far too many things across his holdings. Her figure manifested at terrifying speed across every place where Seo Yun's crescents of infinity and primordial source would have landed and torn up the herbs, and she caught the devastating arcs in her hands, one after another, dispersing them harmlessly before they could ruin a single plot. She looked, to Noah's quiet amazement, delighted. Genuinely joyful at the chance to play with the child, and she cheered Seo Yun on as she caught the deadly swings. Come on, Amelia called, laughing, flickering to intercept another crescent. Is that all? Swing it a little faster. Let me see if we fed you enough. Boom. Yes, Grandma. Be careful. Seo Yun was overjoyed at being allowed to play, a horrific aura erupting off her small frame, and she and Amelia flickered across the skies of the early veiled shore, the child swinging a blade and the grandmother catching every stroke, one chasing the other through the herb realms in a game that would have leveled and collapsed many. Noah watched it with a smile. And at that moment, he felt his intent erupt. An egoic intent was a unique thing, and he was only beginning to glimpse what that meant, and what he glimpsed now was horrific. The tide that owes nothing has triggered alongside the ninth foundation, the sovereign existence. Your intent is exerting itself, because your identity demands that the conditions of your capabilities be met. You have given a source armament away. Therefore, your intent demands that the boon of your second foundation be fulfilled, and your ninth foundation lends its power to ensure existence complies. Your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian has exerted itself and pulled from across the undefined gaps, from the source lands, from the infinite Carcosa, from observable existences beyond count, and from myriad other domains of existence you have no knowledge of and have never set foot in. Your intent has reached into all of them at once and pulled. The effects were terrifying. Noah looked up, and at the highest point of the infiniverse, things began to appear, each one carrying an aura of immensity that pressed against the whole domain, materials wrenched out of the far corners of existence by the demand of his intent, gathered to build him a blade because he had given one away. Materials pulled in converging straight face. The tear of a drowned Carcosa. A shard of crystallized infinity recovered from a corner of the infinite Carcosa where the boundless sea of infinity once went so mad it folded in on itself and drowned an entire region. The madness compressed into a single weeping shard of pure infinity, sharper than the concept of an edge. The marrow of a nameless true life form. A sliver of bone pulled from a domain you have no knowledge of, the remains of one of the eldest beings of a forgotten age, an entity grand enough that even its marrow remembers being foundational. It carries the weight of a being that helped lay laws now older than memory. The stilled heart source of a source land beast. A core of pure primordial source torn from the heart of a colossal beast that died defending some forgotten reach of the source lands, its source stilled at the instant of its loyal death and never spent, holding the unbroken devotion of a creature that died at its post. Additional fragments are converging from domains beyond identification. Noah watched them gather above him, the weeping infinity shard and the foundational marrow and the loyal stilled source and the unnamed others, and his eyes shone as they converged, drawn together by his intent, melding and forging in the high air of the infiniverse into a single blade that burned with both infinity and the primordial source. The blade took shape, and it was beautiful and strange. Its energy split along the length of it, the glowing cerulean force separating to leave a hollow loop above the hilt before joining back together at a fine piercing tip, a split blade that was whole at its point and open at its base. And the hilt carried the standout feature, a prominent dark stylized 9-pointed star forming the crossguard, the 9 points echoing the 9 prime causes and the 9 foundations both, leading down to a simple dark blue wrapped handle made for a human hand. It descended toward him, and the moment it was fully formed its aura blared out across the infiniverse with terrifying immensity, and Noah felt it clearly. It exceeded the aura of a primordial intent. A weapon, forged in a moment from things pulled across creation, pressing heavier than the fifth and near mythical rarity of intent. You have given away a source armament. Therefore you have gained straight face. Designation, the Loyal Reach. Recognized as a quasi-true armament, a tier above a source armament, a tier below a true weapon of a true life form. It is quasi only because its substance was gathered rather than grown, and because its history and record have only just begun this very moment. It holds its own inherent primordial intent, designated the devotion of the given, an intent born from the loyal stilled source at its core and the principle of your second foundation, that what is given returns grander. By the weight of its own primordial intent, the loyal reach can cut apart the intent of another being, even a primordial intent, severing the record an enemy imposes on existence. It holds the ideal to one day form a true intent and become a true armament, though this is extraordinarily difficult, almost impossible, given that its history began moments ago and a true intent requires a record built across an age. Note, depending on the foundation of the being struck, and despite the immense grandeur of the Mesozoic scale, it is possible that the loyal reach could injure or leave a wound upon even a fifth-scale existence. A weapon that cuts intent does not care how grand the being wielding the intent has become. Slightly more important note, any product of the tide that owes nothing will not be capable of being utilized again to trigger the tide that owes nothing. Oh. What his intent was capable of. what his Osmantian source infinity was capable of. He had given away a single blade, and his identity had reached across the whole of existence and demanded a grander one be built to replace it, a quasi-true armament that could wound the Mesozoic scale, forged from the marrow of the foundational dead and the loyalty of a fallen beast and the crystallized madness of a drowned infinite sea. It was all too grand, and Noah felt every bit of it as he reached up and closed his hand around the dark blue handle, the nine-pointed star settling against his grip, and the loyal reach cried out across the whole of the Infiniverse, announcing itself to a domain that had just watched its master give one thing away and receive a wonder in return. Chapter 5393, One Step. Sometimes an ability so terrifying appeared that even Noah had to take a moment. He held the loyal reach in his hand, the quasi-true armament still crying out across the Infiniverse, and he took the moment. The tide that owes nothing was terrifying. There were other terrifying capabilities among the 9 foundations, plenty of them, but this one held the spotlight for now, because this one broke the basic math of giving. So he sat with it, and he asked himself the question he always asked when existence handed him something obscene. How could he absolutely abuse this? How could he take an already broken capability and bend it into doing things no other being could even imagine, the way he had bent every advantage he had ever been handed since he began? As he was thinking it, boom! Xiaoyan barreled into him, laughing with pure joy, and the speed and momentum of her small body alone carried perhaps a quarter of what a deadly strike of the late Sir William's Destroyer would have brought down. Noah raised his hands and caught her out of the air, and his mother appeared beside him in the same instant, reaching out to pull gently on the child's cheeks. This little girl, Amelia said, does not know the first thing about holding back. There was only love in her eyes as she said it. And Noah, who loved seeing his mother happy more than many things, simply watched her fuss over the child for a moment before he gathered Xiaoyan into his lap. The unique little life form settled there, boundless energy still humming off her, and looked up at him with bright innocent eyes, and he asked her something. If you could have anything in existence, he said. Anything at all. What would you want? He could give to a great many people around him, and he intended to. But he had started by giving things to Xiaoyan, and the returns from giving to Xiaoyan had been so shocking, so generous, that he had no hesitation at all about giving her more. He would happily pour the world into this child's hands and watch 1,000 times the world come back. Xiaoyan took the question seriously. She thought about it, her small face going thoughtful in the way that always made her seem older than she looked, and then she answered. I hated the feeling of an unobservable existence, she said. When I was holding the pain. The dying, and the failing, and all of it, the way the causes hurt when they go. I felt all of it for so long. She looked up at him. So if I could have anything, I would want to help. As many dying observable existences as I possibly could. Because I can still feel some of them, you know. Even from very far away. I can sense their pain, the cries of the ones that are ending, and it pains me and it makes me so sad that I can hear them and not do anything. What? She could feel and sense the cries of a terminal observable existence? From across the gulf of existence, a child sensing the death pain of dying existences? Noah's eyes shone at her words. If you can sense the cries of the nearest terminal observable existence, he said slowly, then guide me there. Point me toward it. And I'll see what I can do, the way I did once before. Really? Okay. Xiaoyan's eyes went big and enthusiastic, the sadness chased off by the prospect of actually helping, and Noah smiled at her. He released the blade in his hand, and the loyal reach expanded as it left his grip, growing until it was the size of a massive ship, its split-blade surface burning steady with infinity and the primordial source. He stepped up onto the flat of it, the cerulean fire holding his weight easily, and he nodded to his mother, who smiled and came over to join them on the blade. Then he called out. Henry! Huum! Infinity burned, and in the next instant his son appeared, and Henry truly did look like a younger version of him, a man in his early 20s with the blue gold hair and the familiar bones, a younger Noah without the years of apocalypse carved into him yet. If Noah was going out, he might as well do it while spending time with his family. He had just adopted a daughter, and he was not about to neglect his son in the doing of it. Henry came over with easy confidence and reached out to fluff Seo-yeon's hair where she sat in Noah's lap. "What's up?" he said. "A trip," Noah answered, as the great blade began to rise from the early Vale shore. "We're going to heal some terminal observable existences, and find out exactly what returns come from it. And while we're at it, you're going to do everything you can to get stronger." He glanced at his son. "Little Seo-yeon might accidentally collapse your source if she ever gets serious, at the rate she's going. I'd rather she didn't have a sibling she could break by accident." Henry's fingers froze mid-fluff in the child's hair. Seo-yeon tilted her head up and smiled at him, sheepish, caught. "I won't hurt Brother Henry," she said. "I promise." With that thoroughly incredulous reassurance hanging in the air, the great blade rose fully out of the early veiled shore, climbing rapidly through the realms of the Infiniverse, and then it warped, instantly, carrying the four of them out of the domain entirely to appear in the space beyond it. Outside, the scene was vast and grim and familiar. Another of Noah's bodies hung there, bound by countless chains, straining to drag the immensity of the Infiniverse behind it through the dark, the eternal grueling labor of pulling an observable existence onward. But it was different now. With the emergence of his intent and his Osmantian source infinity, the bound body looked ready, at last, to take a true step forward, the chains taut, the strain finally on the verge of becoming progress, and through all of it the body kept uttering the words it always uttered, every second, without pause. Persevere. Excelissimi. HUUM. And one might wonder, somewhere in all of this, where the neat tidy description of Noah's egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian had gone. What, precisely, did it do? Every other capability had its details, its breakdown, its defined edges. Where was the intents? The answer was that there wasn't one, because everything that had been happening was the intent. It was not a power among his powers. It was the thing underneath all of them. Him living by his identity had unlocked the egos. His intent and his Osmantian source infinity had elevated all 14 of them. His intent had reached across existence to guarantee that the tide that owes nothing paid out. His intent had pulled a blade from the corners of existence because his identity demanded the giving be answered. To list all the things it could do, one would have to fill entire pages, because it touched everything, ordered everything, sat beneath everything as the foundation the rest was built on. But if one needed something neat, something small enough to grasp the whole of it in a single breath. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian, existence itself must conform to who Noah Osmond is. Yes. Sometimes, some things were just too terrifying. Chapter 5394, One Step. 2. They stood on the loyal reach and watched the other body work. It hung in the dark beyond the Infiniverse, bound in countless chains that ran back to the immensity behind it, and it had carried that immensity through the undefined gaps for a little while now, dragging an entire observable existence the way a beast of burden drags a mountain. For all that time the work had been a kind of suffering, his skin rupturing and his bones breaking under a weight no body was built to pull, the radiant flames of Persevere and Excelissimi mending each ruin grander than before only so the ruin could happen again. Endless. Brutal. The price he had set for himself on purpose. It was different now. His intent surrounded that body, and his Osmantian source infinity moved through it in deep cerulean currents, and the body raised its leg to take a step. The step came. And this time the muscles did not tear. The bones did not break. The body that had been ruined and remade 1,000 times simply held, the weight bearing down on it the same as ever and the foundation underneath finally equal to it, and the leg came forward and the foot found nothing in the empty gaps and his intent built something for it to find, a foothold of pure identity, and he pressed down on it and took a step. Boom! He took that step. That one step. HUUM. He took another. And another. You are pulling the full weight and immensity of the Infiniverse forward through the undefined gaps. For the first time, your foundation sustains the action without rupture. Your body holds. The strain did not lessen as he walked. It grew. Each step dragged more of the Infiniverse into motion, and a thing in motion that vast wanted to keep being still, and so every stride asked more of him than the last. But the strain growing was the point. The strain growing was the proof that he was actually moving the thing, and he met each increase by uttering the words he always uttered, except now his intent stood behind them. Persevere. Excelissimi. And with his intent behind the prime letters, they were no longer only words mending a broken body. Storms of blue brilliance surged around him with each utterance, the cerulean force of his fused authority roaring out into the gaps, and the body at the center of the storms looked ancient and grand, a titan straining against an impossible load, lit by the light of his own perseverance, hauling an existence forward one deliberate step at a time. The Infiniverse advances. Note the relationship always established. As you grow stronger, the Infiniverse grows with you, and the weight behind her can be scaled upward to match. The labor does not end as you strengthen, it deepens. A stronger you pulls a grander Infiniverse, and a grander Infiniverse demands a stronger you, and the two of you climb together with no ceiling on either. The burden was never meant to be escaped. Noah read that and found he approved of it. He had never wanted the weight gone. The more adversity, the better. And grandly. You have given tremendous and sustained effort to accomplish an arduous action, consistently, across an immensity of time. The tide that owes nothing is triggered. Effort, freely and consistently given, is a form of giving, and giving returns to you grander. This would not normally trigger the tide, but your intent is working hard to cheat and find as many loopholes as possible. Boons returned. The effects of Persevere and Excelissimi are elevated by 100 times. Persevere no longer merely mends what breaks, it now strengthens the foundation preemptively against the next strain, so that you grow into each heavier load before the load arrives. Excelissimi no longer merely unfolds you grander after rupture, it now compounds, each unfolding building on the last rather than resetting, so that your becoming accelerates the longer you labor. The more effort you give to the pulling, the more these two prime letters give back, and the more they give back, the more effort you can give. The loop favors you in both directions at once. Noah went over the prompt slowly, standing on the flat of the Loyal Reach with his family around him, watching his other body walk. It was, he thought, the purest expression yet of the thing he kept marveling at. He gave effort, and the effort came back as the capacity for more effort. He gave the pulling, and the pulling made the puller grander. There was no bottom to it that he could find, no point where the giving finally cost more than it returned. He had built his entire existence around turning hardship into fuel, and now his very foundation had made that into a law that ran on its own, whether he attended to it or not. His family watched too. Amelia seemed to be slightly pained as she knew everything they had at this moment WSS due to her son going through tremendous pain, and he didn't stop even now. Seoyeon covered her mouth with both small hands, her eyes wide, staring at the distant body hauling an entire observable existence through the dark by hand, the storms of blue brilliance roaring around it with every step. She had held the pain of one dying existence and thought it the heaviest thing in existence. She was watching Noah carry a living one on his back. Henry let out a long silent breath, shaking his head, and Noah caught the look on his son's face, the look of a young man affirming, once again, a thing he already knew. His father was a monster. Out in the gaps, the other body kept walking. Step after step, foothold after foothold of pure intent forming under his feet where the empty dark offered nothing, the massive multicolored bulk of the Infiniverse grinding into motion behind him. And on the flat of the Loyal Reach, the body that stood with his family nudged the great blade with the toe of his boot. It answered him, the split blade of cerulean fire shooting forward into the undefined gaps, carrying Noah and his mother and his son and the little girl who could hear dying worlds, off into the dark toward whatever terminal observable existence Seoyun's small pointing finger would guide them to next. One body walked and pulled in existence. The other flew and went looking for one to save. Chapter 5395, Stripped. While one body crossed the dark toward a dying observable existence with his family on the loyal reach, the rest of Noah kept moving, because his pace had never once been the kind that allowed for resting. In the source lands, the body that walked among the Gilded Ones had left the settlement behind and set off toward the treasure that Marxist and the elder Gilded Ones wanted. Things had shifted a great deal since he stood on that wall and put Dietrich in a crater. His power had climbed rapidly in the time since, and existence around him had been moving too. Taylor of the Light had reached out to him with news. She and Adrastea had become attendants of the Swords of Existence, and Adrastea had taken a mission into the Strand of Broken Scales to learn why the source beasts there were dying in greater and greater numbers. He had found Gilded Ones at the root of it, and he had blown the whistle immediately. Now Relictus and Swords of Existence were being dispatched to the Strand and to every other region the Gilded Ones had quietly infiltrated. Change was coming for the Gilded Ones whether Noah pushed it or not. He weighed that as he traveled, because his pathways could shift quickly depending on how events flowed, and a being with a dozen bodies learned to read which roads were still worth walking. He did not have to keep playing the loyal Custos lost in the thrones of Gilded Ones grasping for a treasure. Ian wanted to change her people, and the change had already begun. In the brain world, Emotive was lighting the Luxuria uprising, the great usurper was binding the Aestia chain under Unity, and Alexander carried the stripped power of millions. The primordial paradox had sent word as well, that he and Irwin, the teacher and student who had spent ages trying to collapse one another, were now moving against the Gilded Ones together. So change was definitely coming to the Gilded Ones of the brain world. From every side at once. Which meant the body wearing a Custos's identity could afford to stop pretending. It could change its path. Noah and Ian stood at the edge of a rising glacial landscape, and Uber-Gulden Dietrich stood before them wearing a hateful expression he had not managed to set down since the crater. Rows of Gilded Ones waited behind them, and more rows stretched ahead, led by Marxist, the shrewd old man in beast skin and bone who had welcomed Noah into the settlement with every grievance intact. The vibrant green forest they had crossed gave way here to massive glacial foliage, frost-rimed and pale, climbing toward a mountain that shone with the auras of hundreds of source beasts. Many of them sat at the third scale. Several burned at the fourth. Whatever treasure the Gilded Ones wanted up that mountain, it was guarded by a slaughter's worth of powerful beasts. And the treasure was not enough to move Noah. Not enough to make him climb that mountain and kill hundreds of source beasts for the sake of a prize the elder Gilded Ones coveted. He had no quarrel with the beasts, and he had stopped, a while ago, doing work that did not serve his own ends. Well, and he even had the oath when he was sworn in as a sword. So he turned to Ian, and took her hand, and looked into her eyes. "Do you trust me?" he asked, calm. His gaze was intense, and it made her tense, a brief tremble running through her at the directness of it. She bit her lip, a small uncertain thing, and then she nodded. Noah nodded back. "I promised you change for your people," he said. "I'm going to bring it. I'm just going to take a different route to it than this one. Okay?" Ian breathed out, slow, like a being steadying herself before stepping off a height. And she nodded again. Noah turned around. His gaze passed over Dietrich and the Gilded Ones behind him, and then forward, over Marxist and the rows ahead, over every Gilded One gathered at the foot of that frozen mountain, all of them waiting for the loyal Custos to lead the climb. And then he spoke. "Oh, Superbius. Huum." He called upon his Osmantian source egos of infinity, reaching for Superbius, the ego of pride, and he released a glimpse of his intent alongside it, masked still as a primordial intent so that no watcher would understand what it truly was. The moment he did, gushing rivers of pride poured out of him. Boom! It came down across the gathered Gilded Ones like a verdict existence had already passed, and any Gilded One within reach was forced to their knees. Gilded Ones. On their knees. Oh. Dietrich went down incredulous, his hateful expression cracking into shock as his Silurian Paleozoic foundations folded under a pride that outprided everything they were, the senior Obergulden driven to his knees in front of his own house by the Lujuria he had warned. Marxist and the other powerful ones erupted with their intents. They had time to do that much. The shrewd old man and the strongest Gilded Ones present called up their records and threw them against the wave, intents blooming to defend against the thing crashing over them. And the intents shattered. Boom! They came apart like they had been struck by an entire observable existence, the foundational records of fourth scale and Paleozoic beings breaking under the weight of Noah's massed egoic intent, and the Gilded Ones who had raised them were smashed backward, their bodies hurled across the glacial foliage, injured, their defenses gone in an instant. Marxist tumbled with the rest of them. The elder Gilded Ones, the ancient and the powerful, had their intents broken and their bodies thrown, all from Noah doing nothing more than releasing his aura and a glimpse of who he was. When it settled, only 2 Gilded Ones were left standing at the foot of the mountain. Eon. And Noah himself. Above the mountain, hundreds of source beasts went still with shock. He stood there grandly in the frost, wrapped in a pride no Gilded One could have fathomed possessing, a pride that had not been engineered into him by careful methodology but forged out of an identity pf grandness. Around him, every other Gilded One knelt where the wave had pinned them or lay where it had thrown them, the proud Superbius and the wrathful Ira and the ancient Eilder all brought down at once, their records broken, their bodies smashed away. The whole gathering, humbled in a moment, by a Lujuria who had stopped pretending to be one. Chapter 5396, Stripped. 2. Noah stood in the frost and looked at the wreckage of the Gilded Ones, and let them feel how little their kneeling moved him. Marxist rose first, because the shrewd ones always recovered fastest, floating up out of the broken foliage with several other fourth-scale elder Gilded Ones gathering around him, their intents shattered, their bodies injured, their pride a ruin they were trying to reassemble in real time. The old man's bright eyes had lost all their welcome. What sat in them now was hate, and beneath the hate, the cold working calculation of a being trying to understand what had just happened to him. "Who are you?" Marxist asked, and the fake fucking warmth he had greeted Noah with at the settlement was entirely gone. Noah regarded him calmly. "Who I am doesn't matter," he said. "It's the wrong question, and you're too old to be asking wrong questions. What matters is the fate of the Gilded Ones. So let me tell you about that instead, since you came all this way to learn it." He let his gaze move across the gathered Eilder, the kneeling and the floating and the thrown back alike. For how you engineer yourselves, for how you live, for what you've built your power on, you are not fit to hold infinity. You were never fit. So, I'm going to strip it from you. Boom! He tugged. He reached into the bodies of every Gilded One in the region and took hold of the infinity inside them, and he pulled. He pulled and pulled and pulled. Rivers of blue surged out of them and toward him, infinity torn free of foundations that had cultivated it across ages, drawn out of the proud and the wrathful and the ancient and into Noah, his intent exerting itself in a terrible way, his identity demanding that existence comply and existence complying. The Gilded Ones could do nothing. Their infinity left them in gushing blue streams, abandoning the beings who had spent eternities accumulating it, flowing to the one who had decided they no longer deserved to keep it. By the time he finished, they were horrified. They could feel what had been taken. The thing at the core of their power, gone, lifted out of them as easily as a man lifts coins from an open palm, and they stared at Noah with the dawning terror of beings who were realizing exactly how thoroughly outmatched they had been the entire time. Noah was not finished. "And your egos," he said. "Those aren't deserving either. You engineered them. You cut yourselves down to a single amplified feeling and called the hollowing out strength, and you fed that engineered pride and engineered wrath on the suffering of beings beneath your notice. He let his own ego rise, the real one, Superbius, drawn from his Osmantian source egos of infinity, pride that had been forged rather than installed. Feel my ego. This is the genuine article. This is what pride is when a being earns it instead of having it built into hollow flesh. And your engineered, amplified versions. I'm taking those from you too. I'm leaving you hollow. HUUM. He pulled again, and the egos came loose. The engineered pride, the amplified wrath, the cultivated sloth and greed, all of it stripped out of the gilded ones the way the infinity had been, torn from the foundations they had been methodically installed in, leaving the beings behind them empty. The gilded ones who had defined themselves entirely by their amplified egos felt those egos ripped away, and what remained was hollow, scoured, beings who had been their sins and were now simply nothing, robbed of the engineered feeling that had been the whole of their identities. It was horrific. Marxists' hate guttered into something closer to fear. What was this power? What was this intent? Oh! He roared his hatred and discontent, but it meant nothing. In less than 10 seconds, he and many others lost everything that made them who they were. In the end, the gilded ones drifted there utterly defeated, stripped of their infinity and their egos both, hollow and powerless, beings who had been among the strongest in the region reduced in moments to husks. Noah raised his fist, and his Osmantian source infinity spread out and covered all of them. Back to the brain world observable existence you go, he said. All of you. Go home, and watch. There's a changing era coming for the gilded ones there. Watch what becomes of everything you built. The cerulean light closed over them, and they began to disappear, the kneeling and the floating and the thrown back, the proud Eilder and the hateful Dietrich and the shrewd old Marxist, all of them dissolving out of the source lands and away, sent to Valanthra Hollow to witness the unmaking of their kind from the inside. In the end, only Noah and Ian were left behind at the foot of the frozen mountain. He still held her hand as she was breathless. I'll give you the source, he said to her. The source, and a great deal more, and I'll do everything I can to help you reach what you want for your people. But things may get a bit bloody before they get better. Ian looked at him, and her eyes were full of astonishment, and she shook her head slowly. This whole time, she said, I think part of me still believed it was a dream. That it couldn't be real. I left my people eons ago because I couldn't change them and I couldn't bear to be them, and I told myself there was nothing to be done, that it was too vast and too old and too set. And then you came along as you said what you said, but I never fully believed it. I thought I was indulging a beautiful impossible thing. A dream. Even if it was a dream, I wanted to be lost in it. She looked at the empty space where the Eilder had been. But I believe it now. I do. Her voice steadied. You do what you need to do. I'll be here to support you, whatever it takes. So tell me. What do you need, if there's anything at all? Noah's eyes shone at that. He looked at her, and he did not particularly need anything. But... Well, he said, the corner of his mouth lifting. There is one thing. I've gained something new called the tide that owes nothing, and I've been curious about its effects in a few areas I haven't gotten to test yet. One of them being what it does to dual cultivation. Oh? Ian's eyes lit with boundless Superbius, her own pride rising, and she smiled, slow and dangerous. Like I said, she murmured. Whatever you need. A vibrant sea of infinity bloomed across the region then, deep and concealing, rising to cover everything at the foot of the frozen mountain, because some things did not need to be witnessed by the eyes of others. Chapter 5397, The Defiler Eye. Dietrich. Dietrich met the ground of the brain world observable existence at the speed of a falling verdict, and the impact was the least of what hurt. His power had regressed. He felt at the instant he gathered himself off the broken floor, the wrongness of his own foundations, the gaps where Superbius and infinity had been, and the horror of the measurement landed before his pride could stop it. He had nearly slipped from the third scale entirely. He, Upper Gulden Dietrich, Silurian Paleozoic, of one of the greatest houses in the brain world, had come within a breath of dropping to the second scale, hollowed of the engineered pride that had defined him and the infinity that had carried him, left standing on a foundation that barely held its tier. Boom. Who had his fucking whore of a sister bonded herself to? The question screamed through him, drowning out even the pain. Who was that demon? Who was that thing that had infiltrated their ranks wearing the designation of a luxuria, that had stood on their settlement wall absorbing the bellum pulse like it was a warm breeze, that had put him in a crater in front of his own house, that had knelt every gilded one present with a single word and shattered the intents of Eilder and thrown them like refuse? Who strips a being of their ego? Who strips a being of their infinity? Those things were not taken. They were cultivated across eons, woven into the bone of an existence, and this thing had pulled them out of a dozen powerful gilded ones the way a hand plucks fruit, and Dietrich did not have a single framework that allowed for it. His rage buzzed, and as it buzzed his existence cleared, and he sensed other auras ahead of him. He raised his head. Ah! Wah! What should have stood before him was a vast and glorious citadel of the Gilded Ones. What stood before him instead made no sense to his eyes. Residual mushroom clouds hung in the air, slow and roiling, the unmistakable signature of detonation, and beneath them the structures of the citadel had been reduced to a fallout. Towers that should have scraped at the heights lay snapped and blackened. The reinforced halls, the breathing golden walls, the proud architecture of a gilded seat, all of it ruined, scorched, flattened into the broken silhouette of a place that had been through something nuclear and survived only as wreckage. He could not even say for certain which citadel this had been. Everything that would have told him was gone, decimated past recognition. And worse. Among the ruin he saw faces he knew. Marxist, and the other Gilded Ones from the settlement, hollowed exactly as he had been hollowed. And around them, beyond them, filling the broken heart of the dead citadel, millions more. Millions of Gilded Ones, stripped of their infinity and their egos, the vast majority robbed even of their observable force, their existences collapsed all the way down to the second scale. A few million once proud Gilded Ones, gathered powerless at the center of a destroyed seat of their own kind, husks in the rubble of everything they had built. Oh! When had the Gilded Ones ever been looked down upon like this? When had they ever been brought so low? It could not be happening. It could not be allowed to happen. Where were the Eilder Gilded Ones, the true pillars of their people, the ones who stood at the fifth scale? They could not simply be watching this unfold. They would never permit it. At that moment, a voice answered the thought he had not spoken aloud. Are you thinking something like, where are the truly powerful Gilded Ones to stop all this? The voice said, mild and conversational. I expect them to arrive in time. They're likely still grasping what's happening, with all the attacks landing across the brain world from so many directions at once. It's a lot to take in. But they'll get here. Don't be so pressed about it. Dietrich's face went livid, because he knew that voice. It was the voice of the existence he detested above all others. He turned. The infiltrator. The defiler of his sister. This motherfucker. He stood there adorned in a blue robe that shone with an infinity Dietrich could not fathom, an infinity so dense that looking at the being made Dietrich's eyes burn as though he had turned them toward a sun. He kept looking anyway, defiant, refusing to look away from the thing he hated, and he kept looking even when he felt his eyes begin to bleed, the burning intensifying until crimson gold ran down his cheeks, and still he glared, because to look away was to concede, and Dietrich would die before he conceded to the defiler. The being was vile to his sight. Cruel. Filled with hatred, a villain wearing a man's shape, and Dietrich would name him for exactly what he was until his last breath. In the next moment, a hand clamped onto his neck. Crack! The defiler lifted him bodily into the air, fingers closing around his throat, the bones of his neck grinding toward shattering under a grip that held terrifying power in it, and Dietrich felt himself raised up like an animal hauled to slaughter. "You know, I'm normally very laid back," the defiler said, holding him aloft. "Genuinely. I don't care for cruelty. I don't care for unnecessary destruction. It bores me, mostly, the beings who reach for it first. I'd much rather grow things than break them." His blue eyes were cold. "But every so often, some lifeforms live with such vileness, such detestable weavings woven all the way through their existences, that I have to bear witness to a little destruction whether I want to or not. Consider this one of those times." Dietrich refuted it in his soul even as his neck creaked. How dare this thing speak of vileness? How dare the defiler call anyone cruel? How much crueler could a being possibly be than to strip away everything that made a lifeform what it was? The pride. The infinity. The very self. There was no torture in all the methods of the Gilded Ones that matched it. "You are crueler than all of us, defiler. You are the cruelest thing in existence. Huum." He spat the thought out loud, the words breaking around the grip on his throat, and the defiler turned to him with a dangerous smile and waved his free hand. And Dietrich saw them appear. Billions of lifeforms, carrying a silver Aestia brilliance, materializing around the dead citadel. Billions. And more pressing in from the periphery, an ocean of them with no visible end. They looked like lost things, hollow things, no weavings of intelligence in their eyes, no will, nothing behind the silver glow but emptiness. Existences that had been emptied of everything except motion. "These are existential Aestia dredges," the defiler said pleasantly. "Bounded lifeforms, once. The ones who had the Aestia ordinances dropped on them, on the whole of the observable existence down below. Quintillions, mindless now, their selves burned out of them by your house's careful methodology." He surveyed the gathering sea. Chapter 5398, The Defiler 2. "I'm bringing a great many of them here, because here, in this destroyed citadel, are some of the Gilded Ones responsible for producing those ordinances. The ones who set them off. The ones who followed the chains of command. Basically everyone who had a hand in it. I'll spare you, because of your sister, which is more mercy than you've earned. But you get to watch. You get to watch these bounded lifeforms, the ones your kind turned into mindless zombies, backed by a little of my intent, devour the Gilded Ones who stood so very far above them. The ones responsible for what they became." His smile sharpened. "You get to watch." Crack. More of Dietrich's neck bones gave as the infernal being lifted him higher, holding him up like a beast strung for display, forcing his gaze toward the ruin below. And the slaughter began. The existential Aestia dredges descended. They came in waves, the silver-lit ocean of them crashing down upon the few million stripped Gilded Ones, and they carried power that was not their own, lent to them, an intent riding underneath their mindless hunger in making the weak into something that could tear the strong apart. They fell upon the hollowed Gilded Ones and they did not kill cleanly. They devoured. Dietrich watched a Superbius he had known for ages vanish under a dozen dredges, watched the silver hands tear into the being and pull it apart even as the mouths closed on the pieces, watched a proud existence become a thing screaming and unmade and eaten in the same moment. Wah! It spread across the dead citadel in every direction. Gilded Ones who had ruled, who had signed off on the deaths of quintillions as an acceptable cost, who had looked at the lower observable existence with its countless living existences and its full dwellers and found the calculation reasonable, were dragged down into the silver tide and ripped open and consumed by the very beings their ordinances had hollowed. The stripped ones could not fight. They had nothing left to fight with. They had been reduced to the second scale and the dredges had been lifted past their station, and so the ones who had been titaners to these bounded lifeforms a short while ago were torn into wet ruin and swallowed by the hundreds of thousands. Blood that shone like ruined gold ran through the rubble. Limbs and fragments of foundation scattered and were snatched up and devoured. The screaming rose into a single sound that was not really a sound anymore, and underneath it the silent silver dredges kept feeding, mindless, endless, a sea with no bottom eating an empire that had thought itself the top of existence. Dietrich watched all of it, forced to, his eyes bleeding crimson gold tears down his face, and beside him the defiler spoke, almost gentle, while a civilization was eaten alive below them. "There's a thing I've been turning over," the defiler said, watching the carnage with the calm of a man watching nothing. "About violence. About the beings who only ever know how to deal it outward, who build their whole existence on doing harm to things beneath them and never once imagine the harm turning around. Those beings don't understand anything, you see. They can't. They've never been on the other side of it. You can explain suffering to a being like that for 1,000 years and it will nod and learn nothing, because the lesson doesn't live in the words. It lives in the experience." He tilted his head. "So the only thing that teaches them, the only thing, is the same violence done back. It's not vengeance as it's more so, pedagogy. It's the single language they were ever capable of learning, and they chose it themselves, and now they're being taught fluently. HUUM. If it weren't for your sister," the defiler continued, "I think I might have simply wiped out every gilded one on this entire observable existence. All of them. The whole rotten weaving, scoured clean." He sounded almost surprised at himself. "And I genuinely don't think I was capable of that before. Look at what you fuckers can make people do. I used to be a being with limits I didn't choose. But people change. Identity is paramount, and identity grows, and a being who lives fully by his identity becomes capable of things his smaller self would have flinched from. That's all this is. Me, living by my identity. By my intent. It's a unique thing, really, to feel yourself become exactly who you are and discover what that makes possible. You wouldn't understand it. You've never been anything but what was installed in you." Dietrich roared. He roared and he wept and the curses tore out of him broken around his ruined throat, calling the defiler every vile thing his hatred could reach for, a demon, a monster, a defiler, the cruelest thing that had ever crawled through existence, and below him the slaughter rolled on, the gilded ones dying by the hundreds of thousands, the sea of billions of dredges swallowing the few millions whole, and Dietrich could see no end to it, could see no survivors, expected none. And then, as he roared and cried out, at that very moment, HUUM. Far above, Dietrich felt it. The eruption of a terrifying pride, vast and cold and proud, and he knew that signature, knew it in his bones, a gilded one, and not one of the Triassic scale. A gilded one of the Mesozoic scale. Oh! A genuinely powerful elder gilded one, at the 5th scale, had finally come. Joy and euphoria surged through Dietrich's broken body, drowning out the pain and the bleeding and the horror, and he roared up at the heights with everything he had left. "Kill him!" Dietrich screamed. "Kill him, great Elder! Kill him! He is right here. He is the one responsible for all of it. He is right here. Wah-ah!" Above the dead citadel, the Elder gilded one of the 5th scale descended, eyes burning with cold ancient power, every line of him radiating the weight of a being that stood at a tier the slaughter below could not touch. And behind him came a female custodes at the 4th scale, and around her shone a sharp intent of the 3rd rarity, her power heavy and ready, a Titan-grade custos guarding a Mesozoic master. And the Mesozoic scale gilded one let his aura blare. Boom! The skies of the brain world changed color. They went pure gold, saturated with his intent, an intent of the 4th rarity, an Olympian, reorganizing the heavens into his law. It had to be the 4th rarity. It had to be. Nothing less could turn the very sky gold. Dietrich roared with hateful, weeping laughter, hanging in the defiler's grip, triumphant at last. "You're dead," he bellowed. "You're dead. You're dead." And at that moment, Dietrich saw the defiler rise. He saw the infiltrator lift slightly into the air, unbothered, and from him an intent began to build, and Dietrich's laughter died in his ruined throat, because the intent gathering around the defiler felt grander than the one the Mesozoic scale elder had unleashed. Grander than a 5th scale being. Grander than the gold sky. There was no way. There was no way, right? The fucker defiling his sister could not possibly be such a fearsome enemy. He was a Luxuria. He was an infiltrator, a defiler, a thing that had snuck into their ranks. He could not actually stand above a Mesozoic scale yielder. He could not. And the defiler looked up at the 5th scale Gilded One and his Titan rarity Custos, and he smiled. It might still be a little early for this, the defiler said, almost to himself. I've barely begun walking my 2nd scale. But I want to see. I've been curious. His blue eyes lifted to the descending yielder. Let me see what Vakachev's 5th scale is truly made of. Boom. What the fuck did that even mean? As the words left him, space above him was cut. A terrifying blade descended out of the severed air, and the defiler reached up and grasped it, and Dietrich saw the weapon for only an instant, a split blade of cerulean fire with a 9-pointed star at its hilt, an aura screaming off it that exceeded everything. Squelch! Dietrich's eyes exploded. His sockets went hollow, the burning finally taking them, the crimson gold bursting out of him as his vision ended, and he cried out, falling back into the dark, the curse tearing through his mind one final time as everything he had become collapsed into blindness. Who the fuck was this guy? Chapter 5399, Thalassarch. An unfathomable distance from the brain world, from the infiniverse, from anything Noah had a name for, his body arrived inside a dying observable existence, and it was an ocean. He had sent the loyal reach back to another of his bodies in the brain world, the one that would face the Mesozoic scale Gilded One descending out of the gold sky. He had thought about that, before he split his attention. Facing a 5th scale being might genuinely be a reach for him right now. He knew little about that stage, its power, its mechanics, and the jump in strength between the 4th scale and the 5th was not a small thing even within Vakachev's careful framework. Beings did not cross it lightly. But he was not afraid of the Yielder in the gold sky, and the lack of fear was not bravado. He was a true life form now. He had fused infinity and the primordial source into one cerulean authority. He carried an intent that exceeded primordial. With those 3 terrible factors stacked beneath him, he should at the very least be able to weather the strikes of a Mesozoic being, and learn, firsthand, exactly what such a creature was made of. That body would handle the testing. This body had other work. This body stood inside a terminal observable existence, and it was drowning. Sioyun's gaze had gone pained the moment they arrived. She looked around them with that pain in her big eyes, the hurt of a being who could feel the dying of observable existences the way others felt cold. They stood inside a swirling ocean of storms, violet and blue, the colors bleeding into one another across a sea that had no shore and no surface and no floor. Ocean stretched out in every direction, vast beyond the eye, churning with a light that was beautiful and wrong, the beauty of a thing that had been magnificent once and was now only magnificent in its ruin. Noah closed his eyes and spread his intent out across the whole of it. He saw it then, the full shape of the dying observable existence. It was a domain of water, mainly, an existence built around the sea, and across it failing primordial realms and collapsing folds burned with oceanic brilliance, guttering toward their ends. Realms that had held cities once. Folds that had held peoples. All of them flickering out, drowning in the slow apocalypse of a foundation that had stopped holding, the whole of it lit violet and blue like the inside of a wave caught at the moment before it breaks forever. The prompt surfaced as his intent read the bones of the place. You have arrived within a terminal observable existence. Designation: the Abyssal Cradle of Thalassarch. Status: terminal. All 9 of its prime causes are failing. Death is advanced and accelerating. Recovered records of the Abyssal Cradle of Thalassarch, drawn from its terminal infinity straight face. This was an anomalous observable existence, untouched across its full history by the Gilded Ones, by the infinite lifeforms, and by the source lifeforms. It grew alone, in the deep dark of the undefined gaps, an ocean domain that no grasping hand had ever reached. And it produced, in its long isolation, something that should not have been possible. A bounded lifeform who exceeded every limitation of a bounded lifeform. An emperor. Designation of the emperor, Thalassarch Nerion, the drowned sovereign. He rose from the deep peoples of the oceanic folds and climbed past every ceiling his kind was supposed to possess, until he stood at the fifth scale, a Mesozoic equivalent power forged entirely within a bounded observable existence that had never been told such a thing was forbidden. He carried an Akashic civilizational intent of the second rarity, and he ruled the whole of it as its protector across an age of peace. Then the Gilded Ones found it. They found the untouched terminal observable existence in the dark, this pristine ocean domain that no one had ever mined, and they wanted it, the way they wanted everything they found. And the Emperor Thalassarch Nerion, sensing the grasping hands closing toward his isolated paradise, understood that his fifth scale and his second rarity intent would not be enough to hold them off. He needed more. He needed to break past the fifth scale, to raise his intent to a higher rarity, to become something that could stand between his people and the gold-armored hunger he felt approaching from beyond the deep. So he reached for the only well deep enough. He reached for the first cause of his own observable existence. The records preserve his obsession. He pulled at the first cause of Thalassarch with a crazed and deepening hunger, trying to draw its foundational power into himself, to make the bedrock of his existence into fuel for his own ascension, telling himself with every pull that he did it to protect, that the ends were holy, that a sovereign who would not bleed his own foundation to save his people was no sovereign at all. He pulled, and the foundation gave a little, and the little was not enough, and so he pulled harder. And the first cause of an observable existence is not a well to be drained by a single being, however grand. It is the load-bearing truth of countless trillions of realms and domains at once. When he wrenched at it, the 9 prime causes beneath it began to crack, one cascading into the next, the foundation he was trying to harvest buckling under the obsession of the one being who loved it most. The cascade became an extinction. The records name it the sundering tide. It rose out of the failing first cause as a wave that was not water, a drowning that reached past the body into the foundation of every existence in the ocean domain, and it swept across the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch and wiped out every lifeform within it. The deep lifeforms. The fold dwellers. The cities in the trenches and the choirs and the currents and every soul the emperor had climbed the scales to protect. All of them, drowned in a tide that he had pulled down upon them himself, in the act of trying to save them. Only one survived. Him. The emperor, left alone in a dead ocean with the weight of every death and every decision resting on a foundation he had broken with his own grasping hands. Noah read the records and did not waste any of the easy contempt a lesser observer might have reached for. The emperor had been a fool, and the foolishness had murdered an entire observable existence, and that was true and would stay true. But Noah had seen this shape before. The being who loved the thing so much he destroyed it reaching to save it. It was the Chernobyl lesson again, in a different key. Power without governed emotion. A sovereign who could not bear to lose, who pulled too hard, who could not accept that protection had a ceiling, and so drowned everything in the reaching. He filed his judgment, and got to work, because the dead did not need his judgment. They needed his causes. He spread his intent across the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch and took hold of all 9 of its failing causes at once. He thought, as he did it, of how far he had come since Chernobyl. There, he had needed nothing external, no dreamstones like the ones in Valanthra that lesser beings used to resonate with and incorporate the natural causes of an observable existence. He had already grasped all 9 once, in the dying first cause of Chernobyl, and altered them into his own. But he had grasped them in a hurry then, by necessity, to save a child and an entire observable existence in a single desperate act. This time he would do it properly. This time he would grasp the full meaning of all 9 prime causes of an observable existence, Desidero and Dominion and Bellum and Cognitio and Vigilia and Immutus and Consumptio and Mortis and Genesis, and he would take that understanding into the Genesis scale, which held all causes within it. He held the 9 failing truths of the drowned domain, and he learned them. You have grasped the failing 9 prime causes of the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch. Records of all 9 prime causes of observable existences have been made. They will gradually be incorporated into the Genesis scale, deepening your understanding of the foundational architecture upon which all observable existences are built. Noah nodded brightly at that. The Emperor had drowned a paradise reaching for power and gotten only an extinction. Noah would walk through the wreckage and leave understanding the deepest architecture of existence a little better. He breathed out and got started. His intent shot out across the whole of the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch, and just as he had at Chernobyl, he began to replace the dying terminal prime causes with his own. Boom! Chapter 5400, Thalassarch. 2. He tore out the Desidero cause of the drowned existence, the failing truth of want, and seated the prime cause of existence in its place, his own, the truth that being itself is the first irreducible condition. And where his cause took root, a region rose out of the violet-blue storms, a domain that simply was, unassailable, anchored on the bare fact of its own existence, the death currents around it stilling as they met a thing the dying could not unmake. He carved out the failing dominion and pressed in the prime cause of tyranny, and a domain rose where hierarchy was structural and the sea itself knew its sovereign. He replaced the cracking bellum with the prime cause of adversity, and a region bloomed where the very resistance of the dying existence became fuel for the new. The prime cause of harvest took the place of consumptio, and a domain rose that could take the death all around it and convert it, preserving the best of what had drowned and folding it into something living. One by one he did it. He mixed and matched. The prime cause of apocalypse for the failing mortis, turning the existence's ending into the raw material of its rebirth. The prime cause of chaos, breaking the dead-ordered ruins into component potential and reconfiguring them into arrangements the drowned existence had never permitted. The prime cause of paradox. The prime cause of mana, and where it rooted, the oceanic energy of the dying existence answered his intention directly, a sea learning to obey. And the prime cause of quintessence, reaching into the irreducible essence of the drowned existence and naming what it truly was beneath all the dying. 9 of his causes, seated into a foundation that had held 9 dying ones, and the observable existence began to transform. He was doing something profoundly significant, and he knew it, and he knew too that almost nothing in existence could have done it. To resuscitate a terminal observable existence required a being who held his own causes and an infinite authority to seat them. But Noah went further than he had at Chernobyl. This time, as each of his prime causes established itself, he let his egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian flow across it, and his Osmantian source infinity flow with it, the deep cerulean of his fused authority pouring through the new foundations. And where his intent and his fused authority met his causes, the new realms came up terrifying. Wah! From endless chaotic storms and drowning death, the observable existence transformed into something unfathomable. Sea-based primordial realms rose out of the violet blue, oceans that were no longer dying but ascendant, trenches that glowed with the prime cause of existence, currents ruled by the prime cause of tyranny, tides that fed on adversity and grew grander for every force that pushed against them. Where a drowned paradise had been, a cerulean paradise rose, deeper and stranger and more alive than the Emperor's domain had ever been at its height, because it was built now on Noah's identity rather than on a bounded Emperor's love. The storms did not stop. They were made to serve. The death did not vanish. It was converted into the foundation of the living. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. The action you have just performed, the resuscitation of a dead observable existence through the seeding of your own prime causes, is an act of utterly quintessential giving, an expression of your identity at its most fundamental. The tide responds in proportion. It is squeezing everything it can from your intent and your Osmantian source infinity to produce a return scaled to the magnitude of what you have given. The greater the giving, the greater the return, and you have just given another chance to an entire observable existence. In the heart of the transforming observable existence, a light began to bloom. It was blinding, and it was terrifying, and Noah's intent reached for it at once, gathering it, concentrating it, drawing more and more of it together out of the storms. The light was intensely blue and white, deep and pure, and as it gathered it made even Noah's existence vibrate, shock and euphoria moving through him at once, the unmistakable sense of a being watching something far too grand come into existence. Oh! Oh! His mother felt it. Henry felt it. Seo Yun felt it, the three of them buzzing under the pressure of whatever was forming, their existences trembling at the proximity of it, and Noah turned and shielded them, wrapping his Osmantian source infinity around his family so the birth of the thing would not harm them. The prompts unfolded as the light condensed. The tide that owes nothing has brought a treasure to fruition. The magnitude of your giving has produced a return without precedent in your records. Designation: the Genesis Tesseract. Form and nature, it holds the infinite source potential of a first cause. It is, in essence, the seed of a first cause rendered into a graspable object, the concentrated foundational potential from which an entire observable existence can emerge. To hold it is to hold the capacity and potential of an observable existence. Properties: the Genesis Tesseract contains, folded within its structure, the latent template of all 9 prime causes and the first cause that binds them. A being who unfolds it can use it to seed a new observable existence, complete with its own foundational architecture. It does not create the observable existence itself, it provides the irreducible potential from which one can be grown, the way a single seed provides the potential of an entire tree. In the hands of a being who holds his own causes, it is a thing of almost unfathomable consequence. It is the densest concentration of foundational beginning ever recorded in your possession. Handle it as what it is, the potential of an entire observable existence, made small enough to carry. Holy fuck! Noah saw it, the light resolving into a shape. It looked like a tesseract. A four-dimensional hypercube, a cube nested within a cube and joined across an axis the eye could not quite follow, its edges burning the deep blue white, its impossible geometry turning slowly in the heart of the existence he had just remade. A folded thing. An observable existence's worth of beginning, compressed into a shape that should not have been able to exist in 3 dimensions and existed anyway, because the potential inside it did not care about dimensions. He reached his hand toward it. And at that moment, his gaze changed. Astonishment, and then something grim, moved across his face, because as his prime causes finished permeating the whole of the observable existence, as his authority reached at last into the deepest center of the abyssal cradle of Thalassarch, he sensed something. An aura. A terrible aura, heavy and suffocating, that had been hiding itself this entire time, buried so deep in the drowned foundation that even his intent had not found it until his causes touched everything. What have you done? Woo! The booming voice rolled out from the center of the observable existence, and Noah's prime causes shone upon the thing that spoke, unraveling the concealment that had hidden it across the long death, and he saw it. It was massive. Light years in size, vast past the scale of the realms rising around it, a creature out of the oldest and deepest wand, sea-born and chthonic and regal and horrifically wrong. It had been the Emperor once. Thalassarch Nerion, the drowned sovereign, who had pulled too hard on his own first cause and murdered his observable existence reaching to save it, and who had not died with it. He had lived. He had lived alone in the dead ocean with the weight of every drowned soul on his shoulders, and the weight and the guilt and the broken foundation had transformed him, warped him across the long isolation into this, a leviathan thing of crown coral entrenched deep dark, tentacular and titanic and crowned still with the regalia of a sovereignty that ruled only corpses. A beast wearing the ruins of an emperor's dignity, malformed by grief into something monstrous, light years of suffocating presence uncoiling from the center of the existence that had been his and was now becoming Noah's. Its aura pressed out, heavy and drowning, and it was unmistakably, terribly, the 5th scale. It felt, shockingly as grand if not potentially grander than Dame Seraphine. The Mesozoic scale, looking at the being who had just reached into its dead paradise and remade it without asking.